Okay, that worked. Welcome back, everybody, and I hope you had a restful night. And this is kind of starting the main part of the conference. We're going to start with brief greetings to us from two high officials of Columbia University. So I'll introduce them. I guess I won't introduce them together, but I'll introduce them one by one. Jelani Cobb, who's sitting here, is okay, are you still a new dean? Okay.
Very much so.
He's about 2 months or 2 or 3 months into being dean. For purposes of what we're here to do, I think what's noteworthy is he's the first PhD holder to be dean of Columbia Journalism School. He's a historian and as well as a journalist. So his appointment is very much in support of the theory of this conference, which is that this school is a professional school filled with journalists to train journalists, has a natural fit with scholarship about the media, journalism, and all the other things that Walter Lippmann wrote about. So come on up and say hello, Jelani.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, wow, really? Is it that early? Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you. That's really good. So thank you, Nick, for inviting me to give a welcome. I want to say I was really excited when he first mentioned to me that this was happening. And I'll just tell you very briefly that when I first came here, I came here in 2016. And one of the first things that I noted about this environment was just how dynamic it is and how much intellectual ferment. And there were all of these exchanges, and I just really found, even having been in academic environments for most of my adult life, that I really kind of came here and was like, oh, this is happening, kind of filling up my calendar, and then this is happening, but this conflicts with that. And I was really, it also became shortly apparent. I came here in August of 2016, and shortly thereafter, it became really apparent why it was important to have such intellectual ferment in a media education institution about 2 or 3 months after that. And since then, that has been one of the kind of great things about Columbia Journalism School that I've always been endearing. And so I'm very happy to see, we had in the midst of the pandemic, obviously there were strains in our ability to have that kind of environment, at least in person. So I'm very happy to see everyone here. And I'll just say very quickly that this particular conversation, as everyone in the room knows, could not be more timely. And the ideas and the questions that Lippmann grappled with, particularly in public opinion, and the arrival of the book in the aftermath of World War I, and the explosion of societal complexity, and the question about whether or not these complexities would overwhelm our ability to carry out democratic decision making, are issues that could not be more pertinent in the era of disinformation and misinformation, and the growing distrust of the media institutions and their ability to operate in the way that Lippmann thought might be most democratically useful. And I suspect for people my age, given that this book came out in 1922, the avenue through which I became familiar with Lippmann was Noam Chomsky's critique of Lippmann. And so, like many people in my age range, I discovered Chomsky, thought I learned everything I needed to know, and then kind of went back to understanding who it was that he was referencing and what he was talking about. And I think that the pertinence of this is just really striking in this moment. And so couldn't be happier to see everyone here. I will be running back and forth probably between this and the Pulitzer meeting on the other side of the hall So if I walk out, it's not in disgust at anyone's comment or a way of registering disagreement, but because I'm needed on the other side of the hallway too. And so thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful and productive set of exchanges.
By the way, Jelani mentioned there's a Pulitzer Prize board meeting at the other end of the hall. Usually the Pulitzer Prize board meets in this room, and somebody, maybe you, gave us permission to meet here instead of there, and we're very grateful for that. Lee Bollinger is in his 21st year as president of Columbia University. And last year, unless something goes horribly wrong with the search. So it's kind of a poignant year, at least for me. I came to this school as an adjunct probably in 1988 or something like that. So I've been, hanging out here for many, many years. And it's somewhat pertinent to this conference, actually. There was then a new dean named Joan Connor, no longer with us, and she thought, I won't go into all the history, but there's a long history of how trade schoolish this school should be, going back more than 100 years. And Joan wanted the school to be more about, quote, ideas, and so she brought me in to do that. That was my first job here. And this is, more of the same, this conference. Lee came here in the fall of 2002, if I have that right, and immediately convened a group of people to contemplate the future of the journalism school. And I was a member of that group. We had 6 dinners in the course of that year. And it was, I don't know how it was for you, Lee, but it was a life-changing engagement for me because I got very interested in all the questions that we were bringing up, which we'll be addressing over the next 2 days. And at the end of this, Lee called me and said, well, I want you to come here and be dean of the journalism school. And I did that for 10 years. So since then, thanks to Lee, I've had a number of other adventures starting things at Columbia. So it's a little poignant to be facing the end of this partnership that we've had, but I'm grateful for it. It's been a huge part of my life. Lee is a First Amendment scholar. He's a law professor, kind of in the fine print, but next year he'll be a real law professor. He's been teaching this whole time a course on free speech and the First Amendment at Columbia and publishing on those subjects, often in a long-running intellectual partnership with Jeffrey Stone of the University of Chicago. So Lee, I'd like you to just come and say hi to us and thank you both for taking the time to come and give us your welcome.
Thanks, Nick. And thanks, Michael. So I just have 3 quick comments. The first is to say the obvious. The formation of public opinion is indeed, as Walter Lippmann observed, one of the great and important mysteries of life. One certainly worthy of a conference and celebration, and one of the most insightful observers he was. Neuroscientists like to point out that the thing we call the brain, a relatively tiny 3-pound object, the home of 85 billion neurons, is the most complicated thing in the universe. It should, from that vantage point alone, be no surprise that when you bring together for interactions several 100 million of these little organs, that the puzzles and the conundrums surrounding the phenomena are compounded exponentially. I have spent all of my professional career doing my small part to bring understanding both to the nature of these phenomena that is, the process of forging public opinion, and to what we or a society should be able to do to limit the negative consequences and enhance the positive ones. But I am not in any way unique in this regard, since I believe everyone, certainly everyone in the academy, is concerned in one way or the other with how we think individually and collectively. But one thing I would highlight here that has interested me greatly is how understudied are the ways in which changes in technology affect the phenomenon of public opinion. I see that today. My colleague and co-author, Jeff Stone, as Nick mentioned, of the University of Chicago Law School, we have just published a volume of essays from experts from different fields, including Marty and Jelani, along with the commission report on the subject of the impacts of the internet and social media platforms on public thought, and what the First Amendment should allow in the way of public interventions and regulation. What was most striking to me in this venture was the vast range of opinions on the subject this elicited, ranging from there is nothing new to there is a revolution underway, and every premise we hold dear has to be rethought and reconsidered. What this tells me is that having meetings and gatherings such as this is a very good thing to do and not likely to be the last. We should gather again in 100 years. The second point I want to make is just a matter of boasting for Columbia. I think no university has more people and centers and institutes and schools devoted to this area of study than Columbia. From the journalism school to arts and sciences and on to law, SEPA, public health, engineering, and beyond, including the Knight Institute on the First Amendment and Columbia Global Freedom of Expression, the place is crawling with folks studying and engaging with the issues of democracy and public opinion. Columbia is the best place to host this conference. And the last observation is simply this. I sometimes feel that I have spent the better part of my career as president recruiting Nick Lemann to take on university assignments. And I have always admired Michael Schudson and his work and tried to fund whatever he does. So anything these two people are involved with, I want to be involved with too, and I'm sure you feel the same way. Congratulations, Nick and Michael, and welcome, everyone. Thanks.
Okay, so you guys are going to go hand out some Pulitzer Prizes now, and we'll get to work. I think Michael will now come up and sort of give us a charge before we start the first panel, and then we'll get started.
I think we've been given our charge, but let me just add a few technical details. I want to introduce to you, I think most of you have met Adelina Yankova, and Kelly Boyce is probably downstairs. Okay. They are helping us a lot in organizing this conference, making sure there's food here, making sure everything is running smoothly, which so far it has been. I'll knock on wood. But I'm very grateful. Nick and I are both very grateful to both of them. There are, I guess I can leave further things on that topic till later, but some of you tomorrow or Sunday may need a place for luggage. We have a room available, and you just talk with either Adelina or Kelly, and they'll let you know how to take care of that. The other thing I might mention is that, although I don't think we're going to spend too much time on it, we'll see, that some of this conference goes back to the sort of founding figure of the PhD program here at Columbia, Jim Carey, who raised questions about Lippmann and his overemphasis in Jim's view on expertise versus John Dewey. We heard a little bit of that from Luc Menand last night, but it spawned a huge discussion and debate about the Dewey versus Lippmann debate, which may or may not ever have happened. But Jim was the founding and inspiring figure that got this program, the PhD program here, off and running almost 25 years ago now. So I think of him fondly, even though I think he was completely wrong on his point about Walter Lippmann. But that particular debate has faded, and I think the relevance in multiple ways, even though some of it may have been wrong, of Lippmann's public opinion and his other works about journalism or in relation to journalism and public opinion are still with us, as both Jelani and Lee were reminding us this morning. So we're a little ahead of schedule. I think that's fine. I'm sure we'll use that extra time. We have wonderful speakers here on the first panel, and unless there are questions or concerns, we'll turn it over to our opening panel. Okay, Andy.
Well, good morning, all. Thank you all for coming. We've been waiting for this a long time. We're very excited that you're all actually here. I want to introduce our panel very briefly, because you all have the biographical information in your packet, but I wanted to make sure you understood how eminent the group is. I'll go in to my left in this direction. Tom Arnold Forster is a lecturer at King's College in London, and his research and teaching interests are in modern American history and political thought, and he's currently writing an intellectual biography of Lippmann. To his left, David Greenberg, professor of history and journalism and media studies at Rutgers. He's writing a biography of Congressman Lewis. Like Lippmann, he was an editor at the New Republic. Sam Lebovic is an associate professor at George Mason University, co-edits the Journal of Social History. He's the author of Free Speech and Unfree News, The Paradox of Press Freedom in America. Then to his left, Brad Snyder, who he teaches constitutional law, constitutional history, and sports law at Georgetown Law. He's the author of Democratic Justice, Felix Frankfurter, the Supreme Court, and the Making of the Liberal Establishment. And far on the end is John Fabian Witt, the Duffy Class of 1960 professor of law at Yale Law School and the author of Scholarship on American Legal History. So the mandate of this panel is to set the scene by discussing Lippmann's background and his intellectual roots, putting his work in context, launching some of the questions that will continue and will recur over the next few days, And our mandate is also to have an unscripted discussion rather than to present formal papers. I'll ask each of the panelists some leading questions, but you will, I hope, note that they will gradually take over the conversation. And we'll welcome some questions toward the end if there are questions from the floor. So let's start. And since we're here to discuss the work of a man who famously said that the present crisis of Western democracy is the crisis of journalism, I thought it might be useful to start with a very quick snapshot of what some of Western journalism, or at least US metro journalism, looked like in the Lippmann era. So I looked up headlines in some local papers for 100 years ago today, October 21st, 1922, to see what they were talking about and how. I looked first at the Daily News, which was a tabloid, a brand new kind of genre at the time, 3 years old. In the Daily News, the headline was, "Woman Saw Hall Murder," which you expect for a tabloid, right? And that's the only headline there was, and the rest of it was pictures. This is the famous Hall Mills murder. The bodies of a married Episcopal rector and a married soprano in the choir were found in a lover's lane in New Brunswick, New Jersey. The Evening World, which was the more sensational of the two World papers. The Morning World was seen as sober and grown up. The Evening World was a little more sensational. And that one, there was a huge banner head, "Family Split Over Hall Marriage," and then decked head down the prominent right-hand column, "Hall Maid is questioned for 2.5 hours about discord in family. Henry Stevens said to have opposed marriage since refusing to meet doctor." This is all decked heads. "Indictments against woman and man expected." The New York Tribune, very respectable newspaper, on page 1, "Eyewitnesses found in Hall murder. Officials have affidavit from woman said to solve mystery and are preparing for arrests. Beekman witness before grand jury." Again, more decked headlines. "Hidden trio declared to have viewed widow in coat worn that fatal night." New York Herald, "Woman asserts she saw the murder of Hall and Mrs. Mills. 2 women and 3 men reported in party on murder night. Solution seems near. Movements being checked of persons accused by alleged witnesses. Indictment looked for." The most prominent story. And the New York Times on the most prominent position. Saw couple murder Hall and Mrs. Mills. Woman now swears. Eyewitness says shooting took place where the bodies were found. Names a man and woman. Prosecutor Beekman appears before grand jury but declines to disclose action. Arrests thought near. Informant tells of quarrels between rector and Mrs. Hall over Mrs. Mills. The New York Times, it was said, had devoted more column inches to this murder over the course of several years than the Daily News, the new tabloid. But when criticized, the publisher allegedly said, "When the Daily News prints it, it is sex. When the Times print it, it is sociology." I think that's probably fake news, right? That's a little too neat. But the only 2 of the New York papers that did not have prominent front page stories on the Hall Mills murder were the Wall Street Journal and the New York Age, which was a leading African-American paper. And you won't be surprised to hear that virtually none of the information in those headlines was true. Virtually nothing. There was no indictment. There were no arrests. The mystery witness was an eccentric local hog farmer known as the Pig Woman who probably made it all up. None of the rest of it was true. So as I said, this is just a snapshot, and I'll leave it up to you to evaluate how the crisis of 1922 compares with the crisis of 2022. But as we go forth through the rest of the days, keep the Pig Woman in the back of your mind. Okay, so I'd like to start, and I'm going to pose questions to each of you in turn in a different order than you're seated, but I hope we can all handle that, and we'll go from there. I want to start with Brad because you've explored Lippmann's earlier years, including his association with the House of Truth. This is a pre-World War I Washington salon that revolved around people like the young Felix Frankfurter, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, and Lippmann. So what was Lippmann's role there?
I'll answer your question, I promise, but I just want to thank Nick for having me and Michael for having me and really enjoying being here. I wrote this book, The House of Truth. I'm very much inspired by Louis Menand's magisterial book, The Metaphysical Club. And it's nice to be able to acknowledge intellectual debts in person. It was about Felix Frankfurter, Walter Lippmann, Oliver Wendell Holmes, and Gutzon Borglum, who built Mount Rushmore and is a nativist and a Klansman. And of all those 4 people, the person I came to really detest out of those 4 was Walter Lippmann. I just kind of want to explain why. I think in that, in writing that book, the picture in Walter Lippmann's head was almost always wrong between Versailles and Vietnam. That he too often relied on that picture in his head and not on the facts on the ground. And I want to give a couple of examples of why I sort of came to loathe him and how he just had a lot of wrong, what we would consider today to be hot takes that were super wrong. When A. Lawrence Lowell at that school north of here decided to put a 15% quota on Jewish undergraduates, people pleaded with Walter Lippmann as one of the most prominent Jewish undergraduates from the school to speak out against the quota, and he wouldn't, and privately told people at Harvard that the state should establish a separate school for Jewish students. Then when he's with the New York World and is running their editorial page, or at least working on their editorial page, he refuses to acknowledge that the paper had really flip-flopped on whether John W. Davis should be the nominee in 1924. John W. Davis was basically on retainer from J.P. Morgan, but the World kept denying that fact, even though it had written in a previous editorial that he was. And then the sort of episode that sort of annoyed me quite a bit was Sacco and Vanzetti. In 1927, Felix Frankfurter was pleading with Walter Lippmann to come to Boston so he could learn about the facts on the ground, and Lippmann repeatedly refused. Finally, he sent his Pulitzer Prize-winning labor law reporter. Why you would send a labor law reporter up to investigate a robbery and murder is somewhat beside me, but and Lippmann's editorials about the case were kind of all over the place, and then again in kind of a pro-A. Lawrence Lowell position. Lawrence Lowell was charged by the governor of Massachusetts with writing a report about the case to recommend to the governor whether or not to grant kind of a clemency to Sacco and Vanzetti. And it took Frankfurter and C.C. Burlingham, who's a prominent New York lawyer, an admiralty lawyer, to come down to New York City, to the New York World's office, and explain to Walter Lippmann why all of his prior editorials were wrong. And then Walter Lippmann wrote a completely different editorial. And then 1928 is one that I really chuckled about, which is when Al Smith is nominated as the Democratic nominee. Walter Lippmann advises him to stake out a firm claim on prohibition. And FDR informed, who was not a real prominent politician at the time, he had not yet been elected governor of New York, he politely informed Walter Lippmann that he had really screwed up. And what FDR told others was that advising Al Smith to stake out a strong plank on prohibition did more damage to Smith's campaign than any of the bigoted anti-Catholic editorials about Smith that year. And then January 1932, Walter Lippmann's big goal is to prevent FDR from becoming president. He writes that FDR is a lightweight and would not make a good president. And I mean, this is crazy, right? And he wants Newton Baker, who he privately says lacks blood and iron, who he had worked for in the War Department, would make a better president. And then in 1933, and this is where Frankfurter really broke with him, he called Hitler the voice of a civilized people. That's a direct quote in the New York Herald Tribune. And at that point, Frankfurter stopped speaking to him for about 10 to 12 years because of that. He endorses Alf Landon for president in 1936 and opposes the New Deal and was pretty much on the non-interventionist side on World War II. All right, I've made my point. I just think that why Walter Lippmann was the most prominent editorial writer and columnist in America is largely because he's a beautiful writer. And Public Opinion is a beautiful book, but I think Walter Lippmann needed to take some of his own advice in Public Opinion and investigate the facts more on the ground rather than rely on the erroneous picture in his head. Sorry, I'm done.
No, thank you. You made me think in your book, House of Truth, you quoted the poem by John Reed, who was his Harvard classmate,
Yes.
who builds a world and leaves out all the fun, who dreams a pageant, gorgeous, infinite, and leaves all the color out of it, who wants to make the human race and me march to a geometric QED. So John Reed didn't like Lippmann either.
He just didn't, like on a personal level, really didn't keep a lot of close friends, right? I just, you know, I could get even more personal about Lippmann if I wanted to and twist the knife a little more about his own personal life, and probably won't. But he just seemed like to be inherently pessimistic, right? And rather than optimistic about anything. And I think that's why I think a lot of people side with Dewey's, you know, version of democracy rather than Walter Lippmann's pessimism in The Phantom Public, as Louis Menand told us, that the public can't ever be kind of properly, you know, informed, and so to make good choices in a democracy.
I want to come back to Lippmann's own role in the House of Truth and how that shaped him, but I do want to ask before that, how did Gutzon Borglum end up there?
Well, I mean, let me just say, the way Lippmann ends up in the House of Truth is based on a lie. He tells Felix Frankfurter, my father is dying. I can't serve in World War I because my father is dying. You have to get me a job in the War Department working for Newton Baker. Lippmann's father was not dying, right? He just didn't want to serve in World War I. So Lippmann and his new wife come down and live in this group house of men. Borglum is just a character who kind of, you know, he thinks that there's a lot of fraud in the production of airplanes. During World War I, he's actually right. He doesn't have the evidence in front of him, but he's kind of this grandiose figure. He's a character. I actually kind of liked him. You know, and people are like, why did you put that Klansman in your book? And I'm like, well, he always sort of comes around to the right point of view. But Borglum just comes to the house, and Borglum and Holmes actually really hit it off. They're regulars at the house, and on the dining room table, he sketches his vision of what is carving Confederates into Stone Mountain, Georgia, which of course is his famous precursor to Mount Rushmore, and Holmes just thought this was fascinating. I just think Borglum, like Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., were huge extroverts, and to sort of paraphrase a line about George W. Bush, they were people that you would like to have a beer with.
Okay. So we'll come back to Lippmann again, but I just wanted to give anyone else a chance to defend Lippmann's likability. No, you're going to let that one go. Okay. So tell us more about how Lippmann's intellectual background was shaped by the House of Truth in his time there.
Well, he meets Herbert Crowley through the group at the House of Truth. He met Herbert Crowley, Crowley meets the House of Truth crowd. Frankfurter is one of the incorporators of the New Republic. And I think he goes from, his political turn, I haven't really talked about that, from kind of socialist, right, to in this period when he joins the New Republic at the House of Truth, he's a progressive, right, and really he and Crowley fall under the spell of Colonel House, who Colonel House is not a colonel. The modern analog is kind of Steve Bannon, this kind of like outside Svengali to an American president, and I think Lippmann and Crowley make a mistake in, rather than investigate the facts on the ground, common theme, they take kind of Colonel House's view of foreign policy as gospel and become very interventionist about World War I. But in this House of Truth phase, he's very progressive, right, and very interested in organized labor. They're part of the people at the House of Truth, which really started to try to get Theodore Roosevelt reelected president in 1912. They thought Taft was the world's worst president, was anti-labor, and not interested in prosecuting monopolies, even though he prosecuted more than TR did in his administration. And they just thought their mission was to get Theodore Roosevelt back in the White House. That's sort of the phase that he was in at the House of Truth time. And of course, he moves rightward, right from the New York World, which is like really a Democratic Party newspaper, and he becomes a sort of Democratic Party partisan, if you will, and then he moves to the Herald Tribune, where he takes a much more conservative turn, hence endorsing Alf Landon over Franklin Roosevelt.
Mm-hmm. You said that the House of Truth was a self-mocking name, but a fond name that they had. In 1912, people could still get away with talking about truth, with non-ironically. By the time the House of Truth disbands in 1919, is anyone still able to use that name without irony?
Well, I mean, I think they was used from irony from the beginning. When Louis Menand was talking last night and talking about William James's view of truth, I was thinking about Oliver Wendell Holmes, who had a similar view of truth because they came from the same crowd. And truth was just, whichever side could win, right? Whichever side had the power was basically, I can't remember Holmes's exact phrase, but
the majority vote of that nation that can lick all of their nations.
thank you so much. See, it's great. I have Marshall McLuhan right here, folks. And this was the debate, and of course Frankfurter and Lippmann and others in the House believed in experts and a government by experts, and they thought that you could arrive at an objective truth based on expertise and facts. And I think they were very much influenced by Brandeis, right? Who really believed in kind of sociology and economics and empiricism. And Holmes didn't really believe, and he said famously, "I hate facts." Right? Brandeis tried to get him to read a monograph about a textile strike one summer, and Holmes couldn't do it and wouldn't do it. He wanted to read philosophy, right? He was a philosopher, but Brandeis was an empiricist, and I think the people in the House were really much more like Brandeis than Holmes, but Brandeis was kind of a cold fish and not a fun dinner guest, and Holmes was one of the great talkers who ever lived, and I think they gravitated to Holmes because of his cult of personality and a lot of other complex reasons. But he was also, like Lippmann, a great writer.
One last question, and then we'll move on. The idea of the political salon. It's this regular gathering of smart people talking about how to improve the world. It's always had a lot of enormous appeal, but it's also, critics of the whole idea of the Habermasian public sphere would say it's also exclusive, it's elitist. How would you evaluate the effectiveness of this particular salon as an institution of political inspiration, change, whatever?
Well, I think it's easy now to say, well, it was all white, it was all male. There were no women except, at kind of parties after the dinner parties, as kind of in a kind of not seen as equals around the table, and no people of color, even though the House of Truth was not far from U Street, the center of black cultural life in the city. But I think in defense of it, Washington was a much smaller place from 1911 to 1917. Given the war effort by 1917, everyone was coming to work in Washington and coming through there. And they did have a lot of people all across the political spectrum. Herbert Hoover was a great guest at the House. General Foch, who was in charge of running the war for France. They did get a lot of different people through that House, and were able to inform themselves on a kind of empirical level, of a lot of different viewpoints. They had businessmen come into the House. Charles Schwab came to the House. I think it was helpful for them to learn more about the world and the war, to have those people. But certainly there's an elitism, about a political salon like that.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Anyone on the panel have immediate responses to anything of Brad's? We'll come back. There will be more time later.
Well, let me just say one thing. I don't know if people can hear me in the mic. Just to pick up on a word, both you, Brad, and Andy, both used elitism that we often hear in conjunction with Lippmann. I've been meaning to do this. I should have done this before speaking today. But I strongly suspect that word was not around in 1922. And I think the frame of elite, it sounds like a Spiro Agnew word. I suspect strongly it sort of comes out of our last, half century, 60 years of kind of right-wing cultural populism. And, it might be better to, I mean, we can't avoid using the word perhaps, but to try to think of these figures more in the language and intellectual frameworks in which they understood, whether it be expertise, professionalism, other kinds of thought leadership. And I don't quite have the vocabulary to provide that today, but sometimes in the discussions and debates about Lippmann and all these ancillary issues, I worry that we are being too colored and even perhaps distorted by our own, soft populism, not sort of Bannonite, Trumpian populism, but sort of the general populism that has pervaded our political culture for the last 60 years that just sees elitism as a buzzword for scorning, dismissing, and seeing someone's limitations. So just sort of that is something that can be in the back of our minds as we carry forward.
Okay, great, thank you. Tom, I want to turn to you and talk about the main claims of public opinion. You drew on his unpublished papers for this article. There were draft chapters, there were reading notes. Did they reveal anything about the evolution of his thinking that surprised you or challenged you?
Sure, yeah. Thanks a lot for the question and for reading it. So the longer version of this is in, I've got an article coming out that Adelina very kindly sent round. So if you want the longer version of this, you can find it in the conference folder. But yeah, I went and looked through a lot of the draft material and reading notes that Lippmann wrote for public opinion, and if you do that and you get used to his really absolutely terrible handwriting, you can, there are a few surprising things. So one is that I think one of the most surprising things is that the earliest draft material for public opinion is from June 1914, so before the First World War, before the war broke out in Europe. And that it grows out of a kind of a theoretical project that goes back to Graham Wallis, who we heard about yesterday. And so there's a kind of pre-war story to the book that I'm interested in getting at, because I think that we have a tendency sometimes to read the book as a kind of rationalization of Lippmann's wartime experiences, and particularly an idea of disillusionment. And my own sense is that Lippmann is always claiming to offer disillusioned perspectives. There's no period where he says
or he's illusions.
Well, yeah, I mean his perspective is always claiming to be disenchanted and disillusioned, and that right in his earliest writings as well. And so what a lot of these draft materials, I think, show is the kind of some of his key targets and the kind of key intellectual context in which he's writing the book. And just to flesh that out very quickly, so Graham Wallis, British Fabian, he had very strong views about what was wrong with political science. He thought that political science focused too much on constitutions, institutions, law, and he spent a lot of time attacking James Bryce, who was a British jurist, lawyer, historian. And to do that, he uses the ideas of William James, and in particular James as a psychologist, and says that if we want to understand politics, we need to move away from thinking about law and constitutions, and we need to think more about psychology. And Lippmann's public opinion is essentially that, but kind of amplified. And the book itself uses a whole range of psychologists, and you can find, so the reading notes in the archives have a very, very wide range of psychologists in them, and also contain some really interesting reading notes on constitutionalists like James Bryce, whose chapters on public opinion in the American Commonwealth are the kind of key target of the book. And actually, building on what Brad said, one of the other kind of targets of the book is Abbott Lawrence Lowell, who wrote a textbook on public opinion and whose lectures at Harvard Lippmann sat through. And if anyone is interested, he got a B+ in Abbott Lawrence Lowell's course at Harvard. But so the theoretical framework is basically an attack on constitutionalist accounts of public opinion by bringing in a social psychology of opinion formation. So that's, I think, the kind of big takeaway from the archives, that the book is building on and intervening in debates within political science that predate but also go through the war.
I was intrigued to note that, I mean, you're talking about a social psychological approach, so obviously this is a little different, but in an era that is obsessed with the unconscious and with Freud, he doesn't really talk about Freud at all. Do you have any insight into that?
A little, yeah.
Okay.
Freud is in A Preface to Politics, his first book, a bit more. But I think in general, I'd say that he has a very kind of eclectic and pluralistic approach to psychology, in the sense that he is just taking psychological ideas wherever he can find them. And in that sense is kind of a bit Jamesian, in that he sees psychology as a pluralistic discipline. So psychoanalysis, John Dewey's book, How We Think, work of educational psychology, influential in his thinking there. There's bits of Jung in public opinion. He's using these frameworks to construct psychological categories for understanding opinion formation, and those are the idea of the pseudo-environment, which is to say the pictures in our heads, and also the idea of the stereotype. So I think those are the two big kind of conceptual contributions to the kind of to the theoretical debates he's engaged in.
Okay. Was there anyone he was writing against? Is there any
Yep, James Bryce, and an English writer called A.V. Dicey as well. And those are, so their view is that public opinion is represented through institutions like parliaments or Congress. And Lippmann says that in modern societies, we actually need to think not just about a small kind of few representatives, but we need to think about everyone's pseudo-environments, and that everyone in the society has lives in thinks in a pseudo-environment, and those overlap in different ways, and that public opinion is formed through them, not just through kind of formal political institutions.
Okay. You say that he rejected explicitly racial accounts of psychological processes, accounts that obviously were lamentably common in that era. Yeah. How did he develop his ideas about race?
It's a really good question. So there's a review that he wrote of a book by a psychologist called William McDonald, I think, actually, sorry, so McDougall is in fact his name. I just remembered. So McDougall was a very racist psychologist. He thought that the explanation for psychological processes was race. He wrote a book called The Group Mind that argued that you needed to explain human psychology through race. And Lippmann wrote a review of it that said that this was rubbish. This was just not true. This was scientifically implausible, and that it was a kind of terrible thing that exposes McDougall's own prejudices and that fuels broader racism in the wider society. I would say that, in public opinion itself, the book, the book itself frames race and racism and approaches those subjects mostly through psychology. So it explains things like prejudice. There's a discussion of The Birth of a Nation, the film, in the book, as a kind of something that spreads racist stereotypes. But one of the things the book does not do, and that Lippmann doesn't really ever do, is think about racism in more structural ways. So he thinks about racism through psychology and prejudice, not through history or through political economy. So that's, I think, where I'd leave that.
Okay. He takes 28 chapters to argue that democracy is in crisis, and then suddenly he switches gears, and at the end he ends on a rather hopeful note. Where did that come from?
It's a really good question. I mean, my own sense is that the ending of the book is a kind of underwhelming response to the problems that the book poses. And that I think that the really kind of stark question that the book poses is that it's a kind of paradox. So on the one hand, Lippmann thinks that democracy is the only viable form of politics in the modern world. It's the only game in town. And at the same time, he thinks that modernity is itself making opinion formation very difficult and fraught, right? So there's a paradox here. Democracy is the only game in town, and it's very hard to play. And the kind of ending of the book, which is a kind of, it has a kind of note of hope in it, I think evades the challenge that poses. I think just, again, building on something Brad said, Lippmann's own answer to this problem in the 1920s is basically Al Smith. Al Smith is the kind of figure who represents a kind of progressive, small d democratic politics of modernization. So if the problem is democracy and modernity, Al Smith is democratic modernization.
Okay. Any responses to Tom?
Well, two responses. First, I really want to read your book when it's finished, so this is really fascinating. The second, just a note of self-promotion. Once, several years back, I wrote New York Times book reviews to have like a back page essay. And it was, I think they gave it the title No Exit. It's sort of about why last chapters always fail. And I actually used public opinion as the example, or as the opening example. But part of it is whenever you do a work of history or a work of reportage or just of social analysis, the market pressures, the editors, they want you to say, okay, so what do we do about it?
Yeah.
Like, what's the solution? And of course, most of us who write history or social analysis or reportage we don't know what the solutions are. That's not our job. We didn't sign up for that. And so I think you just see that in public opinion. And I'll get to it when I talk about Mencken. I mean, that's sort of, Mencken just has heaped scorn on that final chapter. So, yeah.
Whenever I talk about fake news, which was my most recent book, everyone says, all right, how do you fix it? And I said, I don't have to fix it. I'm a historian. You fix it.
Exactly.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. So, yeah, David, so we're all familiar with the Lippmann-Dewey debate that never existed, but I don't think anyone who hasn't read your article has ever heard of the Lippmann-Mencken debate, which did. Is your article a setup to give Lippmann an opponent he could beat, the sourpuss Mencken, instead of the warm and loving Dewey?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on who you think gets the better of the argument. I mean, these days, many of us might be Menckenites in kind of our, just readiness to dispense with democracy because of the crazy results it sometimes seems to produce. I mean, I'll give Michael credit along with a sociologist named Sue Curry-Jansen, who both kind of did work before my essay kind of debunking the sort of Lippmann-Dewey debate and sort of pointing out how on most of the key issues, they were actually quite in agreement. Dewey did not intend his reviews as debate, as rebukes. I mean, there are points of criticism in there. But when you look at, so my article too which was written 10 years ago, is circulated among those papers, but more important than reading that is go back and read Mencken's stuff on Lippmann and Lippmann's responses to Mencken. They really are just duking it out in the I don't know if it's New Republic, in the Smart Set, which was Mencken's magazine, and I think in Vanity Fair too. It sort of fighting with Mencken brings out the best in Lippmann. Mencken once, in an article, he was asked to list the most boring writers writing today and had Lippmann on his list. But engaging with Mencken brought out kind of some of Lippmann's liveliest and most entertaining writing too. Basically, I think it's an important reframing because, I don't buy the picture of Lippmann as just this, haughty elitist, to use that word. That he seems to me someone who, kind of like anyone who's being honest, is grappling with some of the issues that Tom laid out. In modernity, there are these challenges that a kind of, naive, like William Jennings Bryanite faith in democracy just doesn't account for. And so that, he's trying to kind of strike the right balance between protecting the sphere of democracy, again, sort of the only game in town. But actually in the 20s, it's not, in the sense that, you're starting to have the romance with Mussolini and with, fascism, totalitarianism. He doesn't want to go there. He remains a committed Democrat. He just wants to temper it with structures, institutions, methods that will, help solve some of its problems. And so even toward like the pessimism that we tend to see in Lippmann, so Mencken, let me find it here in the passage, sort of says about the end of public opinion. He says, or more pointedly, this is my writing, where most readers found Lippmann's grim assessment of democracy and its shortcomings to be bracing, Mencken found it tepid. He berated Lippmann for clinging to the liberal romance with popular self-government. Public opinion's conclusion he derided as, quote, mystical gurgle, nothing more than the old democratic answer of spreading enlightenment, democratizing information, combating what is adjudged to be false with what is adjudged to be true. Lippmann, he said, had flinched from facing the cold truth that, quote, it is no more possible to teach the public what every voter should theoretically know than it is to teach a chimpanzee to play the viola da gamba. And, so Mencken sees Lippmann as hopelessly optimistic, as putting his chips back on democracy at the end of the book. So when seen in that light, Lippmann looks very different. It's when you're seeing him from the perspective of someone who is truly scornful of democracy, his democratic leanings suddenly pop much more.
Is there anything of Lippmann's you would call mystical gurgle?
Well, sure. I mean, I think a lot of these problems are very difficult to solve, and as we were just talking about. So he, like all these thinkers, I mean, certainly there's a lot of gurgle in Dewey, lapses into pieties, into hopes, into generalizations that, maybe don't withstand scrutiny. So, but in general, you do see a philosophical mind at work in public opinion, and someone who is quite developed and sophisticated in making distinctions and developing arguments. Mencken in some sense is having fun. I think he knows he has a formidable opponent in Lippmann.
Okay. I like it that Lippmann called Mencken Henry Louis Zarathustra, which seems sort of appropriate too. How did their takes on the Scopes trial differ?
Okay, well, so that's a great case, and it's interesting. So Dewey, Mencken, and Lippmann all write about the Scopes trial, and it's sort of fun to read those pieces together, against one another. I brought up Bryan. So Bryan poses a dilemma for historians who kind of struggle, to reconcile like the early Bryan that they love of sort of the populist economics and the 1896 campaign with this Bryan who looks like a horse's ass in the witness box, if not in real life, at least in Inherit the Wind, and our popular recollections of the Scopes trial. What Lippmann and of course Mencken, I mean, another piece people should go back and read is Mencken's obituary of Brian, which, Brian died right at the end of the Scopes trial. It's just one of the cruelest things you'll ever read. And, he's sort of about, I'm forgetting the lines now, but there's one line about how he's like returned to the dung pile at last. Mencken, both on the religious grounds, the evangelical Christianity, he's contemptuous of that, but he's also contemptuous of this perpetual faith in democracy. And of course, one of the problems with the Scopes trial is it's democracy versus science. So the people, like a democratic solution is, yes, you get to ban evolution from the schools. That's democracy for you, to quote Montgomery Burns. There are ways in which these values of science and even we might say liberalism, liberalisms are caught between science and democracy, that conflicts. And Lippmann, I think, sees Brian as actually quite consistent. He sees the Brian of the Scopes trial. Yeah, it's the same guy with this sort of naive, boundless faith in the people wherever they might go, and just sees this as wholly inadequate to the task.
You gave us a speech about not using the term elitist, which I meant, which
Right.
I accept, but Mencken and elitism go together like,
Right. So Lippmann's elitism, I think Luc Menand gave us the word professionalism last night. Others have used that too, which I think is a helpful term to think about. Mencken's is not about professionalism. His loves are sort of for old world aristocratic Vienna. He loves Bach and Beethoven, and he loves high culture, and he liberals sort of were lulled into thinking he was one of them because of his contempt for kind of the Rotary Club. He was a big booster of Sinclair Lewis, actually, and also of sort of the evangelical mind and what he made famous with his reporting on the Scopes trial. So you have lots of people like Richard Hofstadter, was influenced by Mencken. Of course, stylistically, he's so delightful. But he also has this legacy in people who, are these kind of haughty, conservative, scornful commentators of our own time. Like P.J. O'Rourke was a big Menckenite. And, there's that whole kind of crowd on the right that sort of followed in that vein. And it's kind of, it's contemptuous of average people, contemptuous of middle-brow culture. A lot of scorn there. And he disliked Wilson and Teddy Roosevelt and Harding and Coolidge. He wasn't an easy man to please. And one does suspect he might have been sort of happier in the court of some aristocrat in older Europe.
okay. Go ahead.
Well, so I wanted to jump in if I
Sure,
could.
Brad, go ahead.
I feel like something that Tom said was really shocking to me, and I really want to read your article. That public opinion he started the book in 1914 is really kind of shocking to me, because I always viewed, and I think Sam mentioned this on email, that you're going to bring in Liberty in the News. I hope you'll discuss it. I always viewed Liberty in the News and public opinion as kind of mea culpas for what Lippmann had done during World War I. He was a propagandist who had worked with George Creel during World War I, and his work on the inquiry, I think, for Colonel House, where he's over in Europe, I think engaging in kind of propaganda, trying to drop information behind enemy lines. And I think he, after the war, realized that he was contributing to kind of misinformation, if you will, or maybe he would say he was combating misinformation, but I always thought that Public Opinion and Liberty and the News were kind of mea culpas for his work during the war, and it was really surprising to me that the book started in 1914. I also think, like, what David said, like, Lippmann's a really good counterpuncher in editorials, right? I think, like, having Mencken as a foil really was helpful to him. Like, there was someone even more pessimistic than Lippmann that he could then counterpunch against. I thought Lippmann was his best as a writer, as an editorial writer, both in the New Republic and in the New York World, writing unsigned editorials.
If I can just jump in. It also, I think, writing against Mencken helped Lippmann define the limits of his own pessimism and doubts about democracy. It helped him see where he didn't want to go. And so in that sense, I think it brought out the best in him as well. I also, I want to say, I mean, this is a bit off topic, but going to George Creel, can't get into all this now, but I think everything we know about George Creel is wrong. And for the younger scholars in particular, there's a great opportunity to do a revisionist account of George Creel. The vast amount of the propaganda he put out was just this really boring, just information of like government news that like had no coloration. And the vast majority of the stuff, like all the hate the Hun posters and stuff, was not done by his agency. So again, not to say there was no problematic role of propaganda on the American side in World War I. Obviously there was, but Creel just has been remembered by history. I mean, I saw in John's footnotes this Alexander book. Yeah, I mean, it's just some of it. It's just so simple-minded, and he's like this kind of Goebbels figure practically. Like anyway, he's a much more interesting and nuanced thinker and progressive, and there's a great opportunity out there.
People are complex, right? So, like, certainly. But there was also just the Wilson administration censoring information during the war in general, which I think, Lippmann was super sensitive to, right? They weren't allowing the cables to be used back to the United States except what the Wilson administration wanted those cables to say.
Right.
So I think all of that kind of, not just Creel, but all of the kind of World War I misinformation, both on the home front and, with the, with their adversaries, behind enemy lines. I think I always saw Public Opinion as a response to all that, but what Tom says, it problematizes it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just to build on that, I guess I think one of the things that I'm trying to do in the article is to certainly not to deny that the war is a big influence on the book, and it shapes. There are loads of examples from the war that are in the book. There's a lot of discussion. The discussions of propaganda that are in the book are absolutely related to his wartime experiences. What I think the kind of archival evidence brings is a sense of the book as a contribution to a kind of longer, like, intellectual history debate, as well as a kind of immediate political context of the war. And I think, these are the debates that kind of span broader periods and involve writers from, the late 19th century and the early 20th century before the war as well. And I think that's probably what it brings in, not a kind of a contribution in that sense. I'll just say two other things. One is that I think it's also important this comes out of something in John's paper actually, that I think we often read him back through a series of mid-century concepts that weren't really available in the 1920s. So debates about the kind of power of propaganda really kind of ramp up in the 1930s with totalitarianism. The idea of brainwashing, for example, is a Korean War idea. These are very strong claims for like elite opinion control, top-down opinion control by the state, and they are less present in the 1920s. And then finally, just on kind of elitism in general, maybe one useful distinction for us is to think about a distinction between elites and experts. and to think about elites as people who have power and experts as people who have specialized knowledge, and that those categories sometimes overlap and sometimes they don't. And I think part of Lippmann's argument about intelligence bureaus is that in order for expertise to be disinterested and therefore like politically useful, it has to be kind of non-political. So at the point at which the expert becomes the elite, according to the book, is the point at which the expert is no longer really an expert.
Mm. Thank you. I just wanted to build on your Creel comment, too. I think Creel did himself no favors with his book, How I Sold the War, or what was it called?
Right,
Yeah. Because he was, we did everything. We told them how, we did it. We were responsible.
Which Lippmann reviewed and thought it was bad.
Right, which it is.
Yeah.
But then there are also, I mean, to the point of propaganda, before American entry, there's all this German propaganda, in America. And George Sylvester Viereck is sort of one of the leading German-American propagandists. And in this great act of chutzpah, after the war, he writes this book sort of denouncing propaganda by Wilson and Creel. And amazingly, the person he gets to write the introduction is Colonel House. Then later, he goes to work writing speeches for Hitler. So, and winds up going to jail on some treason, espionage charge of some kind or other. So the valence with which we view this propaganda changes radically from the wartime to the 20s and then to the 30s and 40s.
Could I add a Creel-Lippmann
Yeah.
before I think the Creel-Lippmann moment that I like best is Creel as police commissioner in Denver, 1915. At the end of a long series of industrial workers of the world free speech fights, and Creel says, "I'm just going to let them talk because they're saying things that nobody agrees with. If I make them martyrs, then I produce a problem." And he just lets the Wobblies work themselves out. They don't know what to do. They all go home, and the thing is over. Whereas San Diego and Spokane and Butte had produced massive problems for authorities. And so what Creel's doing there is he's being the preface to politics innovator statesman. Right? He's not repressing, producing all of the counterproductive side effects that Lippmann is anticipating and predicting. Instead, Creel is Lippmann's statesman. And being a statesman who's managing information flows. Right? That's the move that Creel's making.
I always thought Herbert Hoover was their ideal of a statesman during World War I. The kind of, I know this is not a 1920s term, but the ultimate technocrat, right, at that time was Hoover. I mean, Lippmann wanted to go work for Hoover. Frankfurter wanted to go work for Hoover. Everyone in that house admired what Hoover was doing by feeding the people of Belgium and eventually most of Europe. So, I think they valued, as kind of Tom said, the kind of the expert, right? The someone who could, kind of get things done based on expertise.
And not on social status or not on, power. Thank you. One last question, David, on your Mencken piece. You published your article in 2012 and you ended it, "America is no longer plagued by serious doubts about democracy."
Yeah.
And you cite a growing cultural trend toward placing trust in the wisdom of crowds. Do you stand by that?
Right. No, I actually was just rereading it this morning, and I came on the same line. I said, okay, well, it's 10 years ago. But I think, look, that underscores nothing is brand new. I think the sort of roots of the conflicts we're in go back, at least to kind of the 60s and, again, the rise of that Nixon-Agnew kind of cultural conservative populism, but also have some much more recent causes or antecedents that are mostly in the 21st century. So yeah, obviously, we now have great concerns about democracy, but I mean, what I meant by that is, doubts about whether democracy is the best form of government. And again, as Lippmann said last night, sort of the rise of the Trumpists and Trump has in some ways made us return to saying democracy is really important in ways maybe we were a bit more, casual or complacent about it, 10 or 15 years ago. So, I mean, in that sense, it hasn't changed. What has changed is the perceived threat to democracy.
Thanks. John, you talk about the myth of the modern First Amendment. Can you describe that? What's the myth?
Great. So we have a standard, one standard conventional narrative for the rise of the First Amendment in modern America, which is incredibly well represented in this room. I've got Luke Menand to my left, I have Brad Snyder to my right, but it's a story that you'll all be familiar with. It's that the story of Henry James to Oliver Wendell Holmes gives rise in the fall of 1919 through Holmes's dissent in a case called Abrams to the idea that the best mode of producing truth is the production of more speech. Right? And that story has been incredibly powerful in our understanding of the First Amendment. But we're all gathered at a Walter Lippmann conference, right? So actually, at exactly the same moment, right, the fall of 1919, it's really quite extraordinary just how simultaneous these things are. Lippmann is producing or popularizing, let's say, and bringing to prominence a critique of that very idea. Right? That is, Lippmann's story is that the production of speech is, I mean, there's a Foucauldian dimension to this, is part of the production of power. That speech is a product of special interests and organizations and social projects, and we shouldn't expect the production of more speech in the society that we have to be oriented towards the production of some useful set of truths. We should instead expect to see the production of more speech as part of the production of forms of power. That is Lippmann's move in the fall of 1919. And not surprisingly, given how active he is in the Cambridge set, he of course writes a semi-famous letter to Holmes right after the Abrams opinion and says, you might not have seen my article in the Atlantic, but I think you're all wrong. I think you're all wrong on this. More speech will produce more truth. So the project that I'm engaged in now, and there's a paper in the that Adelina kindly sent out that is the beginning or a test run of this hypothesis, is to figure out what's the significance of the simultaneity of Lippmann's critique of modern free speech with the production of modern free speech. They happen at one and the same time. And that's the myth. And that's the myth is. So the myth, to state it clearly, is that modern free speech law arises in the moment of discovery of this hopeful, pragmatic account of how democracies can produce better estimations of truth, Lippmann helps us see that actually that's not right.
So it's a moment of real pessimism in some ways about the potential of free speech.
Yes, and so pessimism and optimism have been circulating through this conversation, and so there is, of course, a kind of pessimism, that is to say, a certain hopeful model of pragmatist truths is being critiqued. Mm-hmm. But this moment in 1919, 1920 for Lippmann and for the fellow travelers around him, I don't know that I would describe it as pessimistic necessarily. It's also attached to a positive project of how to produce better truths. And it's a positive project that in some ways gets a little bit lost because of the way in which its politics have been lost in our time. But it's a politics that runs through class mobilization. So if on Lippmann's account, because he's still an early Lippmann moment here in the immediate post-war moment, the labor movement carries the possibility of organizing information, spreading information, collecting it, and doing so in a way that can produce a constructive set of democratic projects. And Lippmann will relatively quickly move away from this in the post-war moment, but a whole set of characters, the fellow travelers I've described, will carry this on through the early 1920s and beyond. And a whole set of labor intellectuals, ranging from Roger Baldwin on the one hand to Sidney Hillman on the other, carry forward, I think, a Lippmann project of trying to figure out how to produce information on which masses of people in a modern social, in mass democracy can manage information and be constructive citizens.
And you write about Roger Baldwin and his emphasis on industrial democracy as a way to carry this out. You want to talk about
Right.
that?
So Baldwin in 1920 is going to establish the ACLU, and because of his affiliation with the ACLU, for decades thereafter, I think that conventional historical wisdom associates Baldwin with the project of rights claiming. And an optimistic idea that individual rights to speech autonomy, on the one hand, can produce, on the other, a meaningful and effective democratic order. Now, partly I'm influenced here by the amazing Laura Weinrib at Harvard Law School, who has a really extraordinary book on the way in which the early Baldwin is an industrial Democrat or left of that in the 20s. And for Baldwin in the 20s, free speech claims are claims about picketing. They are labor mobilizing or they are claims about permitting labor to do its work in a moment when strike injunctions are making it hard for unions to do that work. The other half of Baldwin that I want to bring into the historical memory of Baldwin in the 20s is a Baldwin who is carrying out one of Lippmann's projects. So Lippmann in 1919, 1920 says, given the way in which public opinion is formed, what we need are a set of information-producing institutions that aren't part of the commercial press. And he associates them with labor. He says labor is spending lots of money on elections and on strikes that are failing. Labor should be producing information. And so Baldwin goes about raising money in the early 20s to produce a foundation, which he runs alongside the ACLU for the next decade and a half. To finance those very institutions. So there's Baldwin not as naive individual rights claimer, but Baldwin as political economy producer, engaged with creating institutions, engaged with attending to the political economy in which information is produced, received, managed, and in which democracy will take place. So that's the, if you just look at Baldwin with the ACLU, I think you get, even with Laura's excellent additions, you get a distorted view. And if you pull back and you see Baldwin in both of his hats, foundation director, financing, labor education, labor publications, and the like, you see a different kind of a Baldwin.
So there was a strong class component to this effort of his as well that you don't.
For sure. So if Lippmann's experts are going to become the Brad's word technocrats, who are enervating of democratic energies, the project of Baldwin and a whole array of characters organized around what will become the CIO. So it's youthful CIO organizers, in their pre-CIO moment, is to produce a set of experts who will be engaged with and energized by the mass of workers whom they represent, and it will be connected to them in an organic, mobilizing way. And so we're quickly going to get to Dewey here, because you can see Dewey will take Lippmann in this direction, and the reflexive democratic experimentalism of Dewey in the 20s and early 30s is something that Baldwin, Hillman, and others are trying to live out. But of course you need experts, you need leaders, but you need to keep those leaders from being too far separated from the masses of people whom they represent. And so, so I think the early CIO project, which you can see in unions like Hillman's Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, also dissident factions of the United Mine Workers, International Association of Machinists a little bit, the amalgamated industrial unions of the 20s. They're trying to figure out how to do Lippmannian politics of this left sort and class is central to them. Baldwin will say, you can see how Baldwin's influenced by Lippmann. Baldwin will say there is no public. Right? He'll say that in 1919, but he's anticipating how Dewey's going to take this idea by saying, but of course there are classes. right? There is no public, but there are classes, and information can be organized around class politics. And so there are publics, even if there isn't a public.
You talk about the Pittsburgh steel strike of 1919, and it was a sort of an abject failure for the union's point of view. And both Lippmann and Baldwin were deeply involved in observing and commenting on this. How did that shape their ideas about the distortions of information?
Great. Well, so Pittsburgh in 1919 will be a case study for Lippmann in the way in which information flows do and don't happen. Now, this is an important, one can step back and see the usefulness of Lippmann's insight for thinking about the origins of the First Amendment. The main information problem in Pittsburgh in 1919 isn't produced by state censorship. Now, there's some state censorship too, but for the most part, it's that U.S. Steel controls the newspapers. It doesn't require the governor of Pennsylvania at all. And so Lippmann is observing that as a case study in the way information works under modern mass production capitalism. But Baldwin is right there. Baldwin is a labor spy in Pittsburgh in 1919. He's working for the he's burrowed into a steel company. He's buried into U.S. Steel as an employee, but reporting back to William Z. Foster, who's running the strike for the AFL, having burrowed his communist. Communist has burrowed himself into the AFL at this moment. Baldwin is caught. I mean, the Harvard grad from the Mayflower family does not disguise himself well among the steel workers of U.S. Steel in 1919. But Baldwin comes out of that with I think it's fair to say, influenced by Lippmann's account, but with a different and more class-conscious approach. Baldwin comes out organized around mobilizing working class people around institutions that are in their own interest. Maybe a way to step back and say this is that Lippmann over time is going to become convinced that experts standing outside of the pell-mell flow of information will be the way to move democracy forward. Baldwin thinks that that's a myth. There aren't people outside the hurly-burly, the chaos of information flows. There aren't people who aren't part of their own projects. No one stands outside. And that insight leads him to the idea that mobilizing labor is a way of continually producing a new public and energizing and refreshing and renewing the public over time.
Okay. So his ideas about managing distorted information, you've called them more promising for the current crisis as well.
Right. That is to say, if this moment of critique of democracy is also a moment of critique of administration. That is, the expert in our world. Just to even identify the expert as such is to offer the critique of the expert. This is like David's point earlier. That is where we're so familiar with this critique. And I think the problem with the model of the expert is this idea that the expert stands outside and can offer some disinterested professional wisdom. And there's such wide skepticism of that idea in our world today for good reason. A different model would be to think about organizing information endogenously, not exogenously, but endogenously through institutions that would be connected to people and connected to their interests. And for a long time, in the middle of the 20th century, I think American labor did this remarkably well. That is to say, labor unions, and this is Sidney Hillman's insight, labor unions are invested in the success of the firms with which they do collective bargaining. If the firm goes under, though it's not good for the amalgamated clothing workers. And that kind of institution that is accountable in a clear way to the interests of its members, that's an institution that can convey credible information and that can and that is accountable. Right now, our information purveyors are they're accountable only to clicks and to the what Tim Wu would describe as the economy of attention. and there's a way in which a mobilized labor project connects its members to information that is accountable.
Tom, you wanted to?
Oh yeah, just to build on some of the stuff that John's saying, and Brad as well. I think in terms of the kind of a sense of like technocratic drift, I think maybe it's helpful as well to think about Lippmann's kind of best case scenario for modern democratic politics, which I think in the 1920s is basically Al Smith's New York, right? So Al Smith, governor, great hero of the New York world, which Lippmann's writing editorials in every day. And the thing that I think that Lippmann sees as kind of specifically politically kind of promising there is that Smith is this kind of vivid symbol of modernity, of urban liberalism, popular reformist governor, and that definitely has limits. So it's not very kind of class-driven, unlike Norman Thomas, for instance. And actually, I don't know how. Do you know how? I don't know how Sidney Hillman came down in 1928 on kind of Smith or Thomas, but Dewey and Lippmann and most others went for Smith as a kind of like viable small d democratic figure who could kind of make it work through modernization.
I mean, in the early 20s especially, Baldwin is so caught up in the world of social theory that the state, I mean, the state is not a viable path, or the state the state is going to be a useful instrument only if it can be contained by a working class politics that manages it in some effective way.
Brad?
John, I just had a question for you. Behind Holmes's pragmatism is a kind of contempt for democracy, and where does Brandeis's view of free speech fit into your account? Because it's much more of a pro-democracy view of free speech that is different than Holmes's.
Yeah, so I mean, Brandeis is a participant in the conversations about industrial democracy from before he's a justice, and Brandeis and people like Sidney Hillman are actually quite close to one another in the model of collective bargaining and labor arbitration that they think is industrial democracy. That is how labor is going to have a seat at the table, is through participation in collective bargaining. The rules under which the workers will work will be rules of their own making, and there will be a constitution with a rule of law in the form of arbitration that will allow for those rules to be enforced. And so Brandeis is much closer to this tradition, just stripped of the class, the class consciousness piece. That is, Brandeis believes there's a public, and believes that the industrial democracy should be designed in the interest of a public that he is more confident than the left Lippmannians will function.
If I could just come in on that, I agree completely with John that you need to read Lippmann, particularly in Liberty and the News, which is where a lot of that 1919 material is, as a critique of the emerging kind of First Amendment philosophy of free speech. And a lot of the critique is that it's anachronistic, I think, in Lippmann's view. It's like out of date. It's classical liberalism. It's, individuals on a free market of ideas exchanging, and that's not the progressive project anywhere else. So why should it be the progressive project in free speech? And so he's got a critique of the marketplace of ideas that Holmes is articulating as anachronistic, and is trying to generate, I think, a progressive philosophy of public opinion, which we can talk about more. I think what's interesting is Brandeis doesn't have the marketplace of ideas metaphor, but his metaphor in Whitney is like Athenian democracy. It's like actually sort of even more anachronistic in some ways than 19th century America. And so I think that's why, for me anyway, that's why Lippmann is interesting as a normative project of trying to think what would a philosophy of public opinion be in a modern society. And all of our models are much older than that, actually.
One last question for John. You talk about the collapse of the administrative state that Lippmann championed and the collapse of industrial democracy that Baldwin championed, which leaves us without these mediating institutions. Is there anything, can there be anything to replace these?
That's interesting. I mean, no, I think we should just bring them back. I mean,
You're asking for solutions.
Right, exactly.
Sorry, my mistake.
Because I work in a law school, I'm supposed to give solutions. It's really kind of a problem. I mean, I would rather draw inspiration from the two, what I think of as the two institutional responses to Lippmann's critique of free speech, even in free speech is a moment of beginning. And those are an administrative state and a labor movement as ways in which we can limp through, stumble through, muddle through, connecting up ordinary people with the kinds of decisions that need to be made in a mass democratic society. They seem like really creative and innovative solutions. I mean, I'm a little more enamored in this paper and in this project with the Baldwin idea because of the way in which the idea that the expert is outside is so obviously mistaken, and the left Lippmannians of the labor movement have this way of connecting the citizen to the expert through this mechanism of labor mobilization.
Thanks, John. Did you have it? Okay. So Sam, you are writing about the practice of journalism. You were interested in the liberty in the news. You say, and this will fall on receptive ears, there's never been a journalistic golden age. That's something that people like to believe. And you draw a line from today's culture of angry lying as a political strategy back to McCarthy. And in fact, it goes back further than that. In 1690, there was fake news in the first newspaper that was ever published in the North American colonies over a political issue. But you call it an American political tradition. And especially on the conservative side, have conservatives been more willing to distort the news or more successful at it?
So this is a very big question. I'm not sure. I mean, so this is a piece that I circulated that I don't think anyone in the room has read because it was just kind of on the internal list. So maybe I'll just explain why Lippmann figures into my thinking about this project to keep us kind of more in the conversation. Which is I was just rereading Liberty in the News in the context of the current concerns about lying and like all the angry lying that's going on. And his critique in 1919, that sort of small volume, just feels exactly on point. I mean, you can kind of do a direct transposition of what, there's a mob running America, there's a pandemic, there's racial pogroms in 1919. And so what I was trying to do in this piece is extract from Lippmann, the early Lippmann, some ideas for sort of managing the current concerns about fake news. I mean, I can lay those out if you're interested. I don't think I'm a historian too, my solutions generally suck. But I think the interesting point is to engage with Lippmann as someone engaged in the same normative problem we are engaged with today, and that I think he gets a lot further than we get today in kind of putting his hands around the specificities of the problem. So the first point is just to say we're here to talk about public opinion. I mean, I really think public opinion needs to be read as the middle volume of a trilogy with all of the problems that middle books in trilogies normally have, which is he sort of started a thing and then he turned it around, and then by the end, Phantom Public, he's kind of given up on what was interesting to me in Liberty in the News. What's interesting in Liberty in the News to me is this attempt to articulate, as I was just saying, a modern idea about how public opinion should work. And for him, any idea about modern public opinion is going to require jettisoning, I think, the most important notion he has. We need to jettison the idea of the omnicompetent citizen. And I think that's the kind of heart of a kind of classically liberal philosophy of public opinion, which is we could all sort of know everything about every subject. And he says that's just sort of impossible for all the obvious reasons that he spends a long time outlining. I think the reason this is really important is that ideology of an omnicompetent citizen is still with us, and it's been weaponized incredibly powerfully, particularly by the right. So in some of the recent coverage of like Dr. Oz's campaign, right, he's regularly brought up, and people say, well, how do you justify all the kind of bunk science you've been pushing, right? And the answer is we're just providing multitude of viewpoints, right, out of a marketplace of ideas. Individual citizens have the most capacity to decide the way they want to treat themselves, right? That's the kind of philosophy that Lippmann is really upset by. Right? And he said, we don't think about citizens having the capacity to sort of like make their own workplace health and safety regulations. Why should we not also try to protect or provide guardrails here in the formation of public opinion? I think he raises the question beautifully in Liberty in the News when he's still connecting it to a socialist project. By public opinion, he started to get more pessimistic and thinks he's getting deeper. He sort of moves more to epistemology than political economy. And then by the Phantom Public, he's given up completely. And I think the problem is that he's never able to articulate what the antonym to an omnicompetent citizen is. And I think that's still the project today, is to work out how do we have a theory of citizenship that is not presuming omnicompetence, but that doesn't slide into what we think of as the antonym, which is incompetence, right? And because you can't go around telling everybody that they're incompetent, because that's not democratic. It's also not politically viable. So
Although we do it a lot.
We do it a lot. I mean, that's the response to the current, everyone has their friends, right? Like, oh my God, can you believe how the people are voting? What a bunch of idiots. And so democracy's dying on either end of that equation, right? It's dying on either the sort of cynical mobilization of we're just putting out all the ideas and you can decide, and it's dying on the everyone's too stupid, we need kind of technocratic guardrails. And Lippmann is trying to go down the middle of that road. I think Dewey is also trying to go down the middle of that road. But Lippmann falls off because by a phantom public, he's described, I mean, the metaphor that sticks with me is in the phantom public. He says the public is like a bewildered puppy trying to lick 3 bones at once, right? And that is an incompetent citizen, not one who is potentially competent everywhere, but just can't, as a matter of practical logic, be omnicompetent at all times. So I guess that's why I'm interested in Liberty in the News and the early Lippmann. And I guess my question, and I hope someone can solve for me, is what is the opposite of an omnicompetent citizen that we can kind of mobilize a politics around?
Maybe one idea is Donald Winnicott that has this idea of the instead of like the good mother, as in the perfect mother, the good enough mother. How about the good enough citizen?
Okay.
Can I
Go ahead,
ask
please.
a question? I mean, not to preempt Andy's further questions to Sam, but you know, I think I agree completely that public opinion is the middle of this trilogy. And I don't know if you've given thought, or anyone else on the panel, why is it that that's the book, you know, I mean, that's the one we're having conference for. It gets far more attention in the literature than Liberty or Phantom Public. And maybe that's wrong, maybe that's misplaced. I mean, I'm curious to know from fellow Lippmann experts, or people more expert in Lippmann than I am, why that has become kind of the locus classicus as opposed to the other volumes.
Gentlemen.
I don't know, maybe.
Sam?
This is not at all probably right. My sense is it stands alone. It is written a little more out of its time in some ways. Liberty in the News is a set of Atlantic articles where he's trying to first work through these problems, and it's then just this tiny little volume. It would be sort of hard to extract out and teach as kind of trans-historical in some ways. And then the Phantom Public is so kind of post-scopes and angry and bitter that it's also hard to kind of pull out. Whereas the Phantom Public, the Public Opinion, I mean, particularly the opening sections, which are historical about World War I, as Tom says, but they're all historical just as examples of universal
Right.
truths. It's written as a kind of trans-historical piece. But that's just one sense.
I totally agree, and it's also, I think, you know, he takes longer writing it, he thinks more about it, and John mentioned this like semi-famous letter to Holmes about Abrams, and in that letter he also says, Liberty in the News is part of this bigger book I've been working on for the last 5 years, so back to 1914, that is coming out at some point. I don't know when it'll be finished. It's called Public Opinion. So I think it's, you know, we could see it really as the kind of culmination of his early intellectual biography.
You talk a lot in your article about Lippmann's idea of the political observatories, which it's often been dismissed as either, well, elitist, we want to use that word, or naive about whether experts can be disinterested. But you seem to be suggesting something similar with your idea for public nonprofit newsrooms. Why would those work better? Can you describe how the idea works?
Yeah, so the other thing I take from Lippmann is once you think about the problem not in kind of like individual omnicompetent citizens and just kind of supply and demand in the marketplace of news, but more in the terms that John's outlined about a kind of ecology or ecosystem of information. And he's very explicit, Lippmann, in Liberty in the News, that we think about problems of democracy in America in terms of the problems of civil liberties. Right? He says we think about them as the permissions of speech and repression of speech. And he says that's all just beside the point. He's like, that's superficial. the real problem is not opinions and whether you have the right to utter your opinions. The real problem is what information is circulating that allows people to form their opinions in the first place. And so he wants to get beneath, I mean, to sort of use a Marxist language, he wants to get beneath the sort of sphere of circulation and into the sphere of production. And he says that's where the real problems lie at first. He then will abandon that. And I want to keep our eye on the sphere of production. This won't be a surprise to anyone in the room, but like the big problem, I think, in the kind of circulation of fake news today is not the presence of kind of obnoxious opinion, right? That's in the sphere of circulation, but it's the absence of the production of information that's necessary to democratic life, right? The collapse of local journalism, 40% of journalists in the nation laid off in the last 15 years. And so my interest is, like Lippmann, in this early period, thinking about how can we kind of revive the circulation and production of information necessary to opinion formation. So rather than arguing about what things should be allowed to be said or what opinions are too noxious to be aired, sort of let that go as kind of a sort of echo chamber politics, the sort of politics of outrage, and pay attention to the other problem, which is we don't have much reporting about like local politics in a lot of parts of the country. How could we do something about that? And this is where his idea about political observatories I sort of pick up. He calls them political observatories as places to kind of just produce information. And I think, it's pretty vague the way he's talking about it. Partly it'll go into the administrative state, right? These are places that produce information and produce statistics, produce knowledge. But I think we need more of those kind of organizations. And so one idea is to sort of like, public funding for newsrooms, maybe based in universities, that the role is not to do commentary, the role is to just kind of report on local politics. But, again, models aren't my strength. The idea is the conceptual point that there's a politics of information and then there's a politics of opinion. And Lippmann, I think, is pretty convincing that we should think less about opinion and more about the political economy of information.
He gave his book the wrong title.
Yeah.
Public opinion. He should have public information.
Well, yeah. I mean, he thinks that's he thinks public opinion is downstream from this other thing. He actually, the stream of news is his idea, right?
A challenge to the idea, you're talking about publicly funded newsrooms or
Yeah, I mean, this is why we don't do models, right?
Well,
because then
exactly,
there's
yeah.
like actual concrete things to, someone smarter than me will come up with a good way of doing these things.
the question that arises for me, maybe this is an unfair question too, but you suggest that these newsrooms need to be in the old-fashioned sense objective. If no one believes in objectivity anymore, how can these be accepted how can these be accepted as objective?
Yeah. I mean, here I think John and I have a kind of interest. We did a panel similar to this a few months ago at the night, and I think I divided the labor, because I think John's kind of right that the better way to do it would be to connect the production of information to sort of social movements, and the labor model makes more sense. But he's doing that. So I was like, I'll explore I'll go the less productive route. And this is why John's John and I'm just me. The less productive route is...
I got Andy to call on me first. I mean, if Sam had gone first, he would have gotten to do it. But.
Yeah. So that's one idea, right? Sort of just saying that there's no such thing as knowledge that's outside of politics, and that the knowledge has to be useful. I'm on board with that, and I think it's probably the most viable political strategy. But I also still believe that there's a possibility of struggling for a disinterested type of knowledge production, and that's worth trying to do, and we all know that it's failed, and there'll be other organizations to critique it. I mean, part of the reason I think it's possible to imagine a newsroom today that's really dedicated to a very old-fashioned idea about objectivity is that there are so many other organs of criticism to hold it accountable. So you're no longer got that sort of blurring that would happen in the kind of age of like the monopoly newspaper, where the only voice in town is able to pass off its kind of particular idea of objectivity as the only truth. You know, my worry is that all we have at the moment is the proliferation of opinion, and just a set of talking heads around the same set of stories. And I'm just trying to like come up with ways to have more information produced. And if all those newsrooms are trying to chase the same sensational kind of headlines, they'll all do the same thing. The idea is to sort of produce the unpopular story so it's available.
Well, in support of Sam's plea for objectivity, for the continuing relevance of objectivity, the labor project of producing information was itself committed to the project of objectivity and facts in so doing. Now, they weren't naive in the sense that they didn't imagine that, in fact, they would be able to get outside of the social mobilization of which they were a part to achieve that kind of objectivity, but that remains the goal. So right now I'm obsessed with this proliferation of labor colleges in the 1920s, and all around the country, but especially just outside New York. And their project is to deliver objective facts to the workers. Like, that's the project. I mean, they're not postmodern in their conception of the way of what they're going to be doing in the role of producing information. So there remains an important role for objectivity even after disillusionment here, I think.
Well, it put me in mind, I think it was Anthony Lucas came up with something like the Afghanistan principle. I mean, someone like Nick will correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but so the idea is like the farther you are away from what everybody's talking about in the United States or in Washington, the more freedom or the more authority the journalist has to sort of describe reality and have a large degree of trust from the readership. And I think the, discarding of and contempt for objectivity to a great deal centers on these things that we all read and know and argue about all the time. But when it comes to whether foreign reporting or local reporting or things where we don't have sort of an abundance of information and competing viewpoints, people actually still, though they might not admit it, do subscribe to a certain kind of objectivity in reporting. There are news sources that will tell them what's going on in their school board, their neighborhood, or in foreign reporting in places far away on issues they haven't really given thought to. So in that sense, I think for Sam's project, if it's locally oriented, if you're not trying to sort of tell people what to think about, Washington politics, it might not be so hard to recreate that sense of trust and authority.
You also talk about, Sam, about regulation of media as something that is a very popular idea, but you seem to think it's not terribly effective. You want to talk about that?
I'm trying to think what it would be a useful. I mean, there's problems for Lippmann as there are today. I mean, I think Lippmann actually says, I don't know which of the volumes it's in, but he says, like regulation of the newspapers is like the most tricky thing imaginable. I mean, that's the obvious solution that's circulating that Lippmann and Dewey are up against, right? Is that if there's, the news industry was in crisis in the early 1920s. Actually, the high point, you have the most newspapers in the US in 1909, and it's beginning to decline thereafter. It sort of trends to a natural monopoly given the advertising revenues. And so it's in the 1920s you actually get the first stories and books about the disappearing daily newspaper. Like, that's a kind of long-running problem. So they're aware of the fact that a for-profit newspaper industry is not sufficient to produce the kind of knowledge that is required for democracy. And that's front and center. And so one of the questions for them is, what are you going to do about it? Because the obvious solution in the progressive worldview is state regulation or state ownership. And they obviously have concerns about that. And the other solution is professionalization. So Liberty in the News talks a lot about professionalizing journalists. Again, though, for free speech reasons, professionalization can only go so far in journalism. You can't have a license to be a journalist in the same way as you have a license to be a doctor, because that creates, in the 1920s, the person who did that was Mussolini in Italy, licensed the journalists as a professional society, and that, where that story goes. So what they're grappling with is, how do you allow enough freedom for experimentation in the media ecosystem that's supposed to provide the check and the balance and the legitimacy to the political process, while also acknowledging the fact that it is an economic industry that suffers from all the same problems that the economic industries elsewhere in the period suffer from. Trends to monopoly, publisher dominance. One of the models that I'm interested in, this is all things that I really talk more about in a book I wrote a few years ago on the problem of press freedom in the 20th century. But there are efforts to regulate the economics of the newspaper industry beginning in the 1930s. Those are actually argued against by the newspaper industry itself, which kind of blurs its expressive function and its economic function, and says, well, if you can prevent us from hiring, like one of the proposals is child labor laws for newsboys. And the newspaper industry gets up and says, that would be a violation of the First Amendment. You can't touch us. If you regulate us in any way, it's like one step from here to Hitler, right? And that's a kind of neoliberal vision, an anti-regulatory vision of the First Amendment that I argue begins with the newspaper industry and then spreads elsewhere. The other model is labor, so the newspaper guild, right? Organizing to try to create a kind of more publicly responsive newspaper industry that will be more objective than one in which publishers can hire and fire journalists as they see fit. So the problem of regulating the newspaper industry, I think, is difficult, or the media industry now, broadcast too. As Lee Bollinger has pointed out, we've always had a kind of bifurcated way of thinking about. We do broadcast media on sort of the public interest model, and we let the newspaper industry go free. That newspaper industry model has now kind of colonized across the media landscape. And so at the end of this piece, I'm just beginning to try to think through what kinds of regulations could you engage in that wouldn't threaten free speech. They'd have to be targeted particularly at sort of the economic functions. But my bigger point is that I don't think, well, I'm not sure what an antitrust politics would look like in the current moment, given that one of the problems is diversity and a collapse of advertising revenue. So if there's going to be antitrust, it would have to be the advertising economy, not at the media industry itself. But that's just that's a different conference I think we're in at that point.
Any responses? Thank you. Well, we've come to the point now where I can either continue to ask general questions, or you can ask each other questions, which I've asked you to think about, or the audience is welcome to raise their own questions, ask for comments. Go ahead.
Let's hear from the audience.
Let's hear from the audience. Yeah. Yes.
I'd like to go back to this question about elitism.
Question, is that on? But elitism versus professionalism. And to David, I love your article about Lippmann versus Mencken, but I think there's a distinction to be made between Mencken's anti-democratic elitism and Lippmann's democratic elitism. I mean, he was an elitist, and I don't think it's ahistorical to use the word elitist. Early 20th century is the era of elite theory, of Michel's, Pareto, and so forth. These ideas were very much in circulation at that time. But there is a useful distinction that Tom brought up between elitism and elite power, in the sense of wealthy and powerful elites in charge of the state and the economy, versus the question of experts. And so the terms aren't equivalent. And there is a useful democratic function of professionals, of that kind of elite. So can we acknowledge that Lippmann was an elitist? I mean, I really don't see any other alternative. It's not just in the phantom public, it's in public opinion. Certainly he was an elitist. But it doesn't lend itself to, equating him with Mencken or with authoritarianism.
Right, okay. Well, look, my quarrel with the term is that it leads us into a very easy blurring of categories that are better kept separate. Economic elites, political elites, intellectual elites, professional elites. I mean, these are really all kinds of different categories. And I mean, sure. I mean, Lippmann is not a Bryanite in that sense. So I have no argument there. My argument is with the resort to elitist as kind of the primary framework with which we understand Lippmann, which I think is kind of rampant now, especially, say, among more casual readers of Lippmann, so that it becomes a mechanism, a way of dismissing him and not reckoning with the nuances of his thought. But but to your general point, I don't disagree.
Can I just add, I totally agree with Paul there, and would just add another kind of voice into this, often seen as the kind of classic statement of an elitist theory of democracy, which is Joseph Schumpeter's chapters in his book Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy. And those chapters argue that what is democracy? Schumpeter says it's a competition between elites for political leadership, and then citizens vote for those elites, and then that's it. That's the whole content of democracy.
And that's the same as Lippmann.
Well, in some versions, but Lippmann is also invested in the idea of a public sphere as a place where political contestation happens, I think. And otherwise, what's the point of editing the New York World or being a journalist? And I think Lippmann certainly has an account of political leadership that involves power, and in a sense elite power, but I also think it has a more expansive understanding of the public sphere than a kind of Schumpeterian account.
Yes, Bob.
I think the panel here has been really terrific, and it's going to be a very tough act for the next panel to follow. I just wanted to follow up in terms of I thought the same thing as to why focus on public opinion rather than the other books, and reading it again. The only thing I could think of is that this book is the more intellectually, academically dense book, drawing on sort of three kinds of evidence. One is Lippmann's pictures in his own head about public opinion. The other, his extensive references to the psychology studies, which are really quite impressive. And then the last, he draws on some survey data of college students in New York and professionals and others in Chicago, so there's some evidentiary base to all this. And I just wonder whether that's the reason, because of the kind of the intensity of the book.
Well, it's as if college professors decide what the important books are, and this is the one that looks most like what we do, and so there you go.
Yeah.
I've been struck during your discussions about tremendous concern about the supply side, quality of news, and so forth. But I'm wondering if you can comment a little bit on the demand side, because it struck me that as someone who studies the mass public, what we see is, I don't want to hear more about politics. We don't see this hunger for more political information, for more political news. And that's, of course, also why we're having trouble with the economic models for things like local news, because people aren't willing to pay for it. So how does the public desire to really inform themselves and so forth really fit into this?
I mean, Lippmann addresses exactly this question in Public Opinion, right? He sort of says it's outrageous that the average citizen today expects all of the news of the world for the cost of an ice cream soda, I think is his, I mean, I don't know, inflation being what it is, but whether that's still a good comparison. But, you know, he's got the same idea here, right? That the demand, there is not a marketplace. And that's the whole point of, I think, the exercise, is to try to get us away from thinking of a marketplace model. You know, what's interesting to me is just to try to think about the production of information knowing that there's not a demand for it, right? I mean, so that what matters, I think, in my way of reading Lippmann and Dewey, is not that if we began to produce more information in any of these kind of other ways, that there would automatically be, you know, people would read it in the morning and everyone would become like the college professor's ideal of the ideal citizen. If that's the way, if there was that demand, we wouldn't need sort of supply-side interventions. What I think is important about the opposite of omnicompetent, and what is that if you were to be interested, can you find the information you need to develop an opinion and become active? And, you know, I think there's a lot of factors in American democratic, sort of in inverted commas, I think, democratic life that disincline people to put the effort in. There's a lot of factors in American political economy, right, that prevent people from having the time to develop information about, you know, opinions about news. So I think those are where the most of the activism has to happen. Like, if people had more reactive political systems and more time to engage in politics, I mean, then there might be more demand for reading the news. My concern is that even if those people have the desire at the moment, it's hard to get information about local elections and things like that. So for me, this is not a way of creating demand, it's a way of a kind of bare minimum, that should demand exist, it needs to find a way to be met.
You don't think it's easier to find things now than it used to be?
No. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't alive back in the golden age of the news, quote unquote. I think it's easier to find a lot of things. It's easy to find a lot of opinion. It's easy to find a lot of in-depth reporting. It's actually not that easy to find. Like, I live in DC, and the Post has a lot of great coverage. It's actually not that easy to find information in the Post about my local ward in DC, and I think in a lot of places where the daily newspaper has gone away entirely, it's very easy to find national and international commentary and coverage. It's very hard to find information about local developments, and that's, again, turns politics into like a reality TV show rather than into a kind of engaged, citizen-focused activity.
Stuart?
Hi, thank you very much for that fascinating discussion. I'm really interested in the kind of appropriation and the misappropriation of Lippmann by the public relations professionals, thinking particularly of kind of Edward Bernays and his books of the 1920s. Do we know what Lippmann felt about this? And also, how do you think that kind of misappropriation has shaped Lippmann's legacy? Thanks.
He hated it. There's a great article by Sue Jansen on Lippmann and Bernays that goes right into this. And yeah, so I think the key thing that happens is that Bernays reads public opinion, publishes a book called Crystallizing Public Opinion, and basically kind of imposes a much stronger account of elite control of opinion onto Lippmann's framework than is actually in Lippmann's book. And that enables Bernays to say that public opinion is just kind of totally generated by these super duper expert PR professionals who can just create it. That's just what they do. They are the public sphere. There's no independent reality of it, and citizens have no agency in forming opinions or engaging with arguments. And there, in various letters, Lippmann says that Bernays is a hack.
So in my book, Republic of Spin, I write about both Lippmann and Bernays, and I agree with what Tom says. But what's interesting about Bernays is that, a decade and a half later, he really revises his own account of how propaganda and opinion formation works in a democratic society. This is in the context of seeing what's going on in Nazi Germany, and Bernays was, horrified to learn that Goebbels had his book, on his shelf and so on. And so he's trying to draw distinctions, which I think are real, between propaganda even in an open society and propaganda in a totalitarian society. And so I'm forgetting the name of the book, but sort of 1939 or so, he writes a book, propaganda is sort of you having a conversation at the barber shop and, persuading someone else of your opinion. It just becomes kind of a benign generic term for persuasion. But he's trying to and he backs off, and in some of his private comments he says, I kind of went too far in crystallizing public opinion. Some of the language sounded too totalitarian than to his own ears a decade later. And to come back to Jelani Cobb's comments about Chomsky in the beginning, I mean, this is why Chomsky so fundamentally misreads Lippmann with the manufacture of consent, which he sees as like this nefarious project. That wasn't what Lippmann meant with the manufacture of consent. He thought this was actually what democracy requires is a building of consensus, would be another way of putting it. There is this stark difference, but Bernays moves toward a more, even though he's I don't think Bernays is ever really a profound thinker, but he moves toward a more democratic understanding of propaganda, by the eve of World War II.
One nice thing about the Bernays reference is that with Bernays and Creel, and now so with Bernays added to the conversation, you could see something of the puzzle of the invention of modern free speech at just that moment. That is Bernays and Creel and Lippmann and company. Also, this amazing character Blankenhorn who runs through this world. Yeah, the debate about the formation of public opinion has moved past censorship, even in the moment of the celebrated end of censorship. It's anachronistic even at its moment of beginning.
Yeah. And to put just another angle on the advertising PR question, it's actually the advertising industry that in many ways does the most in the late 20th century to popularize and extend the idea of the omnicompetent citizen, right? It's the idea of like we're just doing speech, right? We're not doing manipulation, we're just providing viewpoints. And like this is in the Supreme Court in the Virginia pharmaceutical case, right, where advertising gets recognized. This is where the omnicompetent citizen's idea gets its most purchase, is in commercial speech. And so there's a kind of interesting irony, I think, historically, that it's the advertising sort of manipulation side of things that ends up being the most sort of democratic in the classical sense that Lippmann's trying to critique.
Michael.
Oh, sorry, Michael. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. A couple of thoughts. First, I think I didn't properly introduce Andy, and should have, especially her recent book called Not Exactly Lying, because she shows extensively that we've had fake news for since the beginning. Right? What we haven't had, she argues, is fake journalism. That is, fake news draped in the structure or form of real journalism. So I don't know if Andy would say this, but Fox News, for instance, says we're a news organization, and they're actually closer to a propaganda organization. There are all kinds of stories. You gave another example in the beginning here of the fakeness of news for a long time. But what we have now is actually a product of success. That is, professional news organizations that give us a model of what appropriate information for democracy might look like. And it's the fakery, the poor imitation of that is novel, fake journalism, which I think is a quite useful insight. So I belatedly, I'm introducing that idea here. I wanted to say another word or two. Actually, I like that idea of the good enough citizen.
Wait. Can you write a book like that?
Yeah. Not quite, but yeah, maybe. There's something. No wonder I liked it. So we have various models of good citizenness, and maybe we need to think more about what that might mean. Why? I think you've already told us what successfully about why public opinion has survived as the standard work we know from that Lippmann era. Also, it's excerptable, and the first chapter especially is the one that's most known, and it's gotten into our heads and into anthologies. That's a factor. One last observation. I find it celebration of the good old local news that we used to have in the small newspapers that have disappeared, many of them. I'm skeptical about that. If you go back far enough, middle of the 19th century, you can't find in a local newspaper any coverage of local elections, because the point of the newspaper was to make a little money from the printer in town, to advertise the newspaper to other places. It was part of an economic development of small communities, and you wanted everyone in town to read it and not offend anyone, so you didn't cover local news until somewhere around 1850s, or later. And at least when I drove cross country, San Diego to New York some years back, and picked up the local newspaper at every place I stopped. Well, they were there. You could pick up a local newspaper, but they were mostly community boosters. Still, I didn't see. I mean, I might have missed it, but I think there's some. Yeah, if we had a vital local news scene, that would be great. But I'm not sure, with rare exceptions, we ever did. So just another observation. I guess I'm more. One last observation. And we do have, thanks to the internet, thanks to blogging, thanks to ProPublica, thanks to fact-checking organizations, we have a proliferation of nonprofit or foundation-supported news organizations that, how well their information spreads, I don't know, but that we have a situation where a variety of non-commercial opportunities are there. And I have one more comment. Some commercial organizations have extended themselves in ways that have welcomed a wider public on important issues. I think, whenever mainstream media realized there were women in the country, they thought, and they read and they watch, and maybe we should have coverage of issues of gender. That was a long time coming, I acknowledge, but it came, and it came in part because it looked like there was profit there. So I don't want to entirely discount the possible virtues of profit seeking.
Thank you. Any have a comment? Response?
Well, in New Haven, we've got a great foundation-supported local news, the New Haven Independent. It's a great, you can learn more about local politics than you could from the New Haven Register 30 years ago. On the other hand, 30 years ago, there was an alt weekly in town run by the same people who run the website now, and they were in conversation with the New Haven Register. So in the old days, there were two, and now there's just the one. So I don't know.
We are almost out of time on the schedule, but Chris, do you have a quick question?
It's not quick. So we can hold it.
Before we close, I wanted John to present the Ngram.
Well, you're not going to be able to see it, but if you do an Ngram, the Google Ngram viewer for elitism, it's 1960 is the takeoff. 1960. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, we could do it. We could do it. Now,
Elite is 1940s.
40s. It won't arbitrate the Paul Starr, David Greenberg debate, but it's information for you as you go about the arbitration.
Right.
Yeah, Elite is a little bit earlier, but still, it's 1950 really. I mean, mid-century.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You're vindicated, Dave.
I don't know.
All right, good.
Thanks for reading my
newspaper would be the voice of the people. That was what Robert Valentine did. Right.
Trade has to choose.
They're gonna put the place card. They're gonna put the place cards up. I'm assuming in the end.
So I would say like a month intensely, but it's not kind of picky. Michael and Nick put together they're very talented, but I think that execution I think really yeah, can't take credit for all these great races. No, it's been great. I'm excited. I didn't get to this online version. Oh, thank you. Thank
So you're good?
I'm good. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Well, prepared, but allowing, I'm relying on spontaneity. assuming I'm at the end because Andy was at the end. I should assume that, yes. Daniel Crease. Nice to meet you. Crease, good. I can pronounce your name. Crease. I'm Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Vince Hutchins. Nice to meet you. Good. Good. Yeah. I have a 12 and a 4-year-old, so the last few years have been intense. Oh, 100%.
I'll sit wherever.
Well, she says we're alphabetical, so I'm.
Oh.
Oh, I have it?
Oh, it's fine.
Great.
So tell me again where I
Wait,
should
now I have
go.
to do. Want to arrange it? ABC order.
I just had an alphabetical order to begin with, just to sort of give them some order. So I think,
I'd like to call us back to order, please.
Great. You want me at the end as a moderator?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay. Just checking. We're good. We're good. How are things at Penn?
Hello, everyone.
I don't know, because I'm on leave this semester.
Congratulations. Where are you?
I know, I'm not going anywhere. It's just the first time my husband and I both had a non-teaching semester at the same time, so we've been traveling.
We have one more panel before lunch, so
Yeah, no, it's been
if you're
fun.
getting hungry, you should certainly sit down now. And welcome to the second panel of today. This one is moderated by our colleague here at Columbia in political science, Bob Shapiro. Bob, you can explain now or later the meaning of a book titled The Rational Public by Bob Shapiro. We're interested in that declaration about the public or some portion of the public. I will turn things over to Bob to introduce the panel. And again, as in the first panel, this will be a moderated discussion. So thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Just to start, I just want to make a brief editorial comment about what goes on here at the School of Journalism at Columbia. When Dean Cobb and President Bollinger gave their opening remarks, they basically commented upon the extraordinary nature of the pursuit of ideas that occurs in this building. That hasn't always been the case. I've been at Columbia for a very long time, and it was with Joan Connor coming on as dean that the school basically widened its scope in a more sort of academic, intellectual direction. It was already an extraordinary school of professional school of journalism, but the academic pursuit was something new. And with the guidance of President Bollinger when he came on, and the appointment of particular deans who were duly acknowledged along the way, this contributed greatly to it. What also contributed greatly to it was bringing Jim Carrey here to Columbia to establish the PhD subcommittee on communication, which has turned into a very extraordinary program. A lot of the students and former students are here in the audience today. The program has recruited a small number, but of extraordinary students, and it's a tribute to the extraordinary faculty in that program, beginning with Jim Carrey, and then the current faculty, of course, Michael Schudson, Andy Tucker, Richard John, and of course the late Todd Gitlin. And I think this event today sort of epitomizes what has been the result of that process. And so I just wanted to offer that opening commentary. Okay, how people make political choices is the subject of today's panel. And we have a fittingly extraordinary panel to pursue that particular topic. Unfortunately, one of the panelists, Larry Bartels, is under the weather and has been unable to make it. He was going to offer some remarks related to his forthcoming book, Democracy Erodes from the Top, Leaders, Citizens, and the Challenge of Populism in Europe. And I think we'll come back to the topic of leadership at some point, and certainly by the end. I asked Larry if he had any comments for the crowd here, and he gave me a quote from Lippmann that I will interject shortly. Okay, so the panelists, you have the description of their brief biographies in the program. Kathy Kramer is the Natalie C. Holt Chair of Letters and Science and the Virginia Shapiro Professor of Political Science at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. She's known for her innovative approach to the study of public opinion, in which she uses listening methods, such as inviting herself into the conversations of others to investigate the way they understand public affairs, particularly in small town and rural areas, for which she's noted for in her well-known book. Vincent Hutchings is the Haynes Walton Jr. Collegiate Professor of Political Science at the University of Michigan and Research Professor at the Institute for Social Research. Professor Hutchinson studies American elections, public opinion, and black politics. He was one of the principal investigators of the American National Election Study from 2010 to 2017. The American National Election Study is an important source of data that was used to pursue the study of some of the questions and assertions that came out of Lippmann's work. Daniel Kreis is the Edgar Thomas Cato Distinguished Professor in the Hussman School of Journalism and Media at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and he's a principal researcher at the UNC Center for Information, Technology, and Public Life. Professor Kreis co-edits the Oxford Press book series Journalism and Communication, Unbound, and is an associate editor of Political Communication. Diana Mutz, and her title is not in the program, but I just want to point it out to you. She's the Samuel A. Stouffer, and Samuel Stouffer is actually an important figure in this study of public opinion and elitism and education, which is related to some of the themes that we might talk about. So she's the Samuel A. Stouffer Chair in Political Science and Communication at the University of Pennsylvania and Director of the Institute for the Study of Citizens and Politics. She does research on public opinion, political psychology, and mass politics behavior with a particular emphasis on political communication. She's the author of numerous relevant books and a great many journal articles. She's a member of the National Academy of Sciences and a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Okay, so how people make political choices. Now, the question in general, and is related to Walter Lippmann, speaks to current frustrations, and frustrations is obviously an understatement, related to public opinion and the news media and the mass media more generally. In my household, it leads my wife to ask me repeatedly, almost every day, why are people so stupid? And I keep reminding her that I wrote a book called The Rational Public, which we could talk about later or not. The answer to this question about people, about the public, has to do with the information they received. Now, Nick Lemann, as I communicated with him about this panel, framed this to me as misinformation representing a political crisis today. This challenges the model of the informed public, which many journalists and others are committed to, and which Lippmann and others have severely questioned. And now this is where Larry Bartels' quote is important. He cites from the Phantom Public, "There are, I believe, immense confusions in the current theory of democracy which frustrate and pervert its action. I have attacked certain of the confusions with no conviction except that a false philosophy tends to stereotype thought against the lessons of experience. I do not know what the lessons will be when we have learned to think of public opinion as it is and not as the fictitious power we've assumed it to be." Today's information environment, the media environment, with the internet and social media, with today's right-wing and left-wing media outlets, has caused further chaos here. So we ask, do people make political choices if not on the basis of information? And how do we think they ideally should make political choices? So I'd like to ask the panelists about this and other questions. The panelists can respond to each other, and then we can move on to further questions. First, I want to pose the first question to Diana Mutz and Daniel Kreis. Diana, Lippmann was very concerned about distortions of reality that can be conveyed by the popular press. How has this problem gotten better or worse in the contemporary news climate? Is this merely a function of partisan news sources or of something more general? And if there are any other topics you want to comment on, feel free to do so. Diana.
Thank you. I think that it is worse in some ways, but not due to things like misinformation. I think, if anything, what we've shown thus far is this is a very historically well-informed group of people, and we know that misinformation is an old problem, not a new one. And as someone who studies the mass public regularly, we know that people have long believed crazy stuff, and that isn't something that just started happening recently. Having said that, I do think that the way in which the news is, or whatever you want to call the news, we don't even agree on what counts these days, the way in which it is written is far more interpretive than what it used to be. And I really liked Andy's list of examples of news articles in the previous panel, because they're all super event-specific types of stories. That's not what news looks like anymore. That's not what journalists do for the most part anymore. For the most part, they are pulling together events and characterizing them as broader phenomenon of some kind or another. That gives journalists a lot more power, I think, because it's not a function of just individual readers deciding to connect things in their own minds. It really is constructing a reality along the lines that Lippmann had in mind to an even greater extent than in the past. Beyond that, with respect to the issue of sort of partisanship, I honestly think that polarization and partisanship, sure, the media can exacerbate it, but it's fundamentally a top-down problem. It's a problem driven by political elites in the United States, and it also, I think, could be potentially solved by political elites in some ways. And I'll explain a little bit about what I mean by that. One of the things I've been impressed by in my studies of the mass public over the last, 8 years, and I know in the last 8 years it's not a time to be very impressed by the public's thinking capacity. However, let me point out a couple of things. One of the things we know is that, the American mass public is not very strategic in its thinking in most situations. We don't expect them to be. We don't have a history of seeing that. But take a look at what happened in the Democratic primary last time around. Huge amount of strategic thinking on the part of average primary voters. And as I said, that's not common, but what we saw, at least in our data and that of many others, I think as well, is that people weren't out there supporting the candidate they liked the best. They were out there supporting the candidate that they thought would be electable in the fall, who could beat Donald Trump. Now, that's a level of strategic complexity that we don't often see in the American voting public. Usually what we expect is they vote for the person they like the best, but that's not what we saw. So to me, this was somewhat reassuring that there's a lot more thought going into these decisions than has typically been the case. Another example that I found heartening was when you look at people who were third-party voters in 2016, and there were a much higher number of them in 2016 than in 2020. Those folks all voted for a major party candidate in 2020. And again, the reason is that they quickly concluded, oh, I wasted my vote last time around, and I'm not going to do that again. And we have panel data showing that these people didn't change their minds about who they liked. They changed their minds about how to make their vote matter. That, to me, I think is an important sign that people are taking things a bit more seriously. People are engaging in strategic thought surrounding electoral choices and all kinds of things that, quite frankly, my field would have said the public wasn't really capable of doing. And yet, we do see it happening. Oh, and I also promised you a solution, didn't I? In the last panel, all backed out. I'll tell you my solution. As I said, I think that if elected partisan elites did not speak in such polarized terms, we would not have the levels of polarization that we have. And it's ironic in a way that the last time this was even contemplated was by a Republican candidate, John McCain, in 2008, when he contemplated choosing a Democratic running partner, Joe Lieberman, as his vice president. Now, what we know is going on right now is there's a rising number of people who will not identify as either Republican or Democrat. They're more independents than we've seen in a long time. And what's interesting about that is that a mixed ticket of that kind, if I don't see it as likely among Republicans, but if the Democratic ticket were split, they would both grab the middle and become much more electable. But they would also offset in a very visible way this idea that we can't get along and we can't possibly compromise or come to common kinds of grounds at all. So I do think the example that elites set is massively important. And I think Stauffer, I'm glad you mentioned him, Bob, because Samuel Stauffer was someone who I think really believed in the power of elites to set the tone for the mass public. And you can call that elitist if you want, but he was the one who really very bravely studied the mass public's attitudes toward the McCarthy hearings. And he found that there was, not a lot of support for civil liberties out there, not as much as we would have liked to have seen. But he said, the saving grace for us is that the carriers of the creed, those in positions of power, actually do believe in this stuff, and that can play a protective role.
Thank you. With regard to the Stauffer studies, if you haven't read them, the comparison between elite and public opinion was based on mass surveys conducted by Gallup and NORC, in which samples of the public were interviewed. Also, local leaders. And it's the local leaders who became the shining light with regard to the protectors of civil liberty. This is where the elitism spin had a very positive aspect to it. Now, Diana, the one thing that really struck me, and other panelists can please chime in on this, you talk about this kind of strategic thinking on part of the public, which raises the question, and Lippmann is pessimistic, obviously pessimistic about this. What's the potential prospect here for learning by the public?
I think we see evidence that they are learning. To me, that's the lesson of seeing so much more strategic choice. I think it's because, obviously in 2016, many people thought Trump wouldn't win, and therefore cast their ballot for third-party candidates because they didn't like Hillary either. But they didn't do that next time around.
Yeah, and the thing that struck me when you talk about the primary election, we saw this in 2020, and in particular, and other panelists might want to comment on this, in particular with regard to strategic thinking on the part of voters in South Carolina. That was something that was really quite striking.
Mm-hmm.
I know Vince. I want to talk to Vince later about the role of race and things. Let me just follow up here on the. And this is a question sort of on the more technologically and information environment front. This is for Daniel. What are the most important aspects of the new information environment that voters make choices within? Are those choices harder in the electronic platform era? We're kind of shifting gears here.
Yeah, thank you. But it implies the first question too, which I wanted to address. When we ask the question of sort of whether things are getting better or worse and what the conditions are, as a normative matter, I guess one place we could start was with Lippmann himself. Page 197, he outlines sort of a normative view around things like we should be searching for human dignity and freedom and justice as values, right? And then sort of think about other paths to that than assuming this omnicompetent citizen. And I think just as a matter of a historical baseline, we have to see 2022 as unequivocally better than the media system of Lippmann's time. I think it is worth to think about, just for a second, the post-Reconstruction era that Lippmann was writing in, the persistence of authoritarian, one-party, white dominant authoritarian enclaves in the US South through much of the 1970s, the push finally to achieve a multicultural, multiracial, pluralistic democracy with the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement, various movements for liberation, trans rights, women, as Michael pointed out before. Never have these voices been more prevalent and present in our public debates today in 2022. Platforms are a big part of that story. In fact, I think a lot of the polarization that we see is better framed as being white dominant backlash to movements for multiracial justice. So if we think about it through that lens, the question is this an epistemological set of problems? Or is it a set of problems that really are about struggles fundamentally over group equality and group-based equality? It's interesting. Forgive me, I missed the first panel. My flight got delayed. It's been a bit of a travel nightmare. I don't know if W.E.B. Du Bois came up in the first panel, but he was writing about propaganda very extensively from the 1910s to the 1940s. And in fact, one of his very core arguments is that we need a propaganda against the white dominant racial order. That was a core aspect of his thinking in books like Darkwater and From Dusk to Dawn, which was published in 1940. The idea behind propaganda, and various recent scholars have tied this together to think about ways in which the Black Lives Matter movement that combines not only information-centric views, which Du Bois was critiquing with respect to the NAACP's dominant approach in the 1920s, to encompass things like art and joy and creativity and multiple forms of expression to build a political project around Black equality in the US. That's what Du Bois was searching for. If I think normatively, what do we see in 2022? Never have we been closer to that dream than in 2022. But it's fragile and it faces backlash. So what do platforms do? So I guess to answer now the direct question, 2 points, maybe a third. First, as my colleague Tressie McMillan-Cotton has written extensively about, platform capitalism, as it meshes with racial capitalism, fundamentally changes the dynamics of the public sphere. So when we talk about political economy, we have to talk about the ways in which platforms make it feel good to engage in a politics of identity, a politics of status, a politics of belonging, and a politics of desire. All of these things are selected for algorithmically by platforms. They're economically incentivized, et cetera. Some scholars have said, well, this perverts democratic discourse. It takes us away from facts. It takes us to performance of identity. However, I believe the flip side of that coin comes from my colleagues like Sarah Jackson at Penn and others who have shown how hashtag activism, emotion mobilizations have been unprecedented in fueling, again, various movements for gender equality, racial equality, LGBTQIA equality, and of course, Black Lives Matter, which is the largest scaling and fastest scaling social movement that we've ever seen in the United States. My colleague, Dean Freelander, does a lot of work on this. So untangling those normative dynamics is important. Second piece, I think flowing from that, media being about identity and not information. I think this is something we talked about, but platforms make identity much more salient. It makes us easier to select on certain arguments and easier to perform our signs of affiliation. I think my colleague at Duke, Chris Bale, has written a wonderful book called The Social Media Prism that shows ways in which human psychology works in tandem with platform algorithms to incentivize certain performances of self. However, and last point I guess I'll make on this issue, we always have to take fundamental steps back and think about power and interest. And this is where I think Lippmann remains very relevant today. And some of the earlier discussions, I think, John in particular, talking about ways in which leaders work through media to build coalitions around ideas for transformative social change. On one level, I think we can think about ways in which all of these things are just collapsible performances of identity and polarization of two sides. But we can also think about them being linked to various social groups that are well sorted into various parties, and these groups know quite well what their interests are. And that is why, in fact, we see not only coherent coalitions within the two parties, but again, why we also see the backlash being so fierce to the struggle for a truly multiracial and equitable democracy.
Thank you. Okay, so your point at the end about different groups and coalitions and so forth, raises the question of, in speaking about public opinion, there isn't a unified thing called public opinion. That is, public opinion is quite variable across groups, and this kind of heterogeneity about public opinion is something that Lippmann is quite silent about, and and so I want to turn to the kind of the role of public opinion in a democracy, but I want to start out by addressing the variability of public opinion. And in particular, since you talk about the role of race in all this, I want to ask Vince, how does race affect how people make choices? Let's leave it at that.
Thank you for elaborate.
Simple question.
I hope this is on. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yeah.
So, absolutely want to respond to that question. I just want to say thanks for the opportunity to come here this afternoon. It is, well, almost afternoon. It's a wonderful conference, and I really enjoyed the first panel. So, the ways in which race may affect political choices are really kind of complicated. And one of the things I wanted to touch on at the outset is really kind of the different information streams that kind of white and non-white, but in particular black versus white populations refer to or rely upon in terms of the elites that they take kind of cues from. And one of the best ways to illustrate this, I think, is in the different ways in which they even use labels like liberal and conservative. So in preparation for this panel today, I did some analyses just looking at the American National Election Study to see how African Americans who identify as conservative, and by the way, about 40% do. Even in the 2020 ANES, this is in the midst of the George Floyd protests, where that number might be somewhat lower because of all the publicity given to racial justice demonstrations. But I suspect that if you were to tell the average person that, they would be a little put off. 40% of African Americans identify as conservative. Actually, in some earlier, not too distant ANESs, the number would be even larger. So a large fraction of African Americans embrace that label, but when they do so, it doesn't seem to mean the same thing to them as it does to whites. Not because whites have a better, more accurate understanding of the term than blacks do. There's considerable literature suggesting that Americans in general don't understand what these terms mean. So I want to be clear when I'm making my point here. And the point is simply that we live in a in 2022, we live in a segregated world, and one of the manifestations of that is the different segregated information streams that we rely upon. So just to elaborate on the point for a little bit and then give up the floor. So I just mentioned that about 40% of blacks identify as conservative, but of those blacks who identify as conservative in 2020, about 75% of them voted for Joe Biden. And I went and I looked at a number of different issue preferences in 2020, and I excluded purposefully issues that focus on race, because I already know, and if you didn't, I'll just say this quickly, that when it comes to issues of race, black conservatives don't look all that different from black liberals. Okay, but what if we look at policy matters that are not about race, like abortion or gun control or spending on the poor? And I have some numbers here in front of me, but I don't really even have to refer to them. I'll just tell you that the bottom line is that whites who identify as conservatives and blacks who identify as conservatives have very different points of view. And of course, that begs the question, just to be more clear. Blacks who identify as conservative are more likely to support gun control as opposed to not. They're more likely to support a pro-choice position on abortion and to support especially spending on aid to the poor and on a whole range of other issues. So what do those terms mean? What do they mean for African Americans? What do they mean for whites? Which is, I could say a lot about that as well. Mostly, I think it just means partisanship for whites. And to circle back to Bob's question, so how does race affect our political choices? And in the spirit of the panel and the conference more broadly, right? So in terms of the work that Lippmann did, the pioneering work, Americans are not interpreting politics through an ideological lens. And that's something that I think journalists continue to be committed to that idea in spite of the fact that the evidence hasn't been in support of it for 60 years. But to the extent that those ideological labels do carry any meaning, they don't carry the same meaning across racial groups. Now, I'm highlighting the differences and the distinctions between blacks and whites, but to some degree, this even emerges with Latinos and to a lesser extent with Asian Americans as well. So how does race affect your vote choice or your political decisions or perspectives more broadly? And some of this has already been touched on in the panel. It influences how we think about the political world in terms of our sense of group loyalty or group antipathy. And that seems to be the way people predominantly think about politics. At the elite level, the kind of division and polarization that we've heard a lot about at the conference already is in fact taking place, and polarization is real, and at least by some metrics is increasing. But at the level of the mass public, it's quite a bit different actually, and it's less about abstract concepts and ideological division and polarization, and more about these group loyalties, which predominantly boil down to race, given the history of this country, but not just group loyalties on the basis of race, also religion, to some degree class and region and various other dimensions. So that's a lot that I've kind of shoehorned into that question there. But we'll have a chance to elaborate on that going back and forth, so I'll give up the floor for now.
I mean, my take on what you've said in terms of interpreting ideology, it does raise questions about how survey research evidence was evaluated to examine some of Lippmann's arguments. And as Louis Menand pointed out, public opinion research has really confirmed a lot of what Lippmann found and suspected based on the studies in psychology, and then the survey data he cites on college students in New York and business and professionals in Chicago in terms of not being particularly attentive to public affairs through newspapers. And then there's Philip Converse's famous article, "The Nature of Belief Systems in Mass Publics." What comes out of that is the public is not able to figure out what goes with what in terms of issues. Now that's a very strong statement, and what Vince has pointed out is that, well, in terms of what goes with what, well, it seems to depend on race, and it could depend on other things as well. And I think Kathy may appreciate this. I mean, my own personal experience with this was, at the end of my first year in graduate school, I was involved as an interviewer on a survey project in Chicago, studying public attitudes toward crime and the police and so forth. And I'm interviewing a respondent who it came out in the course of the conversation that occurred in the interview, that was a woman living in the projects. So it's obviously an African-American woman. And I started to ask her about political issues, and I'd ask her, do you favor or oppose more government spending on welfare? I said, absolutely, we got to help those poor people. More spending on defense? No, we spend too much on defense. Okay, so so she's giving kind of liberal responses. And then I asked her the ideology question. Generally speaking, do you think of yourself as a liberal or a conservative or moderate? And she says, oh, I'm conservative. And then I kind of pause, scratching my head. And then she goes on and has a long explanation of, these young people today are out of control, and you've got to control them, and you've got to restrain them, and all those kinds of things. So her vision about what ideology was didn't comport with what those of us in the ivory towers and others were expecting. Okay, I want to turn to the question. This goes back to what I would have posed to Larry Bartels, and it's the simple question: how does public opinion fit into the broader democratic process? Now, Lippmann obviously takes a very cynical view toward this, and so I want to turn to Kathy Kramer. In your work as a public opinion scholar, you've spent a lot of time listening to members of the public. You seem to have respect for the wisdom of ordinary people. That seems to be a little bit at odds with Lippmann's take on the American public. So should we have more respect for the competence of the public?
Yes and no. So, no, I do agree with Lippmann. I mean, the things that he wrote about in terms of the importance of perceptions in our heads for the way we interpret the political world, I think are spot on. The role of stereotypes, the role of moral codes, I think all of that is spot on, as well as, his sense that people, it's not just that we expect too much of the ordinary citizen, we expect them to be omnicompetent, but actually we expect them to be way more interested in politics than is reasonable. And we talked about that a little bit in the first panel, but I don't think we've quite launched into the evidence on that yet, where, it hasn't been the case since 1920 that more than 70% of the public, the voting eligible public, has participated in a presidential election. In midterms, it's way worse, right? We're usually about 50%. And in this project that Larry Bartels and I are working on, we're looking at panel data and doing some oral histories of people who were high school seniors in 1965. And so 1965, right, they're coming out of high school, Vietnam War, I mean, they're moving into the height of an era that we think of as very active for young people. At no point in their lives did more than a quarter of them participate in anything besides voting. And so we overstate just how much we expect people to be into politics, right? So I agree with Lippmann on all of that. Where I don't agree with him, and I think this builds on this morning's conversation too, is that in a way I agree that we should have something of a I'm afraid of overstating this, but something of a hierarchical setup in our democracy where there are experts or professionals who are charged with making decisions. But it's one thing to say that the ordinary person doesn't have the interest or the tools or the information to make good decisions. But it's another to say that they're idiots and they should not be attended to. So when we talk about the importance of the labor movement, right, and doing this connecting of the public to the decision making, there is a need for institutions that are about listening to the public and in a grounded way. And Lippmann sort of skims over that, right? Doesn't give us much on what that machinery should be. And when we think about journalism in particular, I wonder, just reflecting on this morning's conversation, if we worry too much about journalism providing information to the public as a whole, when a big part of its value is being this listening machine, right? Listening to a wide variety of people, where they're at in their lives, and communicating it mainly, perhaps, to professionals, who are the people who consume news, right? So I agree with Lippmann that people are not competent citizens, don't have the interest and don't have the tools, but I disagree with his inattentiveness to this gap between the public and professionals. And I'll just give you a few examples of this. Many of you probably saw a few weeks ago, or maybe just less than a week, there was this new Times Siena poll on people's concern about democracy, right? And Nate Cohn had this great column on this, I think, where he said, we are concerned about Trump, we're concerned about election deniers, authoritarianism, and the public, that's not their concern. The most commonly mentioned thing was corruption, which Nate Cohn, and I agree with this, interpreted as people's perception that whatever government is doing is not for them. They're not attentive to people like them. But here's just one other piece of evidence on the gap, that Nick Carnes is a political scientist who's done this great work on the level of working class involvement in politics. And by involvement, I mean just how many elected officials are working class. And he says, he's looking at occupation, so that's how he's defining class. And he says, if you look at the public, 54% of the public is working class. How many post-war presidents have been working class? 0. How many members of Congress? 2%. Even at the municipal level, it's 9% of elected officials are working class. And you might say, well, okay, what does that say about what they actually care about? Well, it appears to matter a lot in that people who are working class tend to vote much more liberally in the sense of their sense of the role that government ought to play in the market, and just the size of government in general. So there is this gap, and we don't currently, it's increasing as far as I can tell, and we don't have the machinery for those of us who are professionals and attend to decision making, make the decisions that affect people's lives. There's a big gap between what we care about and how we think and the people whose lives we affect. So that's where I disagree with Lippmann. And that's why I do the kind of work that I do, which is just taking the time to listen.
Any comments from the panelists? I've got a follow-up. Okay, so this is a conference about Lippmann and the media. And the media get pointed to, at least by the public, based on surveys, to being a major source of current problems and discontent. Now, now, in talking about public opinion and democracy, the other scholar for me who comes heavily into mind is a political scientist named V.O. Key Jr., who didn't do a lot himself to study the media, although in his textbook on public opinion he talks about the media, as Lippmann would have suggested. The question is what about the role of leadership in democracy? And I wanted to get the panelists' thoughts on that. I have my own thoughts on that, but I want to check with them first.
I think it's massively important, and we've had a real problem with a lack of leadership and a lack of, people willing to actually step forward. I was thinking, actually, when I mentioned John McCain earlier, there was a classic moment in one of his town halls where one of the people in the audience starts to say really nasty things about Barack Obama, and McCain pulls the microphone away from the citizen and says, "No, you're wrong. He's a respectable person, and I won't let you go on like that." You're not going to see that these days, right? But that's the kind of thing, the kind of leadership that I think, we obviously need to see more of. I think many politicians think there's a disincentive toward that right now, but actually I'm not so sure. I think that kind of a gesture gains a lot of attention.
I would just add to that. I agree 100% with Diana. I guess the only direction I would take it is I think we've seen a lot of leadership just towards liberal ends and anti-democratic ends. And I think everyone here would all be on the same boat with respect to the power of leadership in shaping public opinion and building coalitions. I think the problem, though, is simply countering an anti-democratic movement that has a very visible leadership that is working to take over one of our two main political parties. And the question is, how do we create forms of solidarity to check that, to build a winning coalition? But I'm also happy to lead with my normative views, so.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem. We've had such bad experience with any kind of third-party alternative, which is why I suggested my solution, because I don't think we're going to have that happen quickly enough. I wanted to comment a little bit on what Kathy was talking about and these intermediary institutions, because I think that they are definitely needed and can play an extremely important role in, moving public opinion concerns from the mass public to leadership. On the other hand, I'm more skeptical that unions alone can really perform that function. And the reason I say that it's not just that there are so few union members in the United States these days, but one of the interesting things I saw last month at a political economy conference was a paper on how much coverage the loss of one union job in the manufacturing industry gets relative to 5,000 retail jobs. And of course, the coverage of the loss of one white male's job in manufacturing gets 200 times the coverage of lots more people in other lines of work. So unions alone aren't going to be able to fulfill this intermediary function for us. And they already are great sort of bullhorns for communication. They do a great job with their press releases and getting coverage of when things do go poorly for them. But, there isn't anything like that for most lines of work.
Yeah, I'll respond to the question about the role of leadership. I obviously think that's also important. And just building on comments that have already been made, I think I think Diana earlier said something about the lack of commitment. I'm maybe being too diplomatic here, but the lower levels of commitment to the principles of civil liberties in the mass public, which was something of a surprise, I think, a few decades ago when scholars first started to learn this. And I think that the leadership has manifested itself in more recent times in the last few years with politicians kind of weaponizing that recognizing that there is tepid levels of support for many of the principles of democracy, including the notion of competitive elections and peaceful transfer of power. And consequently, I don't want to sound too pessimistic a note, but it's, I think Trump has been something of a entrepreneur in demonstrating that you can flout some of the norms of democracy and not have to pay an electoral price for it. Indeed, maybe even get some benefit. And he has sent a message to some other leaders, perhaps somewhat more measured and competent than he is, to use that same strategy. So leadership can have negative consequences. Now, in an effort to be at least a little bit more optimistic, I think that what we need is leaders to try to combat that principle. The whole system, I think, works on the notion that leaders in competing parties, whatever else they disagree about, they agree on the rules of the game. And to the extent that leaders start to abandon that principle and don't pay a price from the mass public, because the mass public's commitment to the rules of the game is, I think, uneven at best, that's a bit of a problem.
I'll just chime in to say I absolutely agree that leaders are so important, and I think if there's one thing that the field of public opinion generally agrees on is just how important elite messages are for the shape of public opinion. What confuses me these days is how leaders rise to the top, or what we attend to, is changed, I think, a lot rapidly. And I would say the rise of Trump is partly the way in which the new media environment enables certain people to gain attention and to become leaders. And in the past, we were much more elitist. I think I properly mean that term, in how we chose leaders, and there were problems in that. It was very exclusive, and many voices were never going to be in those ranks. And yet, it's so volatile in a way, and maybe I have that wrong. Maybe it's not volatile and kind of driven by the same things that always drove who were leaders, but it's not, hasn't worked out so great in recent years. So all that is just to say, leaders are so important, but I think we're in a really dangerous moment now where there's less control, maybe, over what the leadership message is or who leaders are.
I mean, in a lot of respects, we're in uncharted territory with regard to leadership and the media. In Lippmann's day, the media could be important for leaders to promote propaganda. In the current media environment, the opportunities just seem to be much greater for leaders to be able to exploit the media for their own self-serving kinds of purposes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's changed as much. I think they always could do that in some ways. So I'm not positive it's easier, although, I do think that the whole construction of social reality that Lippmann talked about has never been more apparent than it has been with Trump, because I do think the mainstream media really does promote the idea that, you can't win without Trump support, and everybody knows that, and everybody's got to toe the line as a result. And I think that's empirically debatable. There have been, studies looking at whether, having Trump's not official endorsement, but his blessing helps or hurts candidates, and it does both, and it's just about a wash. And yet there's this idea that political elites really do believe that they can't win unless they claim that there's the big lie and so forth. And I think that alternative reality has been, you would hope our leaders would have enough chutzpah to ignore it, but they don't, and they care about winning first and foremost. So.
I'd like the panelists to talk a little bit more about what role has partisan polarization played in all of this. And for me, as a public opinion scholar, this is the rational public book kind of argument. One of the striking findings in the rational public book, there's a chapter called Parallel Publics, and the book's data ended in the 1980s, and one problem in doing public opinion research, or any kind of research, there's always a question of whether your work is time-bound. And during the period in which we assembled data, the one striking finding was that as public opinion changed, all subgroups, including partisan subgroups and ideological subgroups, changed in the same direction. They would differ from each other, but as new information became available and things happened in the world that produced changes in opinion, and it's not always easy to change public opinion. It's not as easy as often thought. Everybody moved in the same direction. That changed. Since the 1980s, if you look at issue after issue that have become part of partisan politics, Democrats and Republicans have diverged in a very extraordinarily striking way. And it's most prominent on the issue of abortion, when in the time of Roe versus Wade, there was no partisan differences in public attitudes toward abortion. And if anything, Republicans were more pro-choice. But that changed, and there's been a striking divergence in public opinion. I mean, to the point where it's not, you really can't talk about public opinion anymore. You've got to talk about partisan opinion, where if you talk about leadership and responsiveness, it's the leaders in different parties responding to their bases, which makes responsiveness to the public as a whole much more difficult. And in terms of how that change came about, I mean, political scientists have studied this, and this divergence in the parties began at the level of political leadership. They're the well-known, as a political scientist call it, DW nominate scores that show how partisans in Congress diverged beginning in the 1970s. And that has eventually penetrated to the level of public opinion, not in as striking a way, but in a striking enough way that you could actually see in the public is able to see what goes with what. And it's what goes with what, not in terms of ideology, as converse might expect it, but it's what goes with what with respect to partisan divisions. And this has been heavily driven by political leadership. So with regard to the puzzle about the rational public and why are people so stupid, my response to that has always been, well, this is in the spirit of VOK. We can look at the quality of public opinion, but the quality of public opinion depends on information. We could talk about the role of the media, but we can talk more importantly about the role of political leaders whom the media are covering. And the kind of perversion that's occurred in politics, I would argue, is less due to the public than due to the nature of leadership, which we can see all around us and make judgments about.
Can I jump
Yes,
in?
please.
So I partly want to build on Vince's comments here in that, well, and here's another way in which Lippmann was right, I think, in that it's not that people have become more political, I think, and that they're any more political animals than they used to be, but that so many other important divisions in American life have lined up with partisanship. And I think that that's driven by leaders, partly as the parties were not so distinctive with respect to economics. One party in particular, I would argue, the Republican Party, tapped into sort of cultural, social divisions to try to make its point to the American public. And so now when people feel strongly as Christian, for example, it's very clear to them which party they should side with. And race, I mean, other major divisions in American life now are kind of clues to people about which side they are on politically. And so Lippmann was right in terms of, people aren't any more political animals, but he did, it's interesting how little he talked about group divisions and group identities, like Daniel was mentioning too, as drivers of what people think. It's just been very powerful.
I mean, well, in terms of the lack of attention to race, the debate was over, basically prejudice as opposed to listening to and respecting the opinions of African Americans who were obviously shut out of the political process back in those days. Diana?
Yeah, just to echo what Kathy's saying, the whole idea in the older literature was that we have these cross-cutting cleavages that exert pressures on people in opposing directions, and that these cross-cutting cleavages essentially are an important force for moderation. But the more those cleavages line up with one another neatly, the less we have the forces toward moderation. One thing I do want to say about polarization, though, is I honestly have mixed reactions because people complain endlessly about polarization, but they also use turnout as a measure of the health of democracy very consistently. And polarization's great for turnout. It's really terrific for it. And I think we're going to have another big turnout coming up in 2022. But I think we don't often, and maybe this is a good time to do it, think about the fact that perhaps we need a better indicator of the health of democracy than the percentage of people who turn out to vote. Because the percentage of people who turn out to vote can mean things are really bad. and that's obviously not what we want to consider as an indicator of the health of democracy. So what else? Well, there are other possibilities. I can't go into them all here, but the representativeness of that turnout is certainly at least as important as the percentage. That is, we would like to hear all voices, ideally, in a democracy, and so to the extent that the people who do turn out are more representative is obviously a good thing. Forget sheer numbers, though, because again, if you want sheer numbers, then you want a civil war and you want all kinds of things to happen. So,
go ahead. While we're piling on the polarization literature, I guess I would just kind of build on that a little bit and also sort of call for the need for more conceptual work around not only how we're measuring things, but also how we're thinking normatively about polarization and conceptually how we're defining it. So I see polarization as a byproduct of struggles for equality and struggles over inequalities, and ultimately about power. I think the international comparativist work here on democratic crises, democratic backsliding is pretty squirrely on this issue. Is it polarization that causes backsliding, or is it fundamental inequalities and contests over resources and stratification? That's actually what's at issue. I fall on the latter side. And again, I think just as a historical matter, and abortion is a really good example of this, right? The roots of our polarization, whether this comes from sociological work by people like Doug McAdam or political scientists like Liliana Mason, as well as some of Larry's own work, stems from this sorting post the civil rights movement. Where you see the Republican Party, in essence, become the party of whites, former segregationists, as well as ideological small government conservatives, which scholars such as Daniel Ziblatt remind us has long been conservative parties using race as a wedge issue in order to maintain power in his comparative work. So when we think about an issue like abortion, I would just add the qualifier. We see white Christians being anti-abortion, in part because the white evangelical movement sorted into the white Republican Party. So those would be the qualifiers that would add here. Once we start to add that and we say, well, we're actually here thinking about a coalition that's a set of groups, racial groups, white Christian groups, right? That in that moment see that threat from the civil rights movement as being something that in a very both perceived sense, but also in a very real sense, is threatening their position in a hierarchical order and a social status. That's when you see polarization happen. And again, to me, is the problem the polarization, or is the problem the actual fundamental inequality that's being challenged by groups that are pushing for religious pluralism, that are pushing for women to have equal rights, and that are pushing for Black Americans and other Americans to have equal rights, which historically they've been denied. So again, polarization to me, a byproduct of these much deeper fundamental contests over status and hierarchy among different groups.
Yeah, those comments by Daniel were fantastic. I'll just build on it a bit and put it in a somewhat more provocative terminology, I guess, by saying that, Daniel made reference to political scientist Liliana Mason, and I remember she gave a talk. She is one of the scholars who have helped put forth this notion that the cross-cutting cleavages that Diana talked about have started to fall away as people's religious and class and partisan and ideological identities have started to line up with their partisan identities. And I mentioned that just to say that when Liliana Mason gave a talk at Michigan a while back, I said, what's so bad about polarization? That is to say, you know, in the 1950s, there wasn't so much polarization, but that wasn't exactly a great time when I think about that for my family. So, you know, we had a lot of polarization in the run-up to the Civil War, and then we had the Civil War. And Civil War was bad, but I'm kind of glad we had the Civil War. And so, consequently, we are in a more polarized time here today, of course, meaning that at least at the elite level, the stakes are perceived as being high. But maybe that's not such a bad thing that the stakes are perceived as being high. When the stakes weren't perceived as being so high, as Daniel just made reference to a moment ago, that meant that some populations were, there was an agreement between the two parties that those populations were on the outs. I don't exactly want to go back to those days.
So one question I have about the decline of cross-cutting cleavages. Is this a phenomenon that's coming from the bottom up or the top down? And I say that because one of the things Larry had commented on in his comments he sent me, assuming he was going to be here, was that the idea of leaders channeling public opinion in there's a question about whether leaders are channeling public opinion in ways that political scientists don't have a good handle on. And is this illustration of the decline of cross-cutting cleavages one in which leaders are playing a role in channeling public opinion, or are they being driven by forces from the bottom? I don't have an answer to that, but I wonder if any of you do.
Well, the example that I'm thinking of right now comes from some work I've done in the last few years on racial attitudes and attitudes toward trade. And that's one of these issues that's fascinating because being pro-trade was such a Republican thing, and then all of a sudden it flips, and being anti-trade becomes a Republican thing. And the way that came about is a story about race. It's a story about xenophobia and negative attitudes toward racial inequality being funneled into economic attitudes in a way, so that people, the strongest predictor of your of your trade attitudes in the United States is your attitudes toward domestic racial outgroups. So it's not something different. And in some ways, you look at that and you think, oh, well, that makes a certain amount of sense that those are coinciding. But they didn't until, 15 years ago. So,
yeah.
I want to give an example of from the work that I did in Wisconsin briefly of how I think these things feed each other. So it's both public sentiments and then elite-driven cleavages in that. I don't remember what chapter, but Lippmann has this I think it's about around chapter 5, where he talks about how powerful it is when you can find a symbol that a bunch of different people who care about a bunch of different things all can get angry about, right? And it kind of aligns people around a target of ire, even though they actually aren't thinking the same thing. And I think much of our so-called rural versus urban divide is of that nature. So way back before we were really talking about that much in contemporary politics, I was in the field doing field work in Wisconsin and heard all kinds of rumblings among people about how in rural and smaller communities about how they didn't get their fair share of attention and resources and respect. And while I was in the field, my governor, Scott Walker, and then Donald Trump sort of aligned things for people. And by that I mean he aligned sort of racism and region and class and partisanship for people and put them all in sort of these nice packages to make it clear to people in rural areas, you do not want to vote for Democrats because they are vehemently against people like you. And so I think in that respect it was both, right? Sort of these sentiments that people really leaders effectively made use of and made the cleavages that more clear to people.
Can I just quickly answer that real quick?
Or slowly, go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's a quick point. I wanted to build off that just as those cleavages could be made in those ways, they could also be made in others too. And I think that's a really important point. And I think about Deanna's amazing work on status, for instance, coming out of the 2016 election. And that in part was part of the stories that the elites were telling. But I want to point to the work of Andrew Thompson, who's at GW, who does these great experiments that show that if you prime different stories, more solidaristic stories on different cleavages or fault lines, you actually move people to think about their identities in different ways. And I think that there is something liberating in that idea that we can think about ways in which we can we can even forge new and different identities and make them newly salient in ways that might transform, right, those relations of enemies towards ones that are more adversaries in a political domain, and ultimately try to create something that's more of a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy premised more on equality. But I think those stories are really important, and I love the way that you use the metaphor of how Walker and Trump connected the story in the minds of the voters, because I think that identity narrative work is really important and an important key going forward.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. So all right. So we have this bifurcation of public opinion along the different lines that you've talked about, whether they're social or partisan, or or regional, rural and rural urban. All of this, and this has been well acknowledged, has made the median voter less important. Now, for Lippmann, if the median voter is less important, talking about public opinion as a unitary entity becomes a little bit problematic. That is, we need to focus on the opinions of these different segments and groups. It also, and in the current context, it makes concerns about democracy less focused on this kind of folk theory about the informed public that policymakers should then follow, and we should focus on democracy in terms of its other dimensions. So we can talk about those dimensions. I mean, is it the case, because of what's happened, that these arguments about public opinion are just less important for democracy?
I'm not convinced that the median voter is less important now. I guess, let me just push back a little against that.
Okay.
Because as I said, we do see evidence that you need those people in the middle in order to win. And what's happening with increased turnout is that we're getting more of those people who are not hardcore political types who turn out for every election. So playing to the base, especially, we think of this with Republicans in particular, that's a small percentage of people. That's not going to get you elected president. So I do think there is still a pull toward the middle.
Anybody else? Good answer.
Well,
Okay.
I think the only consideration to add to that too is this is why there's an effort to change voting laws in the country. I think they're aware of that, right? So, and this is exactly why what Politico's finding that something like 2/3, maybe a little less, of all Republicans on the ballot during the midterms are election deniers in 2020. I think these are the keys of putting in place institutional reforms that will basically enable a losing majoritarian party to hold on to political power. And that's what scares me.
In terms of this shift of focus, in terms of how well is democracy working, and shifting away from the focus on the role of public opinion, it's been drawing our attention to other kinds of things. Lippmann, asserted very correctly that political scientists were at fault for not paying more attention to studying the media as institutions and influencers on public opinion, and political scientists have caught up to that. What the recent debate about the workings of democracy has done is shifted the focus of political science to things that political scientists, and we're kind of deviating significantly from Lippmann here, obviously, is to other things that we hadn't not thought about studying in a very serious way before. And in particular, the study of election administration now is all of a sudden much more important, and it's no longer in the backwaters of the field of political science. So I think, and then also in terms of making judgments about how healthy a democracy is, there are questions of protections of rights and liberties that I think may have surmounted these questions about the role of public opinion as Lippmann has addressed them and criticized them. I'd like to open actually I want to open the floor to comments from the audience, but I just want to make sure the panelists have talked themselves out. Okay.
I was going to say, I love the election administrators in the sense that my stereotype, which I'm betting a lot of people share, is they got to be 80 and over. They're little old ladies that check you in, and they're, volunteering their time because they're good government people and so forth. And yet, I think what we're going to see is a huge shift in the demographics of the people overseeing elections.
That's an aspect of the deep state, the administrative bureaucracy that's at a lower level than the one that Lippmann had talked about and we've talked about earlier today. Okay, the floor. Yes. There's a microphone.
So Diana mentioned this, and I just want to ask you about a possible emergence of a third party playing a pivotal role in public opinion. And I want to just bring this back to Walter Lippmann for a minute. In 1924, the Democratic Party convention was called the Klan Bake because the Democratic Party was so captured by white supremacists, and the Republican Party was very anti-worker and pro-big business. And Lippmann was very dismissive of the third-party candidate, Robert La Follette, running on a progressive platform as throwing away one's vote. And Felix Frankfurt's response was, I don't care about the outcome in 1924, I care about what happens to America in 1944. Can a truth-telling third-party candidate in this day and age play a pivotal role the way Ross Perot did in electing Bill Clinton and Ralph Nader did in electing George W. Bush? And I'm obviously thinking about Liz Cheney, who might be able to bridge a rural-urban sort of divide and break down some of the polarization both by party and by geography.
I mean, there are a few moderate Republicans still out there, as you say, who might be able to do that. Liz Cheney in particular is not seen as particularly moderate in her views, although she certainly was willing to speak the truth about the election. The idea of a third party, the big problem is the effort to raise money starts long time in advance, and it's very hard to catch up given how much it takes to run an election at a federal level. So I'm not hopeful about a third party. I guess I'm more hopeful that one of the existing parties will try to tap into that sentiment.
Very briefly, I'll just say, I mean, Diana has expressed the kind of conventional perspective among political scientists, in part just because of the way the rules are, frankly, the two major parties wrote the laws about who runs for office, and you won't be surprised to learn that they favor the two major parties. And so, and specifically with respect to Liz Cheney, I mean, I think the notion that her running would somehow draw votes away from a Republican candidate, let's say it's Donald Trump, seems less likely to me than that she would draw votes away from the Democratic candidate, let's say Joe Biden. But that's just speculation.
Yeah, third parties have really had an uphill battle. Perot was extraordinary. He got 19% of the vote, but he got 19% everywhere, 0 electoral votes. A third-party candidate, if a third-party candidate was able to get some electoral votes, the last-ditch situation is it throws the election into the House of Representatives, where the House votes for the Republican or a Democrat, and more likely the Republican. Yes.
Thanks, Bob. This has been a great discussion, really rich and wide-ranging, but the first time money came up was just like 2 minutes ago. And I think that people like Amy Gutman and Dennis Thompson have cautioned that the fact that candidates have to basically raise money all the time. You mentioned the dangers for somebody trying to run a third-party candidacy. It takes money. You don't need to play to the base perhaps as much in campaigns. In elections. The middle may matter, but when you're raising money, you've got to play to the base. And I think even the issue about partisanship being something that could be solved from the top down, I think right now that's unlikely, as long as we, since Citizens United, basically say you can get this money anywhere, and the only way you're going to get it is if you play to a very extreme position in your base. That's my worry. Thanks.
I think the base also wants to win in the general election, and so I think that's what happened with the Democrats. That is, they cared more about beating Trump than they did about having their favorite candidate at the top of the ticket. The thing about presidential elections in particular is they are not nearly as influenced by what most campaign money is spent on, which is advertising, as our lower level races. And the reason for that is obviously media coverage. There's a lot more of it, and there's, the presidential candidates raise tons of money, spend tons of money, but we can't show a lot of evidence that it really pays off for them at all. And that's one of the, I think, the real paradoxes about this is when people complain about money in politics, they're thinking about presidential elections, or at least statewide ones, where they really matter are the lower level ones, much more so.
And in there just briefly too, I think another big problem with money in politics, and thank you for raising the question, is the way it's altered elected officials' time, the way they spend time. And part of the problem is just the growth in population, for example, members of Congress just representing so many more people. But, most members of Congress, I'm amazed when I have a chance to talk with them and how little time they actually spend just sitting with people, their constituents, and talking with them. They don't have time because they're so busy raising money.
David? So we've talked on both panels about the poles of disinterestedness and professional analysis versus political commitment. And one thing I think that's challenging about this moment is applying it to ourselves. I mean, I struggle with this because on the one hand, I see a clear and sort of highly significant difference between what's happening in the two parties and the two ideologies, if we kind of can use conventional liberal and conservative labels for all the problems that they may have. On the other hand, it's often any effort to question what's going on, and maybe it's presumptuous on our side, if I'd say probably most, if not everyone in this room is not a Republican, that's met with both sidesism, false equivalence, asymmetry, but it doesn't have to be identical or perfectly symmetrical to acknowledge that there may be dysfunctions, if that's the right word, maybe that's too judgmental a word, but there may be structures and patterns of behavior going on, on the Democratic side that are also at work in creating the current problems, crisis. So, for example, in the response to the question about leadership, I think we can all agree Trump, DeSantis, certain figures represent problems of leadership. Do we see problems of leadership on the Democratic side with some of these other problems that we've raised? Do we see dynamics affecting the Democratic Party that are worsening the problems that we're describing and trying to address?
I think your question actually illustrated one of those issues. The problem among Democrats is a lack of unity in their positions, a lack of the ability of leadership to get a consistent message. But I think this plays into, again, the sort of status threat idea. One of the fact that you could refer to everybody in this room and assume everybody is a Democrat, I'm not saying you're not correct, but I am saying that that's the kind of thing that I think causes a tremendous amount of resentment on the right. The idea that all these, radical liberals in universities are indoctrinating our children and so forth. And so I think that element does turn off a lot of people to the Democratic Party.
Nick?
I have a question that's kind of upstream a little from what we've been talking about, but pertains to the title of the panel. So, many of you or most of you will know Michael's book, The Good Citizen, with the idea of the informed citizen as only one of several types of good citizenship. Public opinion, it seems to me, sort of starts and says, I, Walter Lippmann, believe in the idea of the informed citizen, even though that term hadn't been invented yet. And now I'm devastatingly disappointed because I don't think it's impossible to achieve that. So, or my falsely optimistic conclusion. But what if you said, and this is both an empirical and a normative question. I'll pick on myself as an example, okay? Let me be really honest about myself. I'm not an information-based voter. I'm just not. I don't sit and say, I'm going to take in the information on an issue and then decide whom to vote for. Basically, my own voting behavior, if I can reveal a lot about myself, is I've always voted for the Democrat. The exception is when we lived in a small town in Westchester County, I would sometimes vote for the Republican because I knew that person personally. But otherwise, I don't vote for people. I don't know the candidates personally. And I always vote for the Democrat. Why? I grew up in the South during the Civil Rights Movement. That's kind of why I've always voted for the Democrat. So I'm a preference voter. Another example would be the classic, urban machine voter. And the precinct captain comes and says, vote for this person. You say, yes, sir. And that way I'll get a job, So how many information-based voters are there out there? And do we want to have information-based voters? So that's my sort of very fundamental question.
Well, anybody?
We're laughing amongst ourselves.
Yeah, zero. No, what we do know about electoral behavior is most people are like you, Nick. Most people vote for the same party over and over and over again, and it's a rare exception. It's 10% or less actually change votes from any one election to the next. So most of this is already predetermined by people's party loyalties. Having said that, I think our field of political psychology and public opinion has held out some hope that even though people are not information-based voters, and there's way too much emphasis put on that kind of thing, that they are people who can take cues of various kinds, that can be sensitive to heuristics, that tell them which side perhaps they should vote for given how they feel. Now, there's all kinds of debate about whether those heuristics actually lead us astray or not. But again, we're talking about a very small number of people.
I guess I want to just pull something out of your story that you told. You said you vote Democrat because you were young growing up in the South during the Civil Rights Movement. What more information do you need?
Well, I would call myself a preference-based voter and not an information-based voter. I just think I'm questioning, again, empirically and normatively, whether you really want to live in a country where people sit around and impartially review new information that comes out in each cycle. Add that I've grown suspicious over the years of people who claim to be that. Like, for instance, you get the Social Security crisis, the need for entitlement reform. So is that, and then that presents itself as a fact-based, information-based political position. Is it really? Am I allowed to say, I don't care if the cost of Social Security and Medicare keep going up and it endangers our ability to produce balanced federal budgets? So it's just, I find it hard to escape into the realm of true information-based politics that doesn't have values and preferences loaded into it.
What Diana said earlier is correct, in that we've known for some time that people were not, indeed, I think Kathy and maybe Bob said this earlier as well, it would be unrealistic to expect people to comb through the Wall Street Journal every day in order to find out what their congressperson or their governor is doing on X, Y, and Z. Even those of us in this room, all of whom, whether we're Democrats or not, we're all political junkies on some level. And we are remarkably unusual relative to the average American. And even you, Nick, so even to the extent that you say you're not you are off the charts relative to the average American in terms of your appetite for political information. But having said that, that doesn't mean, I think Kathy may have said this earlier too. So I don't want you to interpret my comments to be a reflection of the notion that people are stupid, people are idiots, how come they can't be as enlightened as we are? I'm not saying that. We saw one manifestation of this in Kansas with the abortion. They somehow got that information, and it may not affect how you vote in partisan contests because of our a partisan allegiance that we develop mostly in our adolescence, but it can affect information under some circumstances, can affect your policy views. And the Kansas vote on the abortion proposal would be Exhibit A in that regard.
I think Rasmus wants to join in.
Yeah, I've got Rasmus and then Richard John. Yeah. Does somebody have the microphone?
Yeah. Here's the mic.
Thanks. I just wanted to offer a slightly different take on what you described, Nick, and perhaps in this one regard, you and I are not so different in terms of the voting bit. But isn't there a way of thinking about this where it's not either or, but more that as a preference voter or a voter that's responsive to elite cues or social cues or how you grew up and what you've come to believe and think about yourself over time, that what I think many more people still have an appetite for than walking through long reports and detailed news reporting on everything under the sun is just to have a check on whether those preferences and cues hold up. Right, so if the political party that you are socialized and have always voted for claims the economy is doing great, I live in a country where the till recent prime minister, making such claims, you might want to know, well, are they making it up, right? Or if they claim, we stand up for fundamental rights for all citizens while also being complicit with a white supremacist system of local government, you might want to have a sort of an external check on that. So I don't think that's about being sort of encyclopedically informed about everything under the sun, but just a check on that, I think is something that there is a broader public appetite for than being sort of fully informed about everything and making up one's own mind.
Yeah, Vince presents a paradox, and you do too here, Richard, is that thing about overnight, which is, I am hungry for information, I do want to know all that stuff, but it doesn't seem to change my voting behavior.
Yeah.
So, what is that? I don't know, maybe I'm just the only person like that.
Nick, you're using information shortcuts in an effective way. The only problem with that, if you're using shortcuts and heuristic, if you're being misled and lied to and deceived, that's the normative problem, at least for me. Richard?
Yeah, this is about political choice, and I'm thinking about political choice at even more basic levels of day-to-day lives. Person's political, everyday life is political. And Professor Kramer, Professor Mutz, and Professor, Victor, I'm trying to get the last name. Yeah, you've all raised those questions about who are the voters, who are the electorate, who are the citizens. And I don't think this quote is apocryphal, but it's one of my favorite Walter Lippmann quotes. Quote, "The American conviction that he must be able to look any man in the eye and tell him to go to hell is the very essence of the free man's way of life." I think I've read that in Lippmann, and it shows up a lot on the web. I think it's in Lippmann. But I do think he had a certain respect and almost admiration for ordinary Americans. And that hasn't come through much in our discussion so far, because he's often portrayed as an elitist, and then there's a question of where he stood vis-a-vis Dewey. But those are decisions that ordinary Americans make in realms other than one time a year if they go to the voting booth. So I wondered if you could speak about political choices and what political scientists can say about that aspect of the electorate, or even just the population as a whole. And I'm thinking here in the United States because that's what Lippmann was writing about. Look them in the eye, and say go to hell, and that's what freedom is.
I don't know about that statement in particular, but I think it's almost as if when we say people voting their interests, I think we have a bit of an elitist view on what people's interests are that is not entirely just. And by that, what I mean is, especially I think the press emphasizes economic self-interest more than anything else, even though we know people are voting for things other than their economic self-interest. We know things matter to them a great deal, even when they think it's the opposite of their economic self-interest. So when we have a broader conception of interests, then we get away from saying, oh, people are stupid, they don't know what they're doing, because they aren't maximizing their utility in some way. And I think that is, as a scholar of elections and public opinion, something we just see constantly, of people really expressing things that they care about and so forth, but they're not at all consistent with what one of us up here might call rational self-interest.
Just very quickly, put my historian's hat on. Back when political historians studied elections, before that field disappeared, the most durable finding was that historically Americans voted on cultural and religious issues and not economic issues. And yet the press is fixated on economic issues.
It is.
When we have an awful lot of data suggesting that's just not the way. That's getting that question of dignity and freedom.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to stop it.
Well,
Okay.
oh, well,
Kathy,
yeah, can
Kathy
I
has
say
the floor.
one thing? So
Kathy gets the floor.
I'm not so sure Lippmann respected the average person in the following sense, that with all his concern about pictures in our heads and stereotypes, he saw those things as biases and problems, right? Without fully recognizing that that's the way he's processing as well, which got stated on the first panel, right? But I mean, so here, it's one of my favorite passages from Public Opinion, not because I agree, but because it's just so provocative. This is near the end when he has this chapter about the section on organized intelligence, and he's talking about these things, stereotypes and perceptions and stuff, and he writes, for issues as they are stated by a partisan almost always consist of an intricate series of facts, as he has observed them, surrounded by a large fatty mass of stereotyped phrases charged with his emotion. Well, why call them a large fatty mass when we all, that is the way we interpret the world, all of us, through some lens, worldview, whatever you want to call it. And so I think he's disrespectful of the ordinary person, that he thinks that if they could just scrape that away, right back to his whole emphasis on we need to have an objective measure, we need to move towards an objectivity of measuring what public opinion is or what people need, when we shouldn't scrape that stuff away. We should listen to it.
Can I say something real quick? So I just want to push back a little bit on the economic piece. And I think, and I really want to highlight something that Diana said, because I think it's really important. You can't think economics separate from culture, right? And not to go back to Du Bois again, but I will. In Black Reconstruction in America, he makes the fundamental point that there are psychological wages of whiteness. There were ways in which classes were structured in particular ways that often also always layered race into that equation to generate certain particular forms of identity that would give low-waged whites psychological superiority over blacks. It was part of that racial caste order that Du Bois points to when he basically sets out the tenets of racial capitalism. So when Diana says, well, their interests might not be the same as ours from a rational economic self-interest way, it might make 100% if we're thinking about the psychological wages of whiteness, the gratifications of whiteness. And that's why I think Du Bois is really important to bring into this conversation, because he was a contemporary of Lippmann, and he was sketching out an alternative framework that was also about public opinion and thinking through identity and power in much more compelling ways in 2022, I think.
Who has the microphone?
Yes. Sorry. A bit of a boring methods question, I guess. you know, in public opinion, one of the intelligence bureaus that has obviously, I think, come to light that Lippmann would have dreamed of is the idea of measuring public opinion. I mean, that is the ultimate example of a Lippmannian intelligence bureau, right? I mean, that's sort of one of the ideals of what he talked about. You know, to my mind, as a person who doesn't study this, there seems to be a lot of dispute in recent years about our ability to measure public opinion and the degree to which we are you know, in the current sort of socio-technical political environment capable of doing such a thing. So my question would be, is that true? Is it harder now to measure public opinion than it used to be? Because I have also seen pushback on this. And if that is falling apart, is that, you know, yet another example of sort of the collapse of these intelligence bureaus that Lippmann put so much kind of, you know, faith in?
Okay, a few of us will have responses to that. Anyway, we'll start with
I
Diana.
think it is much harder now to do a good job because it's much more expensive. You got to pay people, basically, to have decent response rates and so forth. So it's more difficult. But I actually think the problem is a little more fundamental. For example, there have been a slew of studies recently on elite misperception of mass opinion. And regardless of what the data show or the polls agree on and so forth, there is a strong tendency to misperceive public opinion, and it tends to be in a more conservative direction for both liberal and conservative elites, which is kind of interesting. It's not about projecting your own views onto others. So to me, that's the bigger problem in the model that Lippmann had in mind, is getting that idea of what people really think in an accurate form to leadership, as opposed to them being subject to who the loudest voices are and so forth.
Yeah, quickly, I'll just say I agree with Diana that it's response rates have been, this is maybe more technical than we need to get, but response rates have been declining over time, meaning it's harder to get people to agree to participate in a survey. And so in that regard, it has gotten harder. But the idea that somehow something fundamental about public opinion has changed such that it's harder to assess, that I don't believe that to be true. I think it's always been hard to assess public opinion because it is amorphous, it's uneven, it's contradictory. All those qualities about public opinion in 2022 were also true in 1922. We just didn't have good survey data back then. And finally, I'll say, your comment might be born out of an understanding of the difficulties of making election forecasts. Now, that's a particular subset of public opinion. That's not, and there has been some issues there in terms of different kinds of populations, demographics who are less likely to respond in terms of, the classic example would be low-educated whites participating, et cetera. So some of that is true, but that is more relevant for questions about election forecasting, not public opinion writ large.
Okay.
Can I say one thing, please? So I'll try to be brief, but I agree that the problem is much more fundamental, and I worry these days that the lesson from public opinion is not that we're measuring it wrong, but maybe we're trying to measure the wrong thing, and that we're trying to measure people's preferences or even vote choices when what is it that underpins those things, when instead maybe what democracy needs is a measure of what people care about, what they hope for, what their lives are like. We need to be able to know that in order to make decisions, and we don't.
Yeah, I completely agree with Kathy, especially with regard to polling that's supposed to inform government policies and things of that sort. But with regard to the idea of bad polls, the bad polling argument applies to election polling. The big question is, are the biases that have crept in there, and that's a longer discussion, to what extent do they affect polling on attitudes and policy issues? The Pew Research Center did a study of what would happen if we adjust the problems in the election polls and adjusted our estimates of opinions toward policy issues. There, the additional errors may be a percentage point or two. So far, it could get worse, but but we can rely on polls for those purposes so far, especially if we have the American National Election Study and the NORC General Social Survey as sort of benchmarks for measuring attitudes. But as Diana pointed out, those surveys have gotten higher response rates because they basically have to bribe respondents.
I knew I could get you all fired up by asking this question.
This has been a really electric panel. I've really learned a lot. And one of the things that's put me in mind of is the possibility that one of the things Lippmann was missing, I think, in 1922, which was that political communication about things we care about collectively, isn't just about information provision. Right? He's worried about distortions in information, but it's also about signaling group loyalties. And so I think about, for example, the big lie, which seems to me, I mean, I doubt, well, there's a whole lot of people who purport to subscribe to the big lie who don't believe it, but are using it to signal group loyalties and define friend and enemy in effective ways in politics right now. And Lippmann doesn't have that piece. So I'd love to just hear your reactions to what it means. So Lippmann seems so relevant to us now in many dimensions. That's what we've been talking about so far. But this is a huge part of our politics right now, and I don't see that in Lippmann. It makes me think that polarization, I guess this goes a little bit to some of what Daniel was saying, but polarization is a problem in our moment, in part because it is constructing the groups. That is, it's constructing the group identities, which are which are at play in our politics. So I just love to hear more about that signaling piece of political communication.
I was going to say, one of the things is that I'm not sure which identities you're talking about. If you're talking about a partisan identity or other forms of identity that people have.
I meant the other forms. That is, I mean, you know, in the racial capitalism problem of class and race together, the way in which those things are forming is constantly being constructed and reconstructed. And there are moments of subversion of those identities and the connection between those identities. All those things are actually in play. They're not givens. It's not like group interest exists independent of the social processes of construction that we're talking about. And that piece seems to be missing in Lippmann.
But I think the group interests have to be formed by a group or an intermediary of some kind. And I think part of what we have now is, on one hand, it's easier to find people who are like you, regardless of where they might be in physical space, due to the internet. But at the same time, our media have become increasingly just national. And they don't really focus on those kinds of identity-based interests for the most part. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is another, issue altogether. But I do think that the thing that we tend to forget is right now the modal identity for an American citizen is nonpartisan.
Yeah.
That is the biggest category. So it's not like we're all divided neatly along 50-50 red-blue lines.
So just to build on that a little bit, so the big lie, I think, is a really interesting question, right? So on one level, it could be seen as an epistemological one, right? So like, were people genuinely confused about whether there was voter fraud or not, right? And we have really good work that tries to tease this out, et cetera, and shows that, generally those are, people, at least the Republican electorate, right, so party in the electorate, does seem to hold a mistaken belief if sort of primed, et cetera. But then I look at January 6th, for instance, right, and do I see pictures of epistemologically confused people? Or do I see a sea of white faces with Confederate flags and white nationalist symbols, right? So whether or not those are epistemologically confused people, that not only is a central part of their identity, but it's the strategic use of the big lie to mobilize in those identity-based terms a very real attempt at holding on to power that I think should be the core concern. One of the very key aspects of our research center at UNC is thinking about ways in which disinformation is a political tactic. It's a strategic political use of disinformation and misinformation in order to pursue political objectives. And I think this is exactly where the big lie comes in. It helps make an identity salient, right? And the epistemological claim runs in tandem with the identity claims, but even more importantly than that, in my opinion. It runs in tandem with the political power claims, right? So why does disinformation seem to be patterned in particular ways that enable particular actors? And yes, I mean, I agree, it's a different question, like where's the majority of the electorate? But we know that like vanguards of parties can do a lot of things, like show up and become your poll workers, to Deanna's really great point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I'll try to be brief. So there's been decades of research in political science looking at this question. In effect, the question that motivates this whole panel, why do people vote the way they do? And the initial thought before kind of the rise of kind of rigorous survey research in the 50s and 60s, well, 40s, 50s, and 60s, was that people were ideological. Anyway, long story short, that's not really true. And so if they're not ideological, if they're not voting on the basis of, ideology, then why are they voting? What are the factors that motivate them? And it kind of boils down to group loyalties. Now, not necessarily entirely partisan identities, although that's a big one, no question about it. But it's also, this is probably the most religious country among advanced Western democracies. So religion is a big factor. We've already talked a lot about race. Kathy's work talks about the rural-urban divide. So there are these variety of different additional identities. We're all kind of a conglomerate of these different identities, and that they play a role in our politics far, far more so than any abstract notions about Locke or Hobbes or government intervention in the economy. So we use the short term of liberal and conservative, excuse me, at the elite level and at the elite level it does matter to a degree. But the notion that it percolates down to the mass public is really a fiction. And so so my answer to the question, what motivates people, it's different group, loyalties and antipathies. And those groups may vary across time and space and even region, but it's often some of the ones we all know about, the ones that have been fundamental at the founding of this country. And I'll leave it at that.
When you bring the debate back to why do people vote the way they do, or why do they have the political attitudes they do, one factor that you haven't really considered much is media. And so, I wonder how you might relate that back to these views. And around the issue of polarization, there's been some international comparative studies that have looked at the UK. Maybe the UK is not a great model right now. UK, Germany, some of the Nordic countries where they have very strong public media that still reach a third or more of the national audience, and we have a much more fragmented media landscape in the U.S., where we actually have very high quality elite media, but we don't have any kind of broad, certainly non-commercial media that reaches the national public. And if is that something that makes a difference in terms of the U.S. Public opinion landscape, in your view?
For sure. I think we all, it's sort of a given. I mean, so don't take our not talking about it as we don't think that's a huge part of it. I think we all think, not to speak on behalf of everyone, but just knowing their past work, it's a huge factor.
And
although the study by James Curran and colleagues, and that goes back to 2010, they make a lot of that, but then when they run several factors, they say actually the media may not be the strongest factor. It might be the education systems and other cross-national differences. So I'm not saying that media is the major factor, but how do you analyze that as one of the factors?
I think there's so many things that have changed at one time, not just the fragmentation of news media, but the accessibility of media. Entertainment media is far greater than it ever was. Given their druthers, most Americans would rather watch a really good movie than they would news or football, yeah. So we don't, if anything, it's that the competition for eyeballs is just so much more intense than it used to be. And you said we don't have any public media, and yet we know that things like PBS have been around forever, but they don't draw big audiences, even though they're very high quality. So that's, I think the tension that we have here is just extreme competition. And I don't think people are less civic-minded than ever, than they were in the past. It's just that there was less to do, less choice when it came to certain hours of the day. So it was a default rather than, oh, I want to educate myself to be a good citizen.
I think it's a great question. I mean, and I think I would add to that. I see media as central to all the identity work and the stories that Kathy referenced before, the questions of status, like how people come to perceive themselves as members of certain groups, is something that's not only rooted in history and many other institutions, including religious institutions, but it's also worked out through media, and it's also the primary vehicle that strategic political actors use in order to tell these sorts of stories. Where I think public media might matter is in terms of how do we manage conflict between various groups that are contending for power and differences. And I'm aware of the empirical literature here, but I think how a society is able to sort of manage those tensions that come from those fundamental contests over power. I think Sweden will be a really interesting case, right? Very strong media, but very fierce debates over national and ethnic identity that's going on right now. Will they manage conflict in a way that pushes towards a more integrated, equal, multi-ethnic democracy, or will they be riven by the various other movements that are also sweeping across Europe, again, which I would root in backlash? I don't know. I think the jury's out on that, but I think that would be a really important case study of media, of like, how do we manage conflict while also giving groups that had been excluded from that dominant order, economic, racial, religious, et cetera, do they have more opportunities to advance their own aims in a more general interest public sphere?
Can I just add briefly that when I think about media and the role of media in here, news media is one set of questions for me, but then also social media. And I think because group identities are something that we not only use to think about ourselves, but to figure out other people, since most social, and if not all, social media platforms are designed for brevity and not nuance, right? That it just makes this issue of people deciding on the basis of group identities that much more intense and common, I think.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've gone over time here. I just want to thank the panelists and thank you all.
Thank you very much, all of you. The whole panel was great again. What isn't great right at the moment is we don't know where the caterers are. There is a farmer's market out on Broadway, but I would recommend what? Okay, so, all right. There's still bagels and fruit. So give them a few minutes. We do hope that the caterers will arrive. They were probably listening to the panel too. That was it. And we'll continue with the next. The next panel will be as scheduled, about 2:45.
still working on it. But like that feels like that sort of urban. Like I'm interested in that urban. I am not super interested in 5,000 bucks.
Yeah,
It's just not a.
2 bedrooms.
That was nice.
And a shower.
If you're lucky, yes, yes. If you're lucky.
A shower. Yep.
If you're lucky. So.
Exactly.
But are you happy with Northeastern?
It's my alma mater. They invited me for a special professorship.
They are certainly growing fast.
Very much so. Which really concerns me, honestly.
Okay.
In the way that they're growing. I'm just old enough to remember and have been part of the dot-com boom, but on the newspaper side and how we didn't quite make that transition so well. And I'm in a room with a bunch of people who were working at that time and in these industries.
Almost like being off.
None of this feel familiar to you all because
Go off sabbatical schedule as long as we have enough compensation to
we would all like to know.
compensate our teaching, which
Because it's remarkable. I mean, it's really.
salary, it's a set.
Like, I mean, it's great. Y'all have hired like 3 of my students recently. Like, I'm thrilled about it. But
We would all like to know.
So where are you living?
The
Little
tuition
crazy.
is not it, you know.
Yeah.
What we know about.
We're going to reassemble,
On
actually,
the outside, is it?
despite a late lunch, on time.
Come in for 5 months and it's actually not bad. They just constructed it, so it's very modern.
okay.
Before we get started, I wanted to make a comment about the local election administrators, volunteers and others, because I was one once. I'd like to think I was doing my civic duty. In fact, I was writing my book on citizenship, and I thought I should do a little field work. And I went to the training sessions. This was in California. There were training sessions with flags and songs and whatnot to help to get the volunteers in this spirit of this great civic ritual. And I wanted to say that not all the volunteers were women in their 80s. I was 49, and I admit I was the youngest of the 5 by probably 10 years anyway. I wouldn't be anymore. But actually it was a great experience, and at least in my neighborhood at that time, the polling place was a neighbor's garage, and they had loaned their garage and coffee to go with it to the volunteers for many years. It was he was a public civil servant, and for him this was pure donation. He and his wife. So. I was a volunteer, but I was a paid volunteer, as anyone was at that time in California, anyway. That's my report on election officials. But that's not our topic for this afternoon. Our topic for this afternoon, and we'll see what is a slightly vague title: "The Informational Context of Politics." But we'll see what this terrific panel makes of it. Let me just make two points by way of introduction. Just a note on Sylvia Weisbord, who is the president-elect of the International Communication Association. Quite pleased to know that, and our moderator is Ethan Zuckerman, who is, he's very hard to describe, actually. He's a civic innovator with global ties and others, an early blogger, a scholar, and most recently with a book called Mistrust, why losing faith in institutions promotes the tools to change them. So, it's a vote for mistrust. I have not, it's 2021, right? So, yeah. I haven't read it yet, but I look forward to it because he's always interesting. I turn this over to Ethan to introduce the panel. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much, and thanks to Nick as well. It's really been fantastic to have the opportunity to spend a couple of days thinking about some of these huge issues about media and democracy in the context of re-examining debates happening 100 years ago that feel surprisingly fresh and modern today, at least to me. For me, one of the reasons to come back to public opinion is that it so clearly puts forward these different difficult questions about civic epistemology. How do we know the world in such a way that we can accept the challenge of governing ourselves? And whether or not you read public opinion as an apology for Lippmann's involvement with propaganda in World War I, that awareness of the ways in which propaganda and censorship can shape our understanding of the world is a serious challenge to democracy, both then and now. Whether we're looking at this question of distinguishing between the world in our head and the world as it actually is, or this problem of complexity and the need essentially to be omnicompetent to navigate this wide range of issues that a citizen might be expected to weigh in on, those problems make it very clear that civic epistemology was a thorny situation in 1922. I would argue it's at least as thorny now. As Professor Tucker reminded us this morning, newspapers in 1922 weren't always the most reliable sources of civic information. They were not necessarily prioritizing the narratives that we most needed to know to be involved and engaged citizens. And obviously, we are now facing a paradigm shift. We're well into a paradigm shift in which the media we are surrounded by can seem incredibly trivial, incredibly unreliable, as well as phenomenally partisan, divisive, and extremely difficult to navigate. One of the things that I think is so interesting about re-examining public opinion 100 years later is that despite the fact that Lippmann was so profoundly a creature of the written word, it's a book that shows up just at the moment that there's going to be a real upheaval in the public sphere, from a written public sphere to a broadcast public sphere. So 1922 is a fascinating moment in radio. It's a moment at which you've seen three models for the broadcast public sphere evolve in different parts of the world. You have the BBC, largely as we know it, forming by 1922. You have the emergence of advertising-sponsored commercial media in the United States. You have a centrally party-controlled media in the Soviet Union. You really have this sphere that's going to dominate how we have public discussion for the next 75 years or so. We're now 25 years into a change to a massively more participatory network and digital public sphere. And we're already starting to see some of the consequences of that shift. It is a radically more inclusive public square in some ways. And in some senses, it gives the possibility that narratives that have been historically subjugated and eliminated from discourse can actually come to the fore. At the same time, it is also a public sphere where we have legitimate worries about the ability to come to consensus on those pictures in our head, and real concerns about democracy if we are living in different factual universes simultaneously. And the fact that mis and disinformation has become such a feature of this sphere to the point where one of our two major political parties in this country has largely adopted as gospel a set of disinformation campaigns is deeply disturbing for the future of democracy. So, coming back to these questions of how do we navigate this challenge of making sense of the world so that we are capable of participating in democracy, is a situation that was challenging in 1922, probably more challenging in 2022. The good news for you at the moment is that you're in really good hands with 4 people on the stage as far as thinking about the question of the contemporary information environment and the challenges associated with it. Meredith Clark is an associate professor at the School of Journalism, the Department of Communications at Northeastern University, also an affiliate in Africana Studies. She's the director of the Northeastern Center for Communication, Media Innovation, and Social Change. Her first book, We Tried to Tell Y'all, Black Twitter and Digital Counter-Narratives, is forthcoming from Oxford University Press. She is working on a project that I'm hugely excited around, about the idea of reparative journalism, which I'm hoping we'll get her to talk about here. Esther Hargitay is professor and holds the chair of Internet Use in Society in the Communication and Research Department at the University of Zurich. She's visiting at Princeton University right now as a research scholar. Her most recent book, Connected in Isolation, Digital Privilege in Unsettled Times, is about to come out from MIT Press, and it's about digital inequality, a subject that she's one of the leading experts on, and misinformation during the COVID pandemic. As we head down the line, Paul Starr is a sociologist at Princeton University, co-founder and co-editor of The American Prospect. Among his many books are Creation of the Media, Political Origins of Modern Communication, which I'm teaching this semester and enjoying, as always. The Social Transformation of American Medicine, which received the Pulitzer for general nonfiction. His essay, The Relational Public in Sociological Theory, addresses the historical changes in conceptions of the public and public opinion, including addressing Lippmann's work. And finally, at the end of this remarkable table, Sylvia Weisbord, who is director and professor in the social media and public affairs at George Washington University. His most recent book, El Imperio de la Utopía, Mitos y Realidades de Sociedad Estadounidense, and also recently co-edited the Routledge Companion to Media, Disinformation, and Populism. So I'm going to bounce around in some opening questions here, and I'm going to encourage people to respond to each other so that we can have a conversation rather than statements. But Silvio, I wanted to sort of come to you first, because I know that you're thinking a lot about the different changes that we're seeing in the contemporary media environment, particularly around this question of expertise. And as Louis Menand reminded us last night, it may be expertise isn't the right term, maybe professionalism is the right term, but one way or another, the role of the professional, the role of the expert seems to be yet another area for attack in the contemporary media environment. I think, for instance, of the ways in which Dr. Anthony Fauci became a polarizing political figure at the same moment that he was trying to sort of unify public opinion around response to COVID. What's going on in the moment with experts, and what does that mean for someone like Lippmann, who saw experts as one of the possible solutions to this very complex situation we find ourselves in?
Thank you, Ethan. Great question, and thank you for having me here. Many ways of approaching this. And I think I would like to start with this. Typically, we see Lippmann as a realist, but actually when it came to the question of experts as part of the solution to the problems that we already discussed, he was quite romantic, quite utopian. And if that was utopian 100 years ago, right now it's even more challenging given what you just said. So to me, in the current context, the viability of Lippmann's notion of what do we call it, experts or professionals, across the board, including news journalists as news expert, I think it is in the current context of the contested place of experts, the social position of experts. And I think we have the benefit of what the debate has been for the last roughly 50, 60 years on the question of expertise and technocracy, to know that we are now experiencing a much more difficult time for the viability of the politics of expertise, no matter where we stand on this, where we stand in in a more orthodox place or in a much more critical place, along the lines of participatory science or sort of the more 70s, 80s critique of technocracy and the politics of expertise. And the reason has to do with many issues that have been mentioned so far. One is, of course, the erosion of the hierarchical model of information production and access. The second one is polarization, undermining the possibility of sort of consensus around the politics of expertise. The third one is the overall critique of technocracy coming from the right and from the left. That is sort of populism on the left and populism on the right, critiquing the politics of expertise. And fourth, something that of course is not new and it was already mentioned, the long-standing politics of anti-scientism and denialism, which is not new, but in some ways it is something that particularly in this country is something to think about. So that, even if we agree with some parts of Lippmann's argument as sort of the politics of expertise as part of the solution to the problem that he diagnosed, to me is the question of the viability rather than whether or not normatively that is desirable. And it's interesting that you mentioned Fauci, because in some ways what happened to him during the last years is symptomatic of the contested place of expertise in American politics, probably driven by the factors that we already mentioned. And just to be clear on this, I live in a neighborhood that we still have yard signs that says "honk for Fauci." So, but I mean, the contested position, I think, is reflective of a much bigger phenomenon about the contestation of what Lippmann's sort of utopia was around this. On top of this is the harassment, not only of Fauci, but experts in a variety of fields, and the fact that the ability of certain actors to, quote unquote, make science a partisan or ideological issue. So to me, that will be sort of an interesting line of questioning, either the normative as well as the practical aspects of Lippmann's sort of notion of the specialized knowledge of the intelligence bureaus in the current context. And again, this is not something unique to this country. We have something similar in the middle of the pandemic in other parts of the world in terms of the contestation of public health experts and the politicization, let's say in the ideological sense, of the role of experts during the pandemic. So,
I think it's really helpful to have this reminder that the contestation of expertise isn't uniquely a right-wing phenomenon coming out of this current moment, that it actually starts in some ways as an academic critique of technocracy and these sort of questions about hierarchical knowledge, and this notion that the ability to identify the expert and trust in the expert starts evolving well before the current moment. Esther, did you want to get into this?
I just want to, since you brought up Fauci specifically, to unpack, like, is it the experts, or what is it exactly that people have issue with? Obviously, a lot of people had issues with Dr. Fauci, but a paper that I wrote with John Evans, who's a sociologist of science and religion at UC San Diego, we found that most people actually believe scientists for the science, is that they don't believe that the scientists necessarily share their values, right? And it is worth unpacking that, because that way it's not that people don't believe the science per se. So I think that's just worth pointing out, that there is nuance there.
No, that's really helpful. And I think it'll be interesting to sort of come back to this question of expertise. I think one of the issues that I've been sort of sensing from this morning's panels is a lot more enthusiasm for the critique coming out in public opinion than necessarily the solution. But I do think that this question of expert voices, particularly when we ask these questions about how do we navigate a current information landscape, I think complicating that notion of expertise ends up being useful over time. Meredith, you've been doing this work on reparative journalism. You've been doing this work sort of suggesting that by reinvestigating stories that have been forgotten and neglected and excluded from the press, we may be able to correct omissions of history and try to make progress in righting some irreparable wrongs. If anything, one of the most promising moments of the current media environment is the idea that, at least in theory, we could be hearing from very different audiences. And we heard some enthusiasm this morning for the possibility of hearing narratives like Black Lives Matter, like Me Too, coming out, whether or not they were narratives that were sort of popular within the press. Lippmann doesn't have a great record on this notion of these subjugated narratives, in part because of this emphasis on expertise. What's your thoughts as someone who is studying these narratives that did not, at the time, get the expert blessing? How do you find yourself reacting to this text 100 years later?
It's a fantastic question, and I appreciate it, and appreciate the invitation to the symposium. As I read through this text, this was something, and I think someone on our email chain mentioned this, but having read this in excerpts over time and never really sitting down and engaging with the full text, as a Black feminist and a Black feminist scholar, I'm always looking for my people and how they show up in the text, no matter who is writing, what sort of instances they use to talk about how Black women, Black folks fare, and how they contribute to our idea of what the public sphere is. I don't see that in public opinion. I do not see Black people, I don't see the Negro question in public opinion. And so I have to venture away and read in tandem some of the other scholars and thinkers who are writing at the same time as Lippmann. And I think about someone like Elaine Locke proposing this idea of the new Negro in the 1920s and saying things like there are a number of channels through which Negro expression, Black expression can now be heard and now be found. And having some frustration about how this was there, and as Daniel Kreis pointed out earlier this morning, Du Bois writing at the very same time about how we need to complicate the notion of who might be an expert and sort of what propaganda they might advance. I'm concerned that if we lean too heavily on Lippmann's ideas of what an expert is and how an expert should function in society, we will replicate the very same problems that we have seen take place over time since. I lean more towards the idea of embracing intellectuals in the tradition of Patricia Hill Collins and speaking about intellectuals with subjugated knowledges and elevating those voices and amplifying those voices and using the platforms that we have in order to do that, so that we do actually have these voices and perspectives that are part of the public sphere, rather than thinking of them as sort of complements or something on the fringes, on the edges, on the margins, if you will, rather than actually being a part of the discussions that we're having. So really bringing those people into, rather than sort of consulting them on the outside.
Though it's interesting when we think about the intellectual, and we can expand that category well beyond who Lippmann might have been willing to have as the intellectual at the table, part of the promise, or at least the early promise of cyber-utopianism, was that we were going to hear from people who weren't the intellectuals, who weren't the experts, who could simply seize control of the mic in one fashion or another. And we've seen some of the downsides of that, including the emergence of an influencer culture, which seems to be less about what you're able to contribute as far as an intellectual, and more mastery of the medium, more sort of ability to gain attention. As we sort of open these categories, do we run the risk of having our own sort of elite categories around intellectualism as we sort of broaden this discourse? Is there some benefit to sort of thinking about those other questions like fame and like that ability to command an audience in one fashion or another?
I think absolutely, and I see this sort of problem arising far before we get to the technological impulse and what platforms have done in terms of complicating our ideas of the public sphere. I see that same sort of problem when we think about leaders coming out of the civil rights movement, moving into the affirmative action age, where people who were influential before we had influencers, specifically representing marginalized communities, were turned into and positioned as experts, whether or not they were closely connected to the lived experiences of the people that they claimed to be representing. And so we see that with someone like an Al Sharpton, a Jesse Jackson, and now more so a Benjamin Crump and what have you. That the problem is, for me, essentializing the voice from the margins into 1, 2, or 3 very influential figures, instead of thinking about how collectively we might position a number of folks from different marginalized groups to be different subject matter areas or experts that we consult at one point or another. That there's not one voice that we continue to turn to in the press. Having been a reporter, the press has a knack for going back to that usual suspect.
We want an authentically marginalized voice, and we want them to already have an audience of 50 million people.
Right.
Because that means that we know that we can listen to them at that fashion.
Exactly.
So I think that question of influencer and sort of how that's evolved over time was something that was actually fascinating in the panel, looking at the context of the 1920s and sort of looking at these intellectual milieu in which some of these folks are operating. I hope maybe we'll have a chance to get back to that. Esther, perhaps more than anyone at this table, you've been neck deep in research with communities that have been wrestling with mis and disinformation. As I read some of your earlier work, you've had really helpful cautions about this notion of digital literacy, this idea that we tend to assume that literacy is universal amongst young people and that everyone below a certain age is able to navigate these information environments. Well, in fact, it ends up being very complicated and challenging. You've been based for the last 6 years in Switzerland, and are now looking at very different information environments in Europe and the US. And one of the things you observed to me earlier is that we've been quite US-centric in this conversation so far. Help us understand a little bit about how people are navigating what feels like a phenomenally disordered information sphere in 2022, where, literally around COVID, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Yeah, thanks. So I understand we're in the US and it's a very particular environment. At the same time, I do think we can learn a lot about comparative cases, partly for what's possible, right? So we can sort of think about ideal types, but we can also look at actual other cases and environments. And I know tomorrow we'll have more people from some other countries, but I do think it's worth reflecting on some other environment. So thanks for that, Ethan. So going back 2 years, the height of COVID in 2020, clearly my personal coping mechanism with COVID and lockdowns was to bury myself in work, because we fielded a survey right in April. So, immediately after lockdowns in the US, Switzerland, and Italy, about how people were using digital media during that initial lockdown period. And the book is coming out in 2 weeks, Connected in Isolation. And one of the findings that I thought was very interesting, and as a scholar of digital media, it was also extra interesting. So an important variable I look at is people's knowledge about COVID and then people's misconceptions about COVID. And I actually separate those two as two different measures. And one interesting factoid is that they're not necessarily two sides of the same coin. So in those initial lockdown weeks, you could be quite knowledgeable, but still hold misperceptions. So it's not just one or the other. And so I look at what explains both. And it's cross-sectional data, but it's fair to say that 4 weeks prior, no one knew anything about COVID. So we do start with, no one knew anything. And what I look at is what information sources that people consult for information about COVID. And when I look at this, controlling for all sorts of sociodemographic background and some digital inequality measures, which include autonomy of use and skills, I find that in all 3 countries, the one information source that correlates positively with being more knowledgeable about COVID is mainstream television. So in the US, it's people who consulted ABC, NBC, CBS News. In Italy, it's RAI, and in Switzerland, it's the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation, and which is the public broadcasting system in Switzerland. And I think it's a really interesting case. So Switzerland is a country where just a few years ago, I'm not a citizen, so I can't vote, but the Swiss voted on whether we want to continue paying several $100, francs, equivalent dollars, a year to support the Swiss Broadcasting Company, and people absolutely voted on yes. There's a lot of trust towards this source of information, and it is really trusted, and so I suspect that partly explains why they were important as a source. The other thing that's quite interesting is that when we look at what explains or what correlates with misperceptions, again, controlling for a bunch of other factors, the finding is that in Italy and the US, there's no information source. And I guess I should say what kinds of things I included. I included all sorts of cable TV, I included PBS, I included newspapers, magazines, all sorts of online resources, online sources. And the only source is in Switzerland, and it is, again, the Swiss Broadcasting Company, that if people consulted that for COVID information, they were less likely to hold misbeliefs. That's the only information source. Again, controlling for all sorts of socio-demographics, even holds for controlling for political ideology. So it's a pretty strong relationship. So I think it's a really good example of what value a society can get from having a trusted and supported public broadcasting system.
And so just to make sure that I'm fully understanding the findings, you were looking at both correct knowledge about COVID, and that correlated in all three study countries to consumption of mainstream television, which was a public, mainstream television news, which was a public broadcaster in Switzerland and Italy?
So in Italy, it was RAI, which it's a mainstream.
It's a mainstream, but not a public broadcaster. And misinfo, resistance to misinfo didn't correlate to any particular source in the US or Italy, but in Switzerland, it correlated to the public broadcaster.
Exactly.
So this is, I'm sad our friend Emily Bell isn't in the room because she likes to argue that we may need to start getting towards robust public broadcasting as a way of sort of anchoring ourselves in a factual universe. It feels like an interesting affirmation there.
But PBS isn't the one, it's not just because people weren't turning to PBS, the ones who weren't getting that benefit either, right? So PBS wasn't, whatever PBS was doing, it wasn't
PBS
helping.
in the US.
In the US,
was not doing.
Yeah, specifically. So, and I mean, one thought, and at this point it's just speculation of what may be going on, is that, and I suspect this may also be the case with the cable networks, is that too much nuance at this time may not have been helpful, right? So that the commercial broadcasters going for the absolute common denominator basic info may have been what was needed at this time. And I do want to also clarify in terms of the knowledge and the misperception measures that they were purposefully uncontroversial, right? So I did not ask about masks. I really just asked about things that WHO had on its website as like Mythbusters and whatnot. So I wasn't trying to trick people. I really tried to go for the absolute basic knowledge that we had at the time.
But it also becomes a really interesting question about shaping of public opinion, which of course Bernays and others start taking this work and sort of thinking about this question of how public opinion can be guided and shaped. And there is the argument for the utility of propaganda at a moment of public health need and so on and so forth. That becomes interesting
Can I
within this.
complicate the story a little bit?
Absolutely,
so
please do.
I also looked at social media as a source, and in all three countries, if you relied on various platforms, that correlated negatively with knowledge and positively with misconceptions. I don't have the kinds of details that would really help us understand why, but I think it's worth noting that there are definitely questions there that are worth pursuing.
So that's going to give us some interesting threads to keep pulling on, as well as a great contemporary case study on this. Paul, you were a little worried coming into this that you would be the only skunk at the garden party, I believe was the phrase that you used, offering a critical take on public opinion. And the good news on that front seems to be that actually there's been quite a lot of criticism thus far. You do have, I think, an incredibly helpful critique that you start developing in this recent paper that looks at different notions of the public and the idea that a more sophisticated understanding of the public might call into question some of how Lippmann actually deals with this question of formation of public opinion. I know you wanted to sort of react broadly to the book before we sort of bring you into conversation about current information environments. Can I hand it over to you, and then I'm going to try to pull you into
Yeah, well,
what we're talking about around
you,
here.
Ethan, for giving me this dispensation to depart a little bit from the particular topic of this panel, and to go back to the general questions about Lippmann's book, Public Opinion. Yeah, before Brad spoke this morning, I thought I might be the only real skunk at the picnic, but he relieved me of that concern. So what I've written about Lippmann elsewhere has been mostly based on the books that he wrote just before and just after Public Opinion, Liberty in the News, and The Phantom Public. And before the invitation to this conference, I had never really gotten all the way through Public Opinion. But because of the conference, I did. And I have to tell you, I've come away with a much more negative opinion about Lippmann than I had before. So, first of all, Lippmann has only a vague conception of the ostensible subject of the book, Public Opinion. So he was writing a decade before public opinion polls instructed people to think about public opinion as an aggregate of individual attitudes. And so interestingly, he splits public opinion into two concepts. So one is lowercase public opinion, and the other is uppercase public opinion. The lowercase public opinion, or public opinions, he defines as the pictures inside the heads of human beings, the pictures of themselves, of others, of their needs, purposes, and relationships. In other words, pretty much all concepts in the individual mind about the social world. And then he goes on, those pictures, which are acted upon by groups of people or by individuals acting in the name of groups, are public opinion with capital letters. That's his phrase, public opinion with capital letters, and indeed he capitalizes it. So capitalized public opinion is opinion turned into group action. Elsewhere in the book, he equates this capitalized public opinion with similarly capitalized terms, will of the people and national purpose, and still elsewhere he refers to capitalized public opinion as a mystical force. So this capitalized public opinion, at least when he equates it with will of the people, is very much in line with the use of the term public opinion in earlier political thought, going back to the 18th century, that is a term for the public mind, for a kind of collective consciousness. But Lippmann has no theory in this book. Now, some of you may correct me on this, but I could not find any theory in the book about how lowercase public opinions turn into this grand capitalized public opinion. Except, as he says in that initial definition, which he never really comes back to, that capitalized public opinion is opinion acted upon either by groups of people or by individuals in the name of groups. And frankly, that's just not very persuasive. Now, this disconnect between lowercase and uppercase public opinion is related to a second point about Lippmann's book. And this is actually a point that has come up this morning. It's fundamentally a book about psychology. It's fundamentally a book of psychological arguments. It's a book that, from my point of view, this is where Michael has said this is a critique of somebody who's saying that Lippmann isn't a sociologist. Okay, I'll buy that. That it fails to understand public opinion as a social process. So people's actions, in his account, depends on their pseudo environment, which consists, in his own words, of interior representations of the world. And those key memorable ideas in the book, pictures in our heads, stereotypes, they are psychological ideas. And a very considerable portion of the book can be reduced to one idea about cognition, the idea that we now call bounded rationality. The world is just too vast and complicated, and too much of it is beyond our individual perception for it to be understood except through simplifications and shortcuts. And that's true as far as it goes. But Lippmann is missing any explanation of how those simplifications and shortcuts arise. And I think they depend critically on people's relations with one another. And he conceptualizes the effect of communication as depending on the relation between the press and the individual reader's mind, not taking into account, again, people's relations with one another and how those relations might shape what they take from the media, how they select and rework it. And partly because he lacks this kind of relational understanding of communication, he attributes extraordinary power to whoever in government and the press plants in people's heads the pictures of the social and political world that are beyond an individual's perception. And the experience that dominates his thinking, now, we learned this morning that he started the book before World War I, but I still think this is true. The experience that dominates his thinking here is World War I, the campaigns that governments undertook of mass persuasion and control of the news. And he took that, or at least he uses that, really from the beginning of the book, he uses that as paradigmatic for understanding the role of the press. And although he's justly critical of Marxian theories of the press as being too simplistic, his own conception is also a crude reduction of communication to a one-way imposition. And I think this was very characteristic of the era that he wrote in. In retrospect, there was this notion of the hypodermic theory of mass communication. This book is a reflection of that. And it's also a reflection of his, that is the time, it's also a reflection of his solution, independent expertise. And so I'm not troubled, contrary to some other people, I'm not troubled by the idea that we need expertise, that expertise can be useful for democracy. I don't think expertise is inherently undemocratic. But I do think there's a lot wrong with Lippmann's account. I just think his naivete about objective expertise is staggering. So when you read his repeated references to a system of recording and audit, you realize what an oversimplified conception, a stereotype, if you will, he had of social scientific analysis. And the idea that this system of recording and audit could solve what he repeatedly calls the central problem of democratic theory, that was delusional then. It's always been delusional. And he's not actually calling for more expertise as a means of improving the understanding of the public. Now, this is very clearly true in the phantom public, but it's actually true in public opinion as well. So he writes, representative government is unworkable unless there is an independent expert organization for making the unseen facts intelligible to those who have to make the decisions. To those who have to make the decisions. He really isn't talking about expertise to clarify issues for the public at large. Of course, he does say the press can't furnish the amount of knowledge the democratic theory of public opinion demands, and so you might think he was saying we need the experts to help the press do that. But no, it's very clear. If you read the book, he's talking about experts as advisors to officials in government. That's really, that's his role for these intelligence agencies. And his vision of the public is basically the idea that it can just say yes or no. That's why when, was it Tom this morning who mentioned Schumpeter's theory of democracy, and I said, yeah, that's it. That's basically, it seems to me, there isn't that much in Lippmann about how experts can improve the working of the public sphere, in the sense of being a sphere of public debate that clarifies problems for the voters or people in other respects. It's really mainly an elite-oriented theory of expertise. So you can have many kinds of ideas about expertise, and what really troubles me is it really just doesn't even open the possibility that experts could help the public sphere function better. And so really what did surprise me about the book, reading it, was first of all that it doesn't have a coherent conception of public opinion, and that it's, in the end, simplistic about the remedy. And this would all change, I think, that is, the ideas about public opinion would change a decade later when Gallup and the other pollsters gave people a different conception of the public. That conception has its problems too. In this essay that Ethan has referred to, this, I have criticism of that view as well, but this, to me, is still stuck in earlier diffuse ideas about public opinion as being the public mind, as being the will of the people, and he's just, I think, just unable to make any progress in understanding it.
So, Paul, I'm hoping we're going to get you talking a bit more about relational publics and this question of how understanding the public, not just in relationship to the media, but members of the public in relationship of one another, to have a much more sophisticated concept of it. But I want to drive in a slightly different direction and maybe bring a question first to you and then to the rest of the group. I mentioned that I'm teaching your class in your book Creation of the Media in an undergrad class, and the reason I'm teaching it is that you do a wonderful job of explaining social, technical, and economic shifts at different moments in the history of media. And for me, those moments feel like small revolutions as we move to an open sphere of print and mail in the United States, and then we move into penny press, and then we move into a broadcast sphere, and I would argue now as we're moving into a network public sphere. To me, it feels like some of the anxieties in our current moment are the anxieties of being 20 years into a new socioeconomic media paradigm. And to me, it feels like going back to some of Lippmann's core questions about democratic epistemology. How do we literally know about a world? And what does it mean for democracy that we may know very different worlds based on reading very different things and following very different people? Does the problem at the beginning of the book merit re-examination after 100 years? And how do we read it in the current media environment?
So I'm not quite sure how to tie together all the things that you've just said. But let me just fix on one thing that you mentioned. So because the basic premise of what you're saying is we've entered into a new sphere within the last 25 years. You use the term networked public sphere. And one of the arguments I make in this paper, The Relational Public, is that we've actually always had a networked public sphere. They're just networks sitting on top of different institutions. And there were different types of social relationships of different networks that were created at different points. You mentioned the early development of postal networks. That was a networked public sphere, different kind of institutional structure. And at each point, you can think about how these new institutions or new technologies changed the relations among people in the process of forming political opinions, forming political parties, alliances, and so forth. So I guess I'm resisting a little bit the notion of there being a complete discontinuity at this point, that it's so entirely different from what preceded it.
I think Esther would support you on the idea that there isn't a complete discontinuity. What she's finding in her research is that we are at some overlapping moment of a broadcast sphere and a more participatory public sphere. And I may well be misreading you, but I do think one of the things that you develop in that book is that notion that different media and different economic models associated with it are prominent at different moments of time. It does.
Can I just stop you for a moment? So you use the term participatory public sphere.
Sure.
And really, even in the zenith of broadcasting, one of the major points of all the social science research, going from Lazarsfeld and onward, was always about, well, there was this additional flow, the two-step flow. There were the conversations that took place. Those were participatory aspects of the public sphere. Right? This participation takes a different form, but it was always there. And I just caution. There's perhaps more participation now, but it takes place within platforms that have certain structures, and the decision about what the algorithm, how the algorithm will affect what gets mass exposure. These are still being made, at higher institutional levels. So yeah, there's participation, but there's also institutional structure and control that's at work too.
Esther, I know you wanted to respond to this, and then I want to actually bring a piece of this to Meredith specifically.
Yeah, so in addition to the institutional factors that are still influencing who gets to participate, there's work I've done with Aaron Shaw on what we call the pipeline of online participation inequality, where we show, and I mean, this is related to the digital inequality I've done over the years, which is that it's still, so yes, absolutely more people are participating now than used to, but there is still an inequality that it's the more educated that participate and the people who have higher internet skills, digital skills, who understand these systems, who participate more. So there's definitely not equality of participation. And of course, there's the question of, well, are we at that point where it's at least more equal? I mean, Meredith will certainly argue there at some level, or actually, okay, I think it was Dan who brought up Sarah Jackson's work with Brooke Foucault-Wells and Moya Bailey, right? That there is more participation on social media. I really like their book. I don't think they made that final link though of has that actually created social change in a way that, like, there is this more participation through hashtag activism, but I don't think the book made that final point of, I don't think there was evidence for that there yet. So of like, well, did this translate into change? So anyway, so I think it's complicated. There's still a lot of inequality. Yeah, I'll stop there.
So as I perceived the question for the panel, it was a question about how we inform ourselves, how different publics inform themselves about the political world at the moment. I was positing the notion that there is some sort of a discontinuity in the media environment. Paul is challenging that. Esther is making the point that participation is still strongly tied to elite aspects of social and educational status, or at least that some of these divides continue into the space. Meredith, you've been writing about Black Twitter and ways in which populations that I think in many ways found themselves having a very difficult time participating and being heard within a broadcast paradigm may be participating in different ways at the contemporary moment. Is it helpful to think of this as a different form of public sphere than we were talking about in Lippmann's time, or that we would have been talking about in a broadcast time?
Give me a moment. I don't know that it is. And for the reason that I think about participation not being equal or even similar to influence, participation in a broadcast model of social media, like something like Twitter, where I've spent most of my research time, definitely leads to what we've seen more recently, an ability to sort of disrupt mainstream media's agenda-setting function. So you can sort of permeate the practices for a moment by creating news that someone can react to. And this is something that Lippmann talks about when he talks about the creation of news, that news is reporting on events that have actually happened. The one thing that social media participation and participation in counter-public spheres in this way does is that it allows people to see and to listen to and to hear what is happening in that ocean of possible truth that Lippmann talks about. That ocean of possible truth being things that don't necessarily manifest themselves as concrete ideas or concrete events that can be reported on, but social situations, arrangements, hierarchies, and their everyday function among people who are otherwise shut out of what we'd like to imagine is the public sphere. So I don't necessarily think that, Twitter and platforms like it really allow for the kind of influence that we'd like to imagine they do. Those hierarchies are still very firmly in place. And while we can hear from those other voices, we don't necessarily shift much around them. This is it's really a complicated question for me. It gets to something that Zeynep brought up years and years ago when I was giving a talk about this at UNC. And she'd asked, how will we know that something like the Black Lives Matter movement was effective? And after a second wave of the movement for Black lives, I'm still trying to grapple with this question. And I can say that it's only momentarily effective, because until we are able to fundamentally disrupt the way that we think about how public opinion is shaped, who gets to be an opinion leader, what sort of access they have to media, and what that means for what they create and put back into the public, we're repeating the same patterns over and over again. So no, the disruption is not there.
Right. So we're getting increased visibility into counterpublics. We have occasionally the possibility of a veto, Oscar's so white, let's seize the narrative and let's steer in a slightly different direction, but not actually that narrative setting potential. And at the same time, we also have this concern that in democratizing who gets to speak and who gets to put information forward, that perhaps we are giving voice to the potential for misinformation. Silvio, you've been writing on this topic and editing on this topic. Is an increased power for mis and disinformation a characteristic of this moment in the public sphere, or whether or not this is a discontinuous public sphere or a continuation of the public sphere, as Paul and I are arguing about?
So my reaction to that is whether or not there is a bias in what we do as researchers, that we study the movements that actually were able to succeed and be examples of these participatory opportunities, as opposed to the proto-movements or actions that never were able to prevail in the attention economy in ways that will get, let's say, massive attention from scholars. So it's a built-in bias there, because maybe we're looking at the tip of the iceberg and ignoring movements that tried follow, the recipe to succeed, and they did not succeed in ways that will think about let me be provocative about this, the exceptions rather than the rules.
Yeah.
And we look at the exceptions for a very good reason. And then only in retrospect we'll think about, for example, the cases of misinformation that actually got traction, trended, were picked up by media personality, political elites, sort of entered the dynamics to prevail in the platform, sort of in the new attention economy, in ways that directs our attention to that, rather than all the ones that were not, for a variety of reasons, able to succeed.
So there's a selection bias both around what movements we study, because they've figured out how to game the attention economy. All you really have to do is look at Move On or the White House petition site to sort of see how many causes end up with 100,000 people behind them and zero attention. But also this interesting possibility that social movements as a whole are succeeding or failing based on their ability to
And I
navigate
will
those
add something. The other thing that will be interesting, think about the ones that are sort of effective in actually policy change and did not have that kind of social media, public attention, traction, like other movements that, were significant, yet were not in terms of culminating in the policy changes. So that's also something that sort of directs our attention to something that maybe there's other ways in which that is happening. And we as communication scholars, at least in my case, that is the sort of the bias that we have in where we get where we sort of look at this kind of phenomenon.
Please, Paul, you wanted to respond to that?
Well, I think Silvio's making some very important points. And, one other problem is that even if movements take off online, they're and have a kind of meteoric rise, they may also have just as quick a fall. And Zeynep Tufekci's book, Twitter and Tear Gas, reminds us of how quickly some of these movements have dissipated, in part because perhaps they didn't have to go through the process of building organizations that other earlier movements had gone through. They can have a very quick ascendancy, and they don't have the structure, they don't have the means of changing tactics, means of negotiation, all those things which really require building organizations. And so they may be, again, they may be well adapted to this environment, but actually not very well adapted to getting the change that they want.
So it's interesting, we pivoted very quickly to the social movement space, I think in part because some of the cyber utopian promise for a more participatory media, if it is in fact a more participatory media, is that for social movements, I would love to see if I can bring us to this sort of Lippmann question of how leaders are shaping public opinion. For me, what's maybe most uncomfortable in the public opinion book is essentially this idea that as experts determine what the world really is and policymakers make their wise decisions about policy, then public opinion can be shaped to support where we were going at that direction, which suggests that Lippmann was maybe not as willing to distance himself from his World War I past as some of us might think. There does seem to be a way in which successful politicians, particularly populist successful politicians, are using a participatory media ecosystem to try out ideas and see how they resonate. Much in the same way that you can watch Donald Trump go to a rally and see what people will chant back to him and watch the political platform change in real time. How does that sort of recursive loop of being able to quickly figure out how some part of the public is responding to an idea and have policy change in reference to that? Is that giving public opinion too much power? Do we think the public is driving political stance more than it was in Lippmann's age, or are we in fact watching politicians who've gotten very skillful at manipulating and navigating that environment? I've just silenced everyone. This is what you never want to do as a moderator. Anyone want to take that one on? Silvio, give me a shot on that.
I would like to turn your question into a provocation.
That's great.
About the last panel, because I think that in the last panel, and as described, places responsibility on many things on elites.
Yeah.
And elites probably like to say, well, that's what the public wants. That's what the media wants. Sort of the whole, traditional classic sort of circle or cycle in terms of elites, public opinion, and media probably will be much, a little bit more complex without sort of leaving elites off the hook in terms of what it is. So in terms of media, at least in the places that I know better, it pays off to be polarizing and to be partisan. That's where the money is. Is that driven by the public or driven by elites? It's hard to say. It's not exactly a chicken egg problem, but I mean, it's a bit more complicated that actually elites solely are driving the process. But I mean, I'm open to be convinced that actually case after case does show that actually elites are the ones sort of playing the game beautifully in ways that we might think incorrectly that is driven by a media or public opinion or a combination of factors, right?
So if elites had a strong connection to professional identification, traditional expertise, we're now looking at a moment where the elite status may also have to do with having an audience, with having the ability to appeal to a large number of people, which may turn into being able to sort of ride on these waves of publicity, attention, so on and so forth at this moment in time.
Yeah, something like that. Again, to me, thinking about counter cases or cases that complicate that argument are useful to think about what other factors are into play. Again, without saying in what context political elites are able to drive the news cycle or drive the politics of polarization, right?
So I have a question on this, which anybody could answer, perhaps, certainly better than I can answer it. I recall one Republican politician, I can't remember which one, saying that when Fox News started, we thought, that would be great because Fox would work for us, for the Republican Party. And then we discovered, no, we're actually working for Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Fox was really in control. But then, so in early 2016, wasn't Fox actually downplaying Trump, but saw that it was losing
That's right.
To other conservative media sources? And so it got in line. So who was driving? Who was in the driver's seat?
Right.
Maybe it was the base that really was pushing things along. Although that base had already been shaped by Fox. So it is kind of chicken and egg. And maybe, in terms of the role of leadership, maybe the decisive shift came with Gingrich, really teaching the other Republicans a different language of politics, kind of relentless conflict. And maybe you could say, okay, maybe that was already beginning beforehand, but it seems to me, that was a moment when a shift in leadership really did change the political environment in the country. So it's this basic question: where, was it elite initiated? Was it really coming from the base?
Right.
I don't have a clear answer on that.
So Benkler's network propaganda book goes through that story in a great deal of detail and tries to sort of give it a quantitative basis as well. And complicating it even further is that this narrative of support from Trump starts coming up from what you might think of as new authorities or perhaps new elites. Certainly Steve Bannon is one of those with the rise of Breitbart. Some are even further right with things like Gateway Pundit and places that are digging from the fever swamps of the internet and trying to figure out which narratives surface and can be clarified enough to sort of make them to Fox News. But yes, Fox News at the beginning of that election cycle is very firmly towards much more mainstream Republican candidates, which suggests that as powerful as it still remains as a force, it is also answering to a public or a new set of elites or something along these lines. The fact that a panel of people as well-versed in this space as we all are sort of wrestling with these questions of who's driving suggests to me that we really are at a very interesting moment of this contemporary public sphere. Who's driving at this moment? Lippmann in 1922 seems confident that someone might be able to drive, and seems confident, at least during World War I, that the generals are driving and the political leaders are driving. It feels like at some moment we've lost the sense of who actually is driving, and it's a much more dynamic, complex process. Meredith, is that good news? Is in systems that, you know, have systemically excluded people and points of view, is getting to a system where it's no longer as clear, you know, who the elites are and who's driving the bus? Is this a situation where we have the possibility of seizing power, or are we still far away from that sort of utopian possibility?
We're definitely still far away from it. As we're thinking about this question and we're asking who's driving, it's not the elites, it's not the politicians, it's not the people. From my perspective, it's advertisers, super PACs, and folks who have money. And that is pretty much the purpose of the playing field that we have set for us now, that there's not one person, one party, one entity that is going to be driving public opinion in one way or another, but to create such an arena for cacophony that you don't really pay attention to where the money and the influence is coming from, or you cannot at least trace it. And I don't think that, no, that does not bode well for folks on the margins who don't have access to that kind of money, who thus don't have access to that sort of influence. I think looking again at something like Black Lives Matter helps us understand how that is so. The movement for Black Lives / Black Lives Matter, these are two different entities, I do want to point out. But looking at how public opinion changed from 2014, when the phrase was popularized, to 2020, when the phrase was more broadly embraced by the American public, and you can still see that by 2022, the influence of the people who are at the forefront of that movement has basically been erased. Yeah. These individuals do not have the money to lobby. They don't have the money to take out the ads on the same sort of level. They don't have the money to create the kind of messaging that is necessary to move public opinion firmly in one direction and then have policy created based on that move. And so I do not see that this is an opportunity. No, it's
and an attention economy is still an economy.
Very much so.
And people who are dominating within that broader economy still have an immense amount of power. Esther?
Yeah, so on this point of attention economy, so public opinion, insofar as it's not just about political opinion, I think it's valuable to talk about some other examples, right? Not just strictly political topics. And so let's take, and I don't study the book publishing industry, but I think many of us are, as book writers, at least have some relation to the book publishing industry. And I mean, that's one of those areas where there's absolutely no equality and no sort of democratization of the system, right? It's still, I mean, it's amazing how in this day and age it's the same 10 books that get covered, not just in all the papers in the US, but you walk into bookstores across Europe and it's the same 10 books that have been translated into a million other languages. Sorry.
There's like tons more self-published books today than there were.
Yeah, but no one knows about them and no one's buying them.
But it's part of the model we're talking about, and a lot of people do buy them on Amazon. They're just not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, your definition of a lot, and I mean, yes. So you could argue if now you can sell 50, and before you couldn't sell 50, but that's not really what we're talking about in terms of books having. Books have influence, and books can influence discussions, and the books that sell are still the ones with the ever smaller number of presses that are sold through ever smaller number of platforms, Amazon. And so I think there are major issues still in whose voice gets put out there. Okay, I guess we have an audience.
We're definitely getting to the point where we got to bring the audience into the conversation. Just before we close off of this, I wanted to see if Paul or Sylvia wanted to react specifically on this question of whether this system where we're not sure who's driving, or maybe the answer is those with the money are driving, whether we see any possibility of this being an opportunity for those disempowered or those who are not often as well represented to have a clearer voice, to have a clearer authority over political and civic life.
you know, at the beginning, you said we're like 25 years into this new era, and we're now learning about how it works. And so one thing I think, you know, we should have learned is that the enthusiasms of the 90s and early 2000s, when many people said, this changes everything. And there was, you know, talk about democratization, about revolutionary transformation. And then we saw, over the succeeding years, the reconsolidation of power, new forms of monopoly, new forms of control, algorithmic control, and so forth. And we realized, well, you know, it didn't quite change everything in the way that we thought. We have to, you know, have a more sober view of this. Now, I don't mean to say that nothing's changed. The mechanisms have certainly changed. The long-term outcome of this is still unclear. And a lot will depend on regulatory decisions, on how governments respond, and new rules, perhaps about free speech. We heard earlier, you know, there are all sorts of uncertainties in the environment. So, you know, we don't, you know, we can't reach any conclusions about it. It's something that's, you know, that's still open for fundamentally new decisions to be made about how it works.
And I think that depends on the questions that we're asking. We're asking several questions here. One is the question about how to game the attention economy, how to prevail in the attention economy given the sort of changes in the informational context, which is a related but a different question of how effective social political change happens. And third question, how is that connected to the first question? Those are three very different questions. So I think, following what Paul said, 25 years ago, people were asking and assuming that the question about prevailing in the information environment will have positive ripple effects on the other two questions. And that is, to me, was part of the confusion, that, you know, social political change requires much more than an information participatory revolution. As a political sociologist, someone who grew up in Latin America, if you want to think about political change, you think about, depending what political change you're thinking about. Second, what people with money are doing about this, and people with guns are doing about this.
Yeah.
Then you might get closer to the answer whether or not digital, you know, ferment, what chances are to prevail, depending on what kind of proposals, coalition building, you know, all the stuff that we know about policy changing. And I think we skip all those steps 20, 25 years ago in thinking, especially us communication or media scholars, that that was the lead-in to effective social and political change.
So let's go into the audience. Let's start here.
Yeah, I want to put a couple of things together and take us in a somewhat different direction. It was spurred by the comment about Newt Gingrich. So, informational context. Esther, you want us to talk about places other than the United States. Let's talk about the United States and foreign policy just for a minute. That's, after all, what Lippmann was best known about. 1922, the United States is in a new position in the world. And you're right, Paul, he's mostly talking about elites because he's very interested in foreign policy and foreign policy elites. Manufacturing consent, which Jelani mentioned today, it's all about foreign policy. That's what Chomsky was writing about exclusively. And then the parties demonizing each other. 1950s, there were radical Republicans, but folks at Columbia and elsewhere said they're the radical right, they're out. And there was a consensus between Democrats and Republicans that held right through the Cold War. Gingrich is emerging at a point after the Cold War. So I guess the question is, are there not factors independent of internet that are shaping the new informational environment that we're living in, the informational context of politics, that has a lot to do with the fact that Lippmann was writing at the moment when the United States was just emerging, as Adam Tooze showed in that wonderful book. And then after '89, the situation has shifted. And I think historians are going to look back and see the international context of contemporary politics is quite important, as it was for Lippmann. But it's not come up. It's not come up yet. And, you know, Lippmann's drift and mastery is about empowering labor unions, about empowering consumer groups, even about empowering corporate elites. So, Paul, he does have a conception. I agree it's not in public opinion, but could that be because public opinion is really focused on a narrow set of elite issues where the United States was just beginning to assume a new position in the world, or after '89 that position has changed, so Gingrich can then make a gambit to polarize the parties in a way that they were polarized in the 19th century. People hated each other. They wouldn't vote for the opposite party. But that diminished in the mid-20th century. So can we put Lippmann in a broader context, going back to the 19th century, as the first panel did, a lot of partisan conflict, and in the context of shifting role of the United States in the world, first in the 20s and then in the 90s, but without the internet, for a moment?
Sure. So predictably, as an internet scholar, I've made the panel about the internet and transformation in this, but another very helpful narrative, which is thinking about the contemporary information environment as being a post-Cold War information environment. How does that change how we think about the informational content of politics, which again is the topic that we're trying to address here?
I think Richard is right that if you could imagine the internet having developed in the 1950s at the height of the Cold War, there would have been much greater elite restraint on both sides. Democrats and Republicans were agreed that the United States needed to be united, and therefore well, there was Joe McCarthy, so let's not, but on the whole, there was this kind of consolidation of established opinion in that period, and there's nothing like that today. And so that does affect the whole information environment, political environment, exactly, I think, in the way that you're talking about.
Other thoughts on the Gingrich Cold War provocation? Sure, let's go to some more questions.
All right, I can't not talk about where did Trump come from part. So I have like burning memories of 2016 in my head because exactly of this issue of watching him emerge almost in spite of Fox News, right? That was kind of the question, where did this come from? So I got interested enough to start going to his rallies because I was just curious, like what on earth is going on? And again, seared in my memory, the media were penned in at the front at every rally, even though there were like 100 journalists following him. He said, you guys can only be here at the front. And they all did. They just sat down there, and there were like dozens of cameras. I was like, why is everybody here? Like, you're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to go talk to people. Why is there like 50 cameras here? So of course, I didn't do any of that. And I was also following them online. So I started talking to these people. And I was horrified because I had been thinking, this is a joke candidacy, he's gonna sell a bit of books, it's gonna create like a Trump Tower thing. And I'm Zeynep, I'm from Turkey. I was like, I've seen this movie, I know this. This is a political realignment that is like classic Herrenvolk democracy kind of thing, where he is bringing messages that are not heard from either political party and connecting it with politics of racial resentment and all of that kind of stuff. And he's a very viable candidate. Like, I did not get that sense at all till I started going to these things and talking to these people. In fact, in March of 2016, I have this piece in the Times that goes exactly to this question, that he is quite likely going to prevail. Now, here's where I kind of disagree. One of the things that absolutely empowered them was the social media part, because we think of social media as empowering people, and often there's this implicit thing that people are awesome things. People are not necessarily have the politics that we might prefer or we might like. There's a lot of politics of, call it racial resentment, whatever you want, in this country that I think got merged with a lot of other kinds of politics that is traditionally found in populist movements that brought things like, if you go to his rallies, he talked about deindustrialization, he talked about the military money going to contractors rather than the soldiers. He talked about all sorts of things that were quite like classic Herrenfolk stuff in ways didn't really fit, and his audience really loved it, and none of this was reported a lot in the press, because the press was reporting on how his sentences were run on, and there was a lot of sort of ridiculing of things I don't think we understood. And on social media, these people got together, especially things like Breitbart and other things, and I remember hearing from Fox News people that they were being, in their words, out-crazied by Breitbart on Facebook, where they were competing with the same audience. So Fox News was de facto competing with this new kind of people movement coming up that was eating their lunch on, essentially Facebook, and you could kind of see them lurch from, Cruz and Rubio and whatever, who had no chance with the base ever, to Trump when they realized this person is quite viable. And my problem at the time was, I was like, we have to take this seriously. I mean, I was fairly concerned. I lived in North Carolina. I had this thing. So I'm kind of bringing together where did Trump come from. Like I just looked up my March piece 2016, and I do say, the Republican Party might have thought they were fueling certain kinds of stuff that would only burn the Democrats rather than their preferred candidates. Right? I think, thought they were sort of fueling a fire that would work against Obama, or that would work against all sorts of things, but not against Cruz, not against Rubio. And I think in the age of social media, that's not as possible, because you start that fire has all sorts of ways of getting oxygen, even if Fox News decides we don't like you, and then, the tail wags the dog as a result. So that kind of...
So Zainab, you've already been invoked on the panel, going back to Twitter and tear gas, and your concerns about the fragility of network social movements. You're now offering what to me sounds like a much more dire warning, which is the possibility of deeply problematic social movements finding each other via the internet. And then I actually think in a very helpful way, this brings us back to where Meredith was going, which was the economics of the situation at the end of the day. The reason Fox was concerned about getting out crazied by Breitbart was that that's where the audience was, and that's how they were selling ads, and that the point of Fox News was to be significantly crazier than anything else on the air. And when they started getting out crazied by Breitbart, they had to start moving in that direction. Does that feel like a different aspect? So let's go to Paul on this. Yes,
just ask a question of Zainab. Are you saying the fire began below? Because you also, I think, said that Fox had kind of set the fire. So are we talking about a kind of iterative process in which there's kind of an escalation that is part elite initiated and partly coming up from the base?
I'm going to say chicken and egg again,
Yeah.
because I think there's a reason that a lot of people who took Trump seriously earlier were a lot of black scholars, because there was an understanding of this country, how things work in that sphere, that I think was slightly surprising to lots of people. I'm an immigrant, so to me I'm always sort of looking at it. So there was a potential in the country that it's a base. But on the other hand, I think there was a lot of let's stoke this fire against Obama, especially with everybody talks great about Romney, but Romney helped Trump. Like Romney helped the Obama birth certificate people. Because there's a lot of things that they did thinking it will go against Obama, not realizing. So it was chicken and egg kind of thing.
So I want to see if anyone else on the panel wants to sort of react to this question about sort of economics driving, maybe as the prime driver, or as Paul just put it, this question of the fire from below or the fire from above, as we sort of think about this dynamic coming in around 2016 and the Trump presidency. Or we can go to Rasmus, who I'm hoping will take us far away from Trump.
I think Kathy was...
Oh, okay, great.
I'm not going to take you away from Trump, but
Okay.
exactly on this question. And to say that it might be helpful to move away from social media and the media we've been talking about for a moment, to consider the iterative process and to move towards radio.
Yeah.
Because I think it's helpful to think about the way in which there are a set of kind of medium level elites that sort of aggregate audiences to sell to advertisers by tapping into sentiment that's kind of there, but maybe not necessarily organized by the members of the audience themselves. Because especially with, there's so many right-leaning talk radio shows around the country. I'm not talking about the national shows, I'm talking about the local shows. And those people, it's like an early Twitter, right, where people sort of float arguments, claims, and see what catches fire, and then replay them, because that sells ads. Having the audience sells ads. And part of what they do is bring on local or state level politicians, and they can often build up those people who become very successful. And there's a kind of pressure that comes from that to the national level that means then Trump is being influenced, for example, Trump is being influenced by these state level, local level politicians and opinion leaders. At the same time, you could also say, well, it's public opinion or the public that's driving the attention to certain things. And so I guess what I'm offering here is radio is a great thing to think about when we think about how the money matters in this iterative process.
And in the U.S., particularly post-fairness doctrine radio.
Right.
And the ability to have radio that is an ideologically coherent echo chamber, which seems to have this ability to try out narratives and refine them and sort of tune them over time. Any responses on that?
Well, it wasn't just post-fairness doctrine. There's as Nicole Hammer and others have written about, there was an earlier history of conservative radio. There was already this world, although many of us might have been completely unaware of it while it existed.
I want to ask a question about the very concept of information, even in the title of the panel, because just listening to Zeynep and other things that have come up, people may not be consuming information so much as hearing appealing stories. You've been using the word narrative a lot in this panel, and I think that's part of it. Think of the Great Replacement narrative that actually is now a kind of global story that ends up influencing people in local, in particular sort of domestic locales where they get a gun and they go and they kill somebody. You're taking my place. I think maybe part of what's going on here is that people maybe never wanted, and Lippmann doesn't talk about this, but people want a narrative that makes sense of their experience, and the things that have been successful for certain political forces in America have been in finding the narrative that makes sense of, here you see that you're going to be in the minority by 2050, and what does that mean for all the things you thought you had the right to do, politically and otherwise? And I wonder if maybe the concept of information as the thing that's circulating on the internet or outside of it is problematic, because when people are voting, they're voting for somebody who tells a story that makes them, it feels familiar, it makes sense of their experience. That's why conspiracy theories give people control in a world that feels out of control, and there's so many different pieces, floating around, they try to put them together. Is narrative rather than information what people are looking for?
Such a great question, particularly in a book that starts out with such a compelling and memorable narrative, and in fact uses so much of Lippmann's real life narrative to sort of make the points that he's trying to illustrate.
Can I say one last thing? The only time I remember Lippmann talking about race, there's a funny little narrative where he's trying to explain how people misremember or misperceive things, and it's a story of a black person coming into a room and having a fake fight with somebody. That's the only time I remember him. Maybe other people remember better, but I found that actually made me wince when I reread it.
Just to add one sentence, we'll pursue this tomorrow. I remind everybody that our basic production unit in journalism is a story, and we journalists tend to think that and telling the truth are a really good fit. So that gives us something to think about overnight.
That's what I always thought, why instead of fact checking, and some of my best friends are fact checkers, it's not called narrative checking.
Yeah.
If we think about how important narratives are, and facts are always part of a narrative, why looking at discrete pieces of information rather than at narratives or stories? And it's not just the wordplay. I mean, I think it's about dealing what is the fundamental challenge that we think that we confront in a democracy, right? I will flip the question that you asked in terms of, especially because so far we have talked about sort of how do we improve the supply of information given the current challenges, and to me is what will be a viable political economy for that kind of supply of information, of all the proposals that we have around. First one. Second one is because in Esther's examples, we're talking about television with a long tradition that in some ways have started in a very different time, informational context or political economy. How do we create or recreate something like that in the current context? Third is what Lippmann was clearly, he didn't think much of average citizens and in terms of information seekers. He has this great line. I have my portable Lippmann here. Sorry. There is no problem of access to the world outside. Worlds of interest are waiting for them to explore, and they do not enter. And this was 100 years ago. So then the question is not just build it and they will come, but what if they build, sort of a better ecosystem in terms of resources and supply, but, the usual suspects will show up. I mean, Lippmann gave up any hope, back to your point. I mean, he was trying to think about experts as a way to influence policymakers rather than to influence public opinion. That's a lost cause. So that to me is sort of questions that need to be at the forefront when we think about sort of more structural interventions in the current information context.
I know that Esther wanted to respond to that as well.
Well, I just wanted to share a data point that I think is quite interesting from the COVID study, which is that, so I asked on social media whether people had corrected others about COVID, what they were posting on COVID. And the discouraging result is that people who were less knowledgeable about COVID were more likely to correct others about COVID.
Ethan, can I?
I'm hoping to let Rasmus in. He's been
Very
trying
patient.
for quite some time. And he's very polite, so we're not going to hear from him otherwise.
Thanks, Ethan. You may live to regret this. No, I was just curious. I heard the word crazy being bounded around quite a lot a few minutes ago, and I just wonder whether anyone want to say more about the use of crazy as a category for analysis and whether you have any reservations about that.
Yeah, I think we took a term that Zeynep raised, but I think it's absolutely worth interrogating and sort of figuring out whether in the elite and elitist circles around this table, whether it's something that we're accepting in an unquestioning fashion.
It's not to trip anyone up, and I could have used it myself as well. I raise it for two reasons. One is that the midterms are coming up, and there will be a presidential election in a couple of years, and of course other countries will have various political turmoils too. And I suspect that a fair number of journalists covering those things are thinking in that term, and I think it sort of says something about the ability to understand these outcomes if we don't have a more fine-grained vocabulary, or a vocabulary that the people involved would recognize as valid for them. I also think there is a side of it that has to do with what it means to think about journalism as a profession and institutions around it, whether it's this journalism school or the Institute of Oxford that I work at, which is that I think the term was used in association with some of the programming on Fox News here. And I wrestled with that. I think it's interesting to think about, for example, the fact that in New York Times news reporting, there's been several instances, in The Atlantic as well, of news articles that are based on studies that categorize everything that Fox News publishes as fake news. without commenting on the fact that this is a categorization of one of the most widely used sources of news in this country as everything they publish is fake news, even as the New York Times as a corporation lobbies with Fox News through Digital Content Next, for example. And I just think there is a sort of an unresolved relationship between how the conversation plays out in the profession and then what's being practiced in parts of the profession. I mean, people who work at Fox News, some of them are journalists. Some of them think of their work as journalism. Many of the people who rely on it think of it as journalism, not as crazy, right? But there are others who will look at it and think, gee, I wish I had a word that was kind of like the C word, but not the C word for this. So I just wonder whether you want to expand on that.
There's a complexity to the question because in some ways it's a question for Zeynep as well as for the people on the panel. But let's see.
Well, just
we
Journalists described Breitbart.
right.
I wasn't calling them crazy. It was the rating quote to me about how they described Breitbart.
And Breitbart was, but they were also commenting on how Breitbart was positioning the stories that they did as the news that other news outlets would not report.
It wasn't my term at all. It was Fox News reporters telling me how they thought of Breitbart.
We had a term. We had one. It was deplorable because what we were talking about were all the things that were reprehensible that a politician like Donald Trump was riding to popularity on by saying. All of those sentiments were somewhere rooted deep in the American psyche, and we can talk about it from a perspective of racial resentment or what have you. It's white supremacy and white dominance, but those aren't words that we use very often in polite company. And so if we say that this was crazy, it's a way to dismiss the real absurdity of what is actually happening, because people cannot believe that their neighbors and the people that they respect and politicians that in the past used to stand for the sort of values that they believed in have now made what looks like a really hard right pivot and gone off behind this other narrative. So the way that we can separate ourselves from what Breitbart is doing as sort of outlandish and different is to say that that's crazy making. And what we are doing is creating and making news and reporting on what is actually happening. But if we assign it a label like deplorable, then we're passing judgment. Now we cannot argue that we are unbiased or that we are objective. But that was the label that we had. That was an effective label to point to some of the sentiment that was actually being professed at the time.
Paul, did you want to build on that?
So I want to respond to what Rasmus was talking about, but I want to respond almost at two levels. One is, as for Fox News, can't we identify criteria, like the kind of criteria in network propaganda, about the procedures that are used by people who are operating as journalists, but may in fact not really be journalists in a professional sense? Are they checking sources? Are they corroborating information? Are they going through the routines that we expect of journalists? And if they're not, if they're operating on the basis of very different norms, should we describe that organization in the same terms as other news organizations that are operating on those terms? It seems to me we can make such distinctions. I'm not saying a term like crazy or whatever is the right way to do it, but there's a real difference. Now, on the other hand, when we're talking about the people who believe these things, which may, be untrue, demonstrably untrue, have been clearly demonstrated to be untrue, and then I think we really have to ask ourselves, well, why are they attracted to these ideas? What has happened to make them attracted over, some period of time? Because I think there's something about this that does require empathy. It does, require entering into somebody else's worldview that may not be our own. So, but I don't think we need to just treat Fox as if it was the same as every other news organization.
So two really helpful responses. One around this question of sort of process and another around this question of what are we willing to have within the space of discourse. I found myself thinking on Meredith's comments a little bit about Howland spheres and sort of this notion of what is a space for legitimate debate versus a space that's illegitimate for debate. And one of the things that feels very uncertain over the last 10 to 15 years has been that sphere of legitimate debate, particularly as it's affected factual matters. And literally to where Trump sort of emerged in this act on the political scene with challenging Obama's citizenship, which at other moments of press coverage might not have been within a sphere of legitimate debate, and found itself in no small part through Fox News as very much a part of legitimate debate. So I do think this question about what is possible to discuss in the news media and what the news media is platforming and giving attention to at the time, it does feel like a worthwhile thing to talk about, even though we have to be quite, I think, careful, as Rasmus is pointing out, about the language we're using with this.
Just to follow up, Ethan, so how would you propose that the question you just raised be adjudicated? Should it be adjudicated by the state? Should it simply not be adjudicated? That's the price of doing business in a democracy. Should it be adjudicated by internal codes of news organizations? What do we do?
You're going to look for recommendations, and specifically for me? What do you
want
think?
You to solve it. I mean, I should say, what I didn't find in this pass through public opinion is this kind of fear of the mob. He has a fear of something else or other things that are motivating him. But that's also been a long-running strain, going back to the Republic or whatever, in the literature of hostility and suspicion to public opinion. So, what do we do about it? Or do we not worry about it and think it's really worth it in a democracy to let all voices be heard?
My guess is that everyone on the panel here probably has opinions on what we do about it. I think the flip side is it's also 4:30, and we have another day of a conference where presumably people would be trying to answer that question. I think maybe at this point the appropriate thing to do is to thank our panelists and to thank you all for a really lively conversation.